Did you get it as an option? Yeah, it just took a.
The Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission will come to order. Ms. Larson, please conduct the roll call.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Boygan.
Here.
Commissioner Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Gibbs. Commissioner Hahn. Here. Commissioner Hopkins.
Here.
Commissioner Jolan. Here. Commissioner Mesner.
Here.
Commissioner Overture. Here. Commissioner Putnam.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 9 out of 9 commissioners present.
Great. Thanks so much. We have a full day in front of us, so let's get started. We have a few reports here, and I'll kick it off with the Executive Director's report from the Department of Natural Resources. It was significant. About a week and a half ago, the governor announced his budget proposal, and with that, there were 2 significant areas that the Department of Natural Resources would benefit from if the legislature passes the budget as within his recommendation. So number 1 was a $10 million request for state parks. Part of that money would go towards opening up the brand new state park Fisher's Peak located in Trinidad area. I think I've given you all briefings on this before, but this is a 19,200 acre piece of property that you can see right when you're downtown Trinidad, and it would be our state's 2nd largest state park. So, and also part of that $10 million would also go towards improvements to our other 41 state parks that we have throughout our system. He also requested $10 million towards Colorado Water Plan implementation. There was $10 million that was also requested last year, and this is really important to have money that could be available to look at projects within our 9 basins throughout Colorado to get projects off the ground that will help towards implementing the Colorado Water Plan. Staffing updates for the Department of Natural Resources. We hired 2 policy analysts. I'm just so glad they just started late last week. We hired Angela Bogue. She'll be our policy analyst. She has her PhD in climate change / forestry. And so it's great to have her on board. We also have Vanessa Mezel, and she'll be the lead on federal coordination. The Department of Natural Resources, we are weighing in on BLM issues, U.S. Forest Service issues, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issues, you name it, and it is nonstop. So that person will be the lead coordinator on weighing in on federal issues that deal with the Department of Natural Resources. On the waterfront, the demand management working groups are continuing to meet throughout the state of Colorado. As some of you may know, there's subcommittees, everything based. We have an agriculture subcommittee. There is a local government / economy subcommittee. There is a water administration law subcommittee, and those meetings are being conducted throughout the state, and I think they're going very, very well. The Department of Natural Resources has been engaged with U.S. Forest Service and the Wild Turkey Federation on what's called the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative. The goal of this particular collaboration is to get a couple meaning 1 or 2, possibly 3, large-scale landscape restoration projects off the ground. These would be, about 10-year-long stewardship contracts. And we had a stakeholder meeting last week, and we are finalizing what projects will be selected for that. The Wild Turkey Federation, they came in, and they're going to be significant help with being a funding partner, and we're hoping to have other partners that would be willing to get projects off the ground as well. We sent, I believe I have about 6 staffers that are in Portland right now. They're participating in the U.S. Climate Alliance Learning Lab Conference, and working to see what other states are doing in terms of climate change and looking at what policies we should be contemplating here in Colorado. So I'm looking forward to the report, once they get back here this Friday. The State Land Board last week approved the Cedar Creek project, and that is by Grover, Colorado. That's a 6.9 megawatt wind energy project. So I'm really excited to see that got approved. The State Land Board has a lease with a private company that will be installing that. And then last but not least, let's see, the governor is conducting listening sessions, and he's had a few of those. He's had one here in Greeley. He's had one in Pueblo, and this weekend he'll be in Grand Junction. So I'll be heading out to Grand Junction for a listening session on Saturday. So that's my report. Are there any questions? See none. Thank you. Report from the director, Director Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman Gibbs. Along the vein of listening sessions, I will report that I attended the Governor's Greeley listening session a few weeks ago up here, and we had a lot of great input from stakeholders at that meeting. The oil and gas table was very popular, and so we had a lot of folks show up for that. I also participated at the EPA oil and gas stakeholder meeting that was held in Albuquerque, New Mexico earlier this month. And then last week I traveled down to Durango, Colorado, and attended the gas and oil regulatory team down there and got perspective from our Southwest stakeholders on the things that we're doing here at the Commission. We've continued to hold numerous meetings with stakeholders. I met yesterday with the operators across the state. We had about 150 some odd operators attending the meeting in person or on phone. So we're continuing with that outreach. With regard to staffing, I wanted to introduce Scott Cuthbertson. Scott's over in the corner over there. Scott is our new deputy for the COGCC. Scott will be focusing on operations and day-to-day work here at the Commission. We're excited to have him. Scott was at the State Engineer's Office previously and brings a wealth of managerial experience. He'll work on operational policies and employee development. So good to have you, Scott. Thanks for attending today and getting a sense of our hearings here in Greeley. With regard to additional work that we've been doing here, obviously we are concentrating on the rulemakings that 181 has informed us are important. We're here today and tomorrow and last night on the flow line rulemaking. We have, as I've mentioned previously, launched online portals to receive comments from folks across the state about flow line rulemaking, about the mission change rulemaking, about cumulative impacts and alternate site analysis. I'm pretty proud of our staff for getting that going, and we receive comments daily on all of those topics, and we get those posted so that people can see the transparency, the inclusiveness that we're trying to achieve in terms of moving forward. On November 1st, we posted our 25-page white paper on mission change. Really proud of my staff for rolling up their sleeves and trying to take the concepts that we received from 181 in terms of the change in the overall mission of the Commission, and getting that into some tangible form so that we could start a dialogue with stakeholders across the state about what moving from bolstering to regulating in a manner that's protective, what does that actually mean? That document was not meant to define solutions. Instead, it was meant to initiate dialogue. It's certainly done that. We've had a number of different informal meetings with stakeholders to get initial feedback on the mission change document and the white paper. And so I think that's done a good job of advancing the discussion about some of our next big rulemakings that are coming up. We also, just to inform folks, one of the rulemakings that Senate Bill 181 provided to us that's not gotten as much attention as the rulemaking around wellbore integrity. We have engaged stakeholders and are having discussions about that, and we're going to see where that brings us, but we're hopeful that we could bring that to an actual rulemaking before the commission during the first part of 2020. The other big event was the release by CDPHE of its air quality impacts and its health effects study on October 17th. We at the commission have responded in a couple of ways. We have instituted a review of new proposed locations up to 2,000 feet. Uh-oh. Commissioner Boygan is unmuting himself and creating unnecessary. Anyway, so that's one of the points that we've done. Secondly, we are working with CDPHE and we're putting together an air monitoring plan that we plan on implementing at various locations so that we can get air samples, current air samples, as opposed to the samples from 2014 and 2015 that were the basis for the CDPHE study. We also will have field staff there to take note of what's actually happening on the ground when studies are collected so that we can look at the pre-production activities. So that's a second thing that we are doing. We are hopeful that that information, as well as the CDPHE study, as well as information that we're collecting from operators. A number of operators have their own air quality data, and we're going to collect that and have an independent third party take a look at that. So all three sets of data we believe will be informative to this commission as it undertakes mission change and cumulative impacts in the spring. So that's our response to the CDPHE study. We're continuing working on day-to-day permitting at the commission. We have fully implemented our permitting team. We've doubled the number of permitters that we had when we started this, and so we're in a much better place to ensure that we're looking at permits from a protective prism, and if they're being approved, that they're protective of health, safety, welfare, and the environment. So that's my report.
Thank you so much. And great hire with Scott. Scott was more or less the #2 for the engineer's office and nominated him for the Tom Clements Award on Innovation. So I'd be really sad if you left the DNR, but you're still in the DNR, so it's good. Okay, next report is the report from the Secretary. Ms. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a report for this hearing.
Okay. Commissioners' comments. Yeah, Commissioner Eaton.
I actually wanted to follow up on Jeff's report, and with respect to the study, the air quality study, there were a couple of things, we were hoping to get a little more about what that process is going to look like. But I'm wondering, you said there are going to be 3 sort of sets of data. One of the things that was talked about at the last meeting was in the minutes, so I was reminded, was that we're going to ask operators to provide their activity logs. So in addition to having people on the ground, is that something that's going to happen? And I mean, or do you anticipate always having field people on the ground to observe the ongoing activities at the time that you're sampling, or both?
I think it's probably a little bit of both. The sampling protocol that we'll be doing will necessitate having field personnel on the ground to actually conduct the samples. And so because they're going to be there, they'll also be able to actively log in what is actually going on the ground at the time of the samples. I think that we will likely, get activity logs as well. We're trying to get an inclusive set of air quality data so that it's informative for you, for me, for Colorado, so that we can look at, what we received from the 2014-2015 data that was from the CDPHE study, and also look and see what we can see, currently what's going on, because operational practices have changed and have gotten better. There are new regulations in place, and so to get a better understanding of what's actually happening on the ground is the goal.
Commissioner Overturf.
Thank you. One of the other things that we had talked about at the last meeting related to the CDPHE study was conversations, Director Robbins, that you were having with operators about the best management practices that you were developing as a result of the CDPHE study and the application of those best management practices to already permitted facilities. And so I wonder if there's any update on those conversations.
I should have known that the Commissioner Overturf would have asked about that, and should have put that in my initial report. But yes, no, I do have an update on that. So we have a number of permits that are approved for oil and gas locations that are within 2,000 feet of building units. And those approvals occurred prior to 181 coming into being, and therefore did not get the objective criteria review that we're giving current permits. We have undertaken a sort of a multifaceted approach to those. I had staff identify which operators are sitting on those sorts of approvals. And for every operator that had more than 10 such approvals, I had specific one-on-one meetings with those operators. The point of the meeting was to get some sense of whether those would be acted upon over the course of the next near term. And if so, whether those operators would agree to sit down volitionally with me and discuss potential additional best management practices to ensure that protective elements are occurring. And I received a 100% agreement to sit down with me from those operators that had the majority of those approvals, that they would indeed be comfortable to come sit with us and talk with us and talk about ensuring best management practices. Yesterday at the operator meeting, I informed the rest of the operator world of the request to come meet with me if you had a permit that fell within those guidelines. And so we had that informational piece to sort of the rest of the world. So those operators that have 1, 2, 3, 4 of such permits. And I anticipate that we will have compliance with the request to come meet. It's volitional at this point. They already have a permit that was granted, but we're asking operators to meet with us. And I anticipate that we're going to have success on that front. And we'll plan on reporting back monthly to ensure that if for some reason we're not having success, we can speak with the commission about that and see if there's other steps that could become necessary. But at this point, I feel good about the operator response to this issue that deserves attention.
Yeah, Commissioner Overturf.
I look forward to hearing about the contents of those meetings. So appreciate that you've offered to provide an update at the next meeting of this commission. I personally wanted to provide an update to the commission about some information that I became aware of as we go into this flow line rulemaking. I wanted to make sure that my fellow commissioners were aware that the Public Utilities Commission had a discussion at one of their weekly open meetings recently, I think it was 2 weeks ago, where they discussed at length a new notice of proposed rulemaking that they're planning to issue dealing with topics of pipeline safety. So specifically about, it sounded like from the commissioners' discussion that they were interested in process questions and administration of the Public Utilities Commission's pipeline safety program. There has not been a rulemaking that has been issued yet, but I wanted to make the commissioners aware that our sister agency was looking at some issues that are related to our flow line rulemaking, and also to make sure that the broader public was aware that to the extent you have comments about pipelines that are under the Public Utilities Commission's jurisdiction, like for instance, gathering lines, that this forthcoming rulemaking might be an ideal opportunity for you to engage with the Public Utilities Commission. So just wanted to share that information.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Chairman Gibbs. Just a few updates, some of which dovetail, I think, with Director Robbins' updates. So the first is, I mentioned last month, but just a reminder, the Air Quality Control Commission has an ongoing rulemaking on oil and gas related regulations, Regulation 3 and Regulation 7. That includes, for example, new requirements on air emissions from the transmission sector from oil and gas. And for the public's benefit, we're going to be starting with 3 public comment sessions in the month of December 10th in Rifle from 6 to 8, December 11th in Durango from 6 to 8, and then up in Loveland from 4:30 to 8 on December 16th. And that will be followed by the actual hearing itself with the parties that is currently scheduled to take place between December 17th and 19th. So that will be of interest, I think, to a lot of the folks in the room as well as to the commission. As a reminder, this is just the first chapter of the AQCC's rulemaking, just like today's flow line hearing is the first chapter or second chapter in this commission's rulemaking. We anticipate at least 3 additional rulemakings next year, starting with a rulemaking related to reporting, and public participation will start on that probably in January. One of the issues that we'll be wrestling with at that point is an issue we've heard from the public on, which is the appropriate climate forcing factor for methane, a critically important scientific question about how to measure the fact that methane is much more potent than carbon dioxide, and the question is how much more potent and how to reflect that in our inventories. And that could range between, we currently use a factor of 25 to 1, could go as high as 86 to 1, and we'll be having a robust discussion on that front. We'll also be talking about stationary engines with the rulemaking that will probably start in February, followed up by another round of kind of core natural gas issues, probably starting this summer. On a related front, the Air Quality Control Commission tomorrow morning, sorry it's overlapping with this rulemaking, we'll be having an information session for the Air Quality Control Commission regarding the kind of overall greenhouse gas strategy and agenda for the state, including discussion of a roadmap that the state government, led by the governor's office, has participation from all the agencies, including DNR and CDPHE, to really lay out a kind of full roadmap for how we're going to get to the legislative goals that were set last year and signed by the governor to reduce emissions by, for example, 26% by 2025 and 50% by 2030. So that will be happening there. That's just the kind of beginning briefing for the commission. We'll be working through a full kind of public engagement process for that as well, and then want to maintain a close relationship with this commission since some of the issues will touch the oil and gas industry. Certainly to the extent that that commission believes that some of the higher greenhouse gas forcing factors are appropriate, it will amplify the importance of the role of oil and gas in the overall inventory and therefore in our control strategy for the state. So will be an important issue to keep track of, and certainly happy to work with Director Robbins and staff to provide a briefing on that if it's appropriate somewhere in the agenda. And then last piece, just as a 2 other updates, tracking Executive Director Gibbs's update. We also have an important budget proposal that was approved by the governor's office and is starting the process legislative to add resources to our oil and gas unit at the Air Pollution Control Division. It's stayed relatively static for the last number of years while activity and permitting has increased considerably. So we're looking for roughly a doubling of the FTE in that unit to try to catch up and manage, I think, the considerable workload, including the fact that we're going to be downgraded from a moderate to serious ozone non-attainment area status here on the North Front Range, and that's going to increase workload. So we want to make sure we're ahead of that. And then similarly, kind of coming out of last year's legislative session, we have formally set up a climate unit within the Air Pollution Control Division. We've hired the first supervisor for that unit, Clay Clark, who many of you may know from the Attorney General's office. And we're in the process of hiring 3 more folks that I expect we'll have by the end of the year, and then perhaps some more funding dependent after the first of the year. And that's all I got.
Great. Thank you so much. Any other commissioner updates? Commissioner Jolan.
Yeah, from the public health world, we had a presentation from your COGCC staff, Alice Cosgrove, and CDPHE Energy Liaison, Sean Hackett, to the local public health directors, and then the Colorado environmental health directors that work in local public health. So we initiated the process to make sure that our local public health directors around the state, as well as the environmental health directors around the state, have a good overview of this process and understand how to interact with it, and spend some time obviously on AQCC regs 3 and 7, and then talking about what this process would look like from the COGCC side, just to make sure that we have the statewide representation from public health.
Thank you. Yes, yeah. Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you. I would just like to thank all the commissioners for making the trek north, and appreciate you being in my neck of the woods for a few days here. And I know that the residents of Wall County appreciate that as well. As we heard last night, oil and gas is tremendously important to this part of Colorado. It's important to families for their income. It's important to school districts for their funding. Important to businesses that are supported because of the families that live and work here. So I just ask that we keep that in mind as we go forward today with our rulemaking, with the trying to find the midline balance between the importance of 181 with the real life, with the reality of the lives of people that we will be affecting. I think with that, I just hope that we can find that middle ground that hopefully will satisfy the majority and do a good job. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, and thanks for hosting us. Great to be here in University of Northern Colorado. This is a beautiful facility that we're at here. Any other comments before we move to approval of the minutes? Okay, seeing none. Approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve those minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. And then consent agenda items. We have a motion, or does anyone need to excuse themselves from any of the items? Or
I'll move approval of Group A through Group J on the consent agenda.
Second.
a motion's been made to approve these items. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, next we have general public comment. And for folks that have attended these meetings before, we have rules and regulations on public comment, but we have this sheet over here in the corner, but I'm going to read it just in case you don't have the sheet. The Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission has in place a policy to ensure that people of all opinions are comfortable attending public meetings and hearings and are able to express their opinions without fear or intimidation. As public hearings and meetings are official civil proceedings, it is the policy of COGCC that the following rules of conduct be observed for all hearings in order to facilitate an orderly, respectful, and fair discussion where all points of view may be heard and the commission may conduct its business. So here's the rules of conduct. It is inappropriate to cheer, boo, hiss, talk, cry, applaud, or interrupt a speaker or the proceedings. Members of the public are not expected to agree on all issues, but shall respect the process so that all viewpoints are heard. The waving or posting of signs, banners, or other materials in the hearing room is not allowed. So that everyone can hear the proceedings, side conversations must be taken outside of the hearing room. The use of profanity, threatening, or abusive language is not allowed. The placement of electronic recording devices and cameras, including but not limited to audio recorders, video cameras, still cameras, motion picture cameras, smartphones, microphones, may be regulated by me, the chair, so as to avoid interference with this hearing. In accordance with the COGCC policy and Colorado state law, disruption of a public hearing or meeting by audience members will not be tolerated. Disruption is defined as significantly obstructing or interfering with a meeting by physical action, verbal utterance, or other means. Individuals and or groups who attempt to disrupt a commission meeting or who attempt to thwart the ability of specific speakers to address the commission will be asked to stop their disruption. If further disruption continues and at the discretion of the chair of the commission, those individuals may be subject to removal by law enforcement from the public hearing and, depending on the seriousness of the violation, may be prosecuted under state law. The chair also has the discretion, if necessary, to ensure an orderly and safe meeting to clear the room. The state of Colorado has a long and storied tradition of protecting First Amendment rights and taking extensive public input on policy and legislative matters. However, the commission must be able to conduct the business in an efficient and safe manner. So, everyone agree to that? Let me see some hands. Yeah? Okay, good, excellent. Let's move to public comment, and we are doing, we recognize elected officials first. Elected officials get 5 minutes, and then the general public will have, what do we have, 3 minutes? 3 minutes today. I believe I saw Representative Sain walk in. Representative Sain, do you want to speak in general comments? Okay. And if there are any other elected officials, you're up next. All right.
Is it anyone?
Yeah, he's right there.
Perfect.
It's good to see you. Thanks for coming.
All right.
And for the record, please introduce yourself.
State Representative Lori Sain. I represent House District 63 in Weld County. All right, so honorable commissioners, thank you for allowing us to have this listening tour opportunity today. I just want to make just a couple comments since this is a listening tour and it's on the record. Following the tragedy in Firestone, the Hickenlooper administration put in place one of the most stringent flow line regulations in the country. And one of my concerns is that we haven't even allowed the ink to dry on these regulations before maybe perhaps rushing to make more regulations. As a state lawmaker, I also work with the Hickenlooper administration to craft legislation that really is a model for the country. It enhanced and strengthened our current 811 reporting system and introduced an underground safety commission to reduce the amount of line strikes that occur in Colorado. The industry, oil and gas, has historically come to the table again and again for all manner of COGCC rulemakings and has been part of the stakeholder process for any legislative action. I've seen them at work, and I can tell you it's been done in good faith, and it includes all the rulemakings that occurred after the Firestone tragedy with the Hickenlooper administration. Again, my concern is we already have these regulations, and I'm concerned that we may be changing course. And if it is an attempt to actually ban oil and gas in Colorado, and I'd hope the COGCC as a governing body over the industry wouldn't work in service of an approach to do so. And if this is an exercise in political ideology instead of public safety, that's extremely damaging to one of our most robust industries, and by extension, all Coloradans. So I would ask that you exercise caution in updating rules that have already been comprehensively addressed previously. If there's an ultimate case for new rules, I'm sure the industry will come to the table again. And if not, I would caution that would be very detrimental to Colorado. Again, Coloradans don't support a ban on oil and gas. We've seen that over and over again at the ballot box. And Coloradans don't support a bill of goods stating that new regulations aren't a ban when they function exactly the same way. And if regulations are done in a way that don't actually solve a problem and only serve to make the regulatory burden incredibly high on an industry, or are crafted so that no company, no matter how good and operated it is, can ever hope to meet them, then that is also a ban. So again, Commission, thanks for hearing me out today. I've got a lot of constituents that work in the oil and gas industry. My particular district is one of the top producing districts and counties in Colorado for oil and gas. And we do supply a lot of support for local municipalities, for schools, not only here in Weld County, but across Colorado as well. So thank you for your time and attention in this matter.
Thank you, Representative, and I appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Are there any other elected officials here that would come forward? Okay, seeing none, I'll start with the folks that have signed up online. Is Susan Noble here? Cody Doan? Okay. That is all that we have signed up so far. Would anyone like to testify for general public comments that has not signed up yet? Going once, going twice. Okay. We will move to staff presentation. Do we need to take a brief break to get ready for that, or are we ready to go right into staff presentation? Okay, we'll take a brief break. Okay, we have to get the PowerPoint up and running and so forth. So we'll take a brief, about a 5-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, I think last night we mentioned that general comment would likely fall around 9:20 or 9:25. So if we do take a quick break, maybe we can provide one more chance
Sure.
in case people come in.
Yeah, you know, times are always approximate, but yeah, definitely if folks come in about 9:30 or so. So let's actually take about a 10-minute break. Give us some time.
Good call. Hey, is there any benefit to doing the executive session before that? People maybe want to show up before staff presentation.
Don't.
That's a good idea.
I spend a lot of time like,
Oh, I do the exact same. Why is it? Yeah. No, and then we can scroll down to. And then click on the jet. Yeah. We'll get upgraded. Just leave right now. Look at the chat. Just go to our.
There's a lot of parties probably. So you can just not have
okay, so that'll be the Friday. I got it. It's right here. I think we're going to go into executive session. I don't even. I'm sure it'll get through, right? So we may want to wait like good morning, but still kind of go out. Well, I'm not sure that so, okay, well, why don't you know that right? Maybe text me like Tuesday or Wednesday. And I'll be at the clinic Monday through Wednesday. So if you just call the clinic and then we'll
Are we good?
Okay. The COGCC, we will start back up right now, and we will start up where we left off with general public comment. I read the script before, and if there are new folks that came in, feel free to grab the sheet on the side of the area. But we have a couple of folks that came in that were not here previously. So Susan Noble, you want to come on down? And then we also have Cody, you'll be next. And then anyone else that would like to speak during this public comment time frame that just walked into, just be in the queue or sign up in the corner. So Ms. Noble, please introduce yourself. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, commissioners and COGC staff. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I'm sorry for my confusion as to when public comment began, so I'm here now. I really want to address my comments today specifically to the commissioners. You are, like I am, sort of called to this as volunteers and putting in your time and effort to protect the health and safety and welfare of Coloradans. I'm here today specifically because we in Commerce City, and I represent an organization called North Range Concerned Citizens, learned in the agenda on Friday night of our city council that 7 extraction oil and gas pad permit applications had been submitted between October 8th and October 21st. That was 2 weeks before the election. Just might point that out. We learned of it though 2 weeks after the election. These 7 megapads represent 154 wells, covering fracking around 30 square miles, if approved as they are, under around 30 subdivisions. I'd like to show you a map produced by the city itself. It looks a bit like a crime scene to me. The red represents residential, and then the yellow blocks are where the pads would be located as it stands. This will be the last time that I speak to you as a volunteer for North Range Concerned Citizens. On November 5th, I was elected to the Commerce City City Council. I ran on health and safety and welfare first, frack no homes or schools, and no industrial activity in residential areas. In Commerce City, 112 lost 65% to 35% in November of 2018. So we're talking about a significant turnaround. The reason I won my ward is because we are one of these impacted areas, Ward 4. Ward 3 is the other impacted area, but it didn't have an open seat this election, and I'm sure the outcome would have been the same. I want you as commissioners to know this because you may not get all this information. It may wind up at staff level and not get to you. You need to know what occurred in Commerce City prior to the election, and that we are now faced with all of these wells that we have been fighting for the last 18 months. Thank you very much for taking my comments.
Great, thank you. Congrats on your results of the election. Or condolences too, as a former elected official. No, you'll be great.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Yep, Commissioner Howard.
I was just going to suggest that if Ms. Noble, she's now a public official, if she needed an extra couple of minutes, we ought to accord her that courtesy.
That's true. Do you want a couple more minutes? We just so you know what Commissioner Boygan raised, we normally give elected officials 5 minutes, and apologize, I didn't know that you were elected. We normally give elected officials 5 minutes. So if you'd like to have a couple more minutes, we would.
Oh, I
we would grant
appreciate
to you.
that. I'm actually not official yet though, Commissioner Boygan.
Okay.
I'm not sworn in until December 2nd, and even that may be delayed. I
Okay.
think I've covered everything I need
Okay.
to, and I know that you have important business to take care of. I just want you to be mindful of what's happening in Commerce City. there has been a shift in attitude regarding oil and gas there. And as you move forward with the rulemaking, this is all very critical to us. Oh, you know what? You do give me an opportunity to say something I didn't mention. All of these sites came in under a regional operators agreement that was negotiated and signed. This regional operators agreement was negotiated before 181 was signed by Governor Polis. Therefore, it has the weakest possible standards that you might find for pads. And I just want you to be aware of that as well. That was pushed through and that was signed in October as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Cody Doan. Cody, please introduce yourself and then you get 3 minutes.
Good morning, I'm Cody Doan. I live in Erie, Colorado. I'm here just kind of representing the people of Colorado, I guess, and those that are in the energy industry. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your time. I sit on a board as a president, and I know that being on that side of the table, a lot of times you just can't make anyone happy. And I'm sure that you guys have those days where you just feel like you're under attack from both sides. There's extremists that are attacking you that want to completely ban all oil and gas activity completely. And then you've got those in the industry that feel that you're attacking and taking their jobs by setting rules and standards. And so I know that a lot of times it's probably a thank you job. Thank you for what you do. I just ask that as you make the rules that you use common sense, data, and Colorado's history. We have been doing this for over 100 years, oil extraction. It's a much needed resource. I think your position is to take care of our resources. And as long as we have healthy development, being in the industry, I want rules. I want tough standards. I want to make sure that the company I'm working for, that we're being held to those highest standards, that we are protecting health, safety, environment, the welfare of the people. And I want to make sure that those operators that want to hang out and not take care of the environment, that they are either out of business or they go elsewhere. We talk about climate and this whole climate change. Climate doesn't just stop at a city line or a county boundary. It doesn't stop at a state line. It's a world, it's an entire earth, whole world thing that we're looking at. And if we chase work out of the state that has some of the highest and best standards, the best operators and practices in the world, we start to chase stuff out of here because we over-regulate and we just shut down an entire industry, development's going to move somewhere else where people don't care. I heard last night in the comments, someone talked about the price that Saudi can recover a barrel of oil. They can do that because they don't care about the environment. They don't care about their employees. They don't care about safety. And so I think you all have the opportunity to make sure that we set the standard, a golden standard per se, that the way that we're going to practice and the way Colorado is going to efficiently, safely get those resources, we set that standard, others will follow our lead. And I just ask that you use common sense, the data in your final rulemaking. I thank you for your time.
Great.
Have a good
Thanks so
afternoon.
much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak during public comment now? That has not yet signed up. Okay, seeing none, we're a little ahead of schedule right now. So to be efficient with our time, we're going to take a break now for our executive session, and then we will come back at approximately 10:30 for the staff presentation on the flow lane rulemaking docket. So with that, we will take a break until approximately 10:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, pursuant to the open meeting law, the commission is entitled to enter into an executive session at this regular meeting for the purpose of discussing pending or imminent court action with commission counsel and to receive legal advice pursuant to CRS 24-6-4023A Roman 2. The topics of the executive session were identified on the agenda. They are to receive legal advice and analysis on jurisdictional issues raised through the flow line rulemaking, and to receive legal advice and analysis on the petition for rulemaking submitted by the youth, including Mr. Martinez. Mr. Chair, I invite you to encourage a motion to enter into executive session for the matters and purposes I just named.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Yep.
So
Commissioner
moved.
Eden. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. To move into executive session. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We will move into executive session and we will come back at approximately 10:30. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll need the members of the public to hang out in the hallway out there while we go into executive session. Thank you.
We will come back to order with the COGCC. Mr. Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The commission is returning from executive session. During executive session, the commission received legal advice on matters identified in the agenda as jurisdictional issues raised in this flow line rulemaking, and to receive legal advice on analysis on the petition for rulemaking submitted by youth petitioners, including Mr. Martinez. No decisions were made in executive session and no votes were taken. Mr. Chair, I invite you to encourage a motion to exit executive session.
We have a motion to exit.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to come out of executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're out of executive session. Mr. Davenport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like the commission's and the audience's indulgence to just mention something it's certainly important in our office and I think important to this commission. Assistant Attorney General David Beckstrom will be moving from the Resource Conservation Unit to the Air Quality Unit in the Attorney General's office. What that means for us is he's no longer going to be representing COGCC. I'm very glad that Mr. Beckstrom is still in my office, but it's fair to describe me as distraught that he will no longer be working. We will no longer be working together on a daily basis. More than 2 years ago, David came to the AG's office from this agency, the COGCC, where he was an enforcement officer. He has been an excellent addition. He is a dedicated public servant and often works very long hours and weekends. He's an excellent researcher and writer. He's our COGCC entire rule book expert. He's also, in my opinion, this is one of his best qualities. He's just a reasonable person who is a pleasure to talk to and takes a very practical view of everything and always keeps the COGCC's mission of protection of public health, safety, welfare, and effectively regulating in the forefront in all of his work. David represented the COGCC very capably in enforcement and litigation and as general counsel. And we're very glad that he's finding an exciting place to work, but we're very sorry to see him go. So I appreciate your time on that.
David, thank you so much for your service to this agency. Glad you're not leaving the state of Colorado. Okay, next up we have a staff presentation on flow line rulemaking docket number 191100692. So Ms. Murphy, you want to kick this off?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. This is Julie Murphy. I work with Stuart Ellsworth and Mark Schlagenhoff, and we work closely with a number of stakeholders and other members of staff to develop what we think is a very good set of rules. Speak up.
Thank you.
Thanks. Get this a little closer. Jesus. So with that, what I would like to do is walk the commission through some of the considerations that have framed the draft that staff prepared and proposed to the public and to you just Monday of this week, it did make some important changes to the draft from November 4th in light of party filings that we received on November 12th. So it's been a fast moving process. But with that, what I'd like to do is kind of key up what we want to talk about today. And Chris and I are going to be communicating across the room to move slides. So bear with us as we work through that. Great. So I've tried to put together kind of 4 primary topics, and the last of which is a general overview of the different rule revisions. If we run out of time and don't get through that, they're available if we have questions about them later. I think the 3 priority topics for me are making sure, well, 2 really, are understanding the context, because I think that frames what staff has chosen and elected to propose to you. A little bit of the process, and mostly kind of the 4 big ticket issues. 3 of the issues I think remain kind of not in conflict, but certainly parties continue to have opinions about them that vary. The 4th issue I've added is it's important because it is critical to implementing the Senate Bill 19-181 directive. I haven't received many party comments on it, but want to make sure we don't lose sight of the importance of that provision. So with that, we're going to jump right into context, and I've got 3 topics. So we'll start with Senate Bill 19-181. This is the directive that we are implementing here today. It broadly says, please look at your flow line rules and take and consider public health, safety, welfare. In addition, we need to look at public disclosure of flow line information, 1. 2, evaluating and determining when deactivated flow line must be inspected before being reactivated, and 3, evaluating and determining when inactive, temporarily abandoned, and shut-in wells must be inspected before being put into production or used for injection. So that frames, I think, a lot of what we're doing today. But what we do today builds upon a foundation that already exists based on the hard work of commissioners and many of the same stakeholders in the room today from 2018. And so I wanted to recap those rules a little bit. I believe that our technical staff really did an excellent job of strengthening the commission's overall regulations, from implementing design, installation, construction, repair, and maintenance expectations. There were also changes to the abandonment process that were critical based on what we learned about in light of Firestone and ensuring and better protecting public health or public safety from abandoned risers in particular. There was required information so that we as an agency could understand where these flow lines are transporting fluids between. There's going to be quite a bit of talk about that today, and I'll jump into more detail about that shortly. Making sure that all of our operators are actively participating as members of 811, because that is the state not warehouse, but kind of primary location for the public and companies to use before they excavate. And then lastly, what we did, and I think this really dovetails with the conversation you've just left in executive session, is closing regulatory gaps for oversight of crude oil transfer lines. And so with that, what I'd like to do is jump into this kind of jurisdictional quagmire. And so how did the commission, in my estimation, and of course this is my opinion, address its authority, exerting its authority to the fullest extent of its jurisdiction without treading into the jurisdiction of the federal and state agencies empowered to regulate some oil and gas pipelines in Colorado as well? And so I think this commission and staff recommended a fairly straightforward approach, which is starting with defining a pipeline for our rules. And when I use these terms today, I mean as they're defined in our rules, not as others may use them or they may be kind of generally understood. A pipeline is a flow line, a crude oil transfer line, or a gathering. So we have all 3 of those definitions. And then we define each of those. The gathering line is something that is regulated by the Public Utilities Commission or the Federal Pipeline Hazardous Safety Materials. Sorry, I've mixed all those words up, but the Federal Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. So that immediately kind of carves out those things over which we don't have jurisdiction. We then went on to say a flow line are those things that are not regulated by PHMSA and the Public Utilities Commission. And because there is some question, or there was some question at the time, about whether we had included or have the regulatory authority to include crude oil transfer lines in our regulatory, in the scope of our regulations, we added the definition of crude oil transfer line. And forgive me, but I think Stuart and Mark can address this best, but to me, these are fizzy oil lines, and I don't really know what that means, except that they're transporting stuff that hasn't been separated enough to be within PHMSA's jurisdiction, is how I would very high level describe it. So with that, this is my lay understanding of jurisdiction. This green box is the jurisdiction to regulate pipelines, oil and gas pipelines in Colorado. And so here's COGCC's authority, and here's PHMSA and PUC. And I think we've encompassed everything within the white box that we have the jurisdiction to regulate as of today. That's a highly simplistic view, so I think it would be helpful to also look at what this looks like in the production stream. So and I stole this graphic from some website in their investor presentation, so I don't credit me with anything brilliant here or anything that's terribly wrong, but I think it does pretty well represent what we think of as upstream, midstream, downstream, and industrial. And for purposes of today's conversation, we're not really worried about downstream and industrial, but what we are really worried about is this green box here, which is where upstream transitions to midstream. And so there are different technical components at the tank battery with separation that distinguish our jurisdiction from PHMSA or PUC. I just wanted to kind of highlight where we are in the scheme of things and try to help illustrate what we think we have done and where we've gone. So that's a more technical representation of it. And then if we go to this, Stuart Ellsworth prepared this for you and presented it to you in August, but I think it does a great job of really expressing some of the complexities, some of the challenges, but also where we are. And so I think, Stuart, if you have any comments to offer about it, or if commissioners have questions about it, happy to jump in, or we can kind of keep charging ahead. Okay, great, we'll keep going. And so this again also is a graphic that we prepared for the 2018 rulemaking. And to us, it helps describe what the different lines that we're regulating do and where we see them in the field. So this is from our mapping system. Stuart prepared it, as I said, in 2018. And the yellow lines are the off-location flow lines. The solid green lines are crude oil transfer lines because they're gathering oil from, or not oil, but some sort of non-gas material from multiple wells and transporting it to another step in the process. And so then where it gets kind of murky in the field, I mean, I think our team, when they're in the field, they know what it is, but on a map from this vantage point, it's hard to distinguish whether the dotted green line is a PHMSA line or a COGCC line, and that would depend on how it falls into the parts of the Code of Federal Regulations. But the takeaway is, if it's not a PHMSA line, it's our line, and we are overseeing it and regulating it. So I think that ends my hyper-technical discussion, but I think it is a good framework for all of us to understand kind of what we're talking about. But Stuart, jump in, please.
No, I just moved the mic just
okay.
in case you couldn't sit again.
Okay, great. So with that, Chris, I think it's also important to understand where staff is today with the information requirements that were imposed as part of the 2018 rulemaking. This is important because as we think about one of the important directives of Senate Bill 19-181, it is to provide information to the public about flow lines. So I wanted to first capture what it is that we are currently obtaining about the location of flow lines and crude oil transfer lines. So there's four rows. On the left, we have the crude oil transfer lines that are new. We have crude oil transfer lines that were in existence as of May 1st, 2018. We have the off-location flow lines that are new, and then off-location flow lines that were in existence as of May 1st, 2018. And what I want to draw everyone's attention to is that for all of those categories of lines, except for one, we are currently gathering the GIS data for the horizontal path of the flow line. So if we can, it's just this single category of information that we need to backfill as part of this regulatory process to be able to create a complete map of COGCC regulated flow lines and crude oil transfer lines. The importance of that may become more apparent in a moment. And so then if we can flip to the next slide or next piece, oops, sorry, one back, Chris. Yep, this. We have two deadlines that have occurred during the process of this rulemaking in terms of information submittals. Staff is currently reviewing those, and I'm going to next step into where we are in that review process. Again, to give us a picture of where we are today to understand where we're going, hopefully tomorrow. So for flow line reports, Form 44s is what we call them. I'll probably refer to them interchangeably today. I should use flow line report, but I'll probably say Form 44. So bear with me. But as of today, based on approved flow line reports and based on those that are pending staff review, we have approximately 17,000 miles of lines under COGCC's jurisdiction and regulatory authority. The number of pending review, that may fluctuate some because obviously we have to QA/QC it and make sure we have the right data. But what this means is that over the past months, we've reviewed and approved 5,000 forms. We have about 3,500 pending. That number is a little bit higher than we would have expected because we had some serious IT challenges right about October 31st conveniently. And so we're working hard to get those reviewed and processed. And so then moving on, what does that mean from a mileage standpoint? Right? We have approximately 6,990 miles of approved lines, and those have either been mapped for their entire flow line path on our internal system, or we've mapped the riser data. And so again, if we think back to that chart that I put together with the 4 different categories of information and the ones about which we need to gather horizontal information for the flow line path, you can see that in the second bullet point under off-location flow lines. There's about 2,300 miles of off-location flow lines for which we only have riser data. This is about 30% of all mileage registered with us today. So now if we go to look at the same information for the pending, again, we have about 10,000 miles of pending forms to review. And again, we have about 3,500 miles of off-location flow lines that have riser only data. So again, that ends up being about a third of our overall mileage to be registered or to be reviewed with the agency. I think that it's important as we think about what decisions we're making today to remember that this is a defined number. It is not going to increase because from 2018 until today and moving forward, we will continue to capture that information. So as we're talking about specificity in particular, it's this 30% of data that we're talking about, not the 70%, and it's a number that will decline as we move forward and those lines are abandoned. So keep that, I would just ask that you keep that in mind. And so next slide. A number of questions have come up about our operators complying with the reporting requirements and the deadline of October 31st, 2019. Our flow line inspection team has worked to stay on top of this, to work with operators to remind them of deadlines to keep people in compliance. So we had one of Mark's engineers review from her desktop, where are different facilities that an operator has and do we think they have flow lines? And if we did and we haven't seen a Form 44 from them, we reached out to them in June to say, you have a deadline coming up, please submit information to us. And so the result of that outcome is we reached out to 400 operators. 52 are ones where we haven't received much response. And so our next step in that is to reach out directly to them to understand what their assets look like in the field before we evaluate whether they've needed to comply with the deadline that's passed or not. But that's where that review is today. Complementary to it, we are continuing to review the submittals that have come in. And so those are kind of different staff members, but we're working through that workload. So now part 2, if you can go one more, Chris, let's jump into kind of the rulemaking process and how we got here. Next slide. This slide summarizes a lot of the process that we've been through on these flow line rules. And I would like to take this opportunity to again express gratitude to so many stakeholders who have really come forward and I think been extremely collaborative in improving upon staff's initial draft rules and getting us to a place where I think there is large agreement about many of the issues. And I think our technical folks have provided a great resource as we've gone through this process as well. So I'm pleased with where the rules are today. I recognize there are some difficult decisions that you all will have the opportunity to wrestle with, but I think we've done a lot of work on a lot of the other topics to get it to a fairly consensus-ish place on many of the issues. So next slide, Chris. So what were our goals? What were staff's goals as we were entering into this? 1, creating a publicly viewable map. 2, obtaining mapping information for that, again, subset of off-location flow lines for which we only have riser data. 3, making sure we are inspecting before inactive temporarily abandoned wells, inactive shut-in wells, or non-deactivated flow lines are returned to an active use, making sure we have the opportunity to be on site and inspect. 4, updating our abandonment rules, making sure we take a good hard look at those. And then 5, clarifications and rule improvements. Agencies don't often have the opportunity to come back to a rule topic so quickly after overhauling it. And I think that we've had the opportunity to clean up some things that didn't work as well. And that's a good thing. So some of those changes are kind of scattered throughout. Next slide, Chris, please. So now we're into what I would say the meat of the presentation in terms of substance. What are the 4 big issues? I'm going to walk through those in fairly summary fashion with some background and some context. And then, queuing this all up for comment. So issue 1, I forgot a heading there, but anyway, is really about mapping, right? And allowing public disclosure of flow line information. Next slide. We have proposed this language in Rule 1101E subpart 1 at this time, and as of Monday, staff recommends that all off-location flow lines and crude oil transfer lines can be seen on the COGCC public map viewer at scales greater than or equal to 1 to 6,000, which is 1 inch equals 500 feet. And as I've been working through this process with many stakeholders, we've gone back and forth between using the scale or what 1 inch equals. And so I will try to be very attentive to only using the scale, but making sure we are all using the same language will be important to make sure we understand what people are saying. I think the most consistent party positions presented on this issue are that mapping information should only be available to scales greater than or equal to 1 to 24,000. This standard is consistent with what the federal government makes available on its pipeline mapping system. And then the counterpoint to this position is that information should be available at scales greater than or equal to 1 to 1,200, which allows for much more granular detail for folks who are evaluating proximity of their property to oil and gas subsurface facilities. I think what I had Chris do, thank you, Chris, and he busted his butt last night to get this done for me because I asked for it too late, but is try to put together a map of a fake flow line. So I want everybody to know that this is a fake flow line, but to illustrate what it would look like on our map to see a flow line at a scale of 1 to 24,000, next, Chris, 1 to 6,000, and then next, 1 to 1,200. I think without that level of detail, it feels very, very ethereal. Yeah, and we'll go back now. So again, let's go back to maybe 1 to 24,000, Chris. Right, this is a real neighborhood, this is a real aerial, this is really what our map system looks like, but the flow line's fake. And so then 1 to 6,000 maybe, and then 1 to 1,200. So I hope that sets some important information out for you all as you are weighing what the different parties are presenting on this issue. It is probably one of the thornier issues facing you today based on party filings. I'm sure did you have a question?
I just wondered if you had an illustration of what happens if you try to look at it closer, like if you tried to look at this view, but for 1 to 24,000.
What do you, I'm sorry. Anything. It's the same view, right? It's just zooming in.
Yeah.
Maybe present it again, the 1, 2, and 3. So
okay.
It's really clear what.
Can you go back to 1 to 24,000? Okay, so this is all the same flow line. That blue line is not changing location as we move.
Right. But if you zoomed in when it's mapped at this scale, then at some point you actually won't see that on the map.
And so that is the question posed to you today. Our staff recommends that if you go one more forward, Chris, that at this scale and anything higher, 1 to 12,000, 1 to 24,000, you would be able to see the flow line. But if you go to a scale of 1 to 5,999, that blue line would no longer be displayed. So you'd still see the area, you'd still see any of the other oil and gas features, just not the flow line. And I think that we pulled most of the other oil and gas features and other layers that you can put on the map off of this just to shine a bright light on what flow lines would look like. So is that fair, Chris? Would you? He's really our GIS whiz, and we're really lucky to have him here today in case questions come up that I sure as heck am not qualified to answer.
Director Hopkins?
Maybe you're going to get to this shortly, so if you are, just ignore the question. But also in your latest staff draft, the 19th, you also indicated that you were recommending that people could come to COGCC offices to do that and get more detailed, even below perhaps 1 and 6,000, so that they could look at their individual parcels. And I don't know whether or not, if you have any comments on why you put that in or how that works and reactions to stakeholders. I guess since you haven't heard from them yet, maybe that should wait. But anyway, just a little bit of thought of that if you weren't planning on covering it later.
No, I'm happy to take it up now. It's in my notes to talk about, but I don't have a slide specific to it. Staff did recommend that individuals be able to come in and look at parcel specific information. And I think that this is an attempt to balance the calls from many stakeholders to have very precise information about their property. And so the idea is they can come down, take a look at it, understand what it is, understand the operators they need to contact, and be able to move forward with that information in a way that's appropriate. We're suggesting the balance of the publicly available map viewer for that information to disappear at a certain point in time to ensure that people generally are using 811 to locate subsurface utilities and to not create a duplicative resource in that vein. At the same time, we understand people want to know what's going on under their homes to the extent we can provide it. So to us, that was the balance of kind of competing priorities with protecting public health in this space. So does that help and answer your question,
Yes.
Commissioner?
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to hear what you thought.
And we did propose that language in our November 4th draft. So stakeholders did have the opportunity to weigh in on the concept, I think we did. I should double check that, but I will. Other questions about scale and mapping? And do you want to look at them one more time? And we'll have this available throughout the day.
Just go ahead.
Commissioner Oberturf.
First of all, I just want to say thank you. I think having this visual representation is so incredibly helpful. If you haven't already, I just wonder if we could get this emailed to us so that we can go back and look at it later when we're discussing.
Yes, we have a PDF of it that I think we're working on getting posted also. So we'll work on that. Yeah.
And if you could just go back to the one that you're recommending, and if there are any specific reasons why you picked this scale or not, it's not the one.
The 6,000.
The next one, but there we go.
Commissioner Eaton, I'm going to be perfectly candid, and it's a little bit embarrassing. It felt a little bit like a Goldilocks test. There isn't much data, right, outside of what the position that PHMSA has taken about what it deems appropriate to protect this caliber of information. When I look at 1 to 24,000, it doesn't seem to provide much detail for an individual lot. And so that's really the sum total of my, very thoughtful scientific analysis is, but I would rather tell you the truth about what it felt like to me based on the feedback I've heard from stakeholders, based on the conversations around this topic I've heard over the past 2 years, and probably my own experience and the staff's own experience with this information.
Thank you.
But you would have this information, on a website, and then potentially it'd be 1 to 6,000. But then, someone on a computer can try to zero it in more on their house, and if they really want to see the fine details, they'll show up to your office, sit next to someone on your staff, and really look at inch by inch potentially.
Yes, as you'll see, if we go down to the 1 to 1,200, our aerials get really blurry as you get in. And so there's all of these competing factors about what's the degree of accurate and precise information we're providing. And that's part of the challenge and part of what weighs in my mind at setting a threshold below which the information is no longer displayed is we do have challenges with accuracy and precision just given the aerials that we use. So.
Commissioner Putnam.
I had a question about the option to come into the COGCC offices. That's great if you're in Denver. If you're elsewhere in the state, was there consideration given to perhaps working with local partners, Lafayette County or Weld County or Larimer County or somebody to, provide some additional ability for people to access that information?
That's a very timely question because I had a conversation in the hall that kind of feeds into that, an answer to that. And I would say indirectly, yes. I know we only have offices in Denver and Rifle, and so that presents some challenges. That being said, at the request of, I believe it's the city of Aurora, who really wanted a live database into which were they kind of like an online platform, and Chris should correct all of my language on this, but a platform so that they get a direct view into what our system says on a day-to-day basis. So they asked for that, and we accommodated that request. We thought it was a good idea, a better way to manage data. And then they also asked for the ability to make our information available to their citizens. And so we specifically revised the language in 1105E2 in the most recent draft to acknowledge that local governments can reproduce and make that information available to their citizens. Obviously, we have some data limitations on what they can provide. And so I think that we may have some challenges to work through, but I think partnering with the local governments could be a really good place to help make sure folks do have access to information in a place that's closer to their home or work.
Thank you.
What rule was that?
1101, not 1105. 1101E2, and it follows the discussion of the public disclosure on the online map. And I have checked, we did propose the coming into our office in the November 4th draft, and then clarified what that would mean in the November 18th draft.
Commissioner Boygan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is the right time to raise this again. We may be getting into it when you present the draft rule, but if someone's looking at the map and clicks on this view, does it also link to the Form 44 so that the person looking at the map can then get into the actual Form 44 and get information about who owns the line and any other details that are on that
Right.
form?
I'm going to start answering that question and may need some help from Chris as well. But if somebody hovers their mouse or their pointer over that line, a text box will come up that is populated with the attributes available. The operator, the line size, the spatial location, operator, fluid type, pipe material type, and pipe size. So that will appear if somebody just hovers over the line. If they actually click, I'm not quite as sure. It will click and take them through to the Form 44. Yes, I'm phoning a friend over here. So.
Can
Follow up, Commissioner Boygan and Commissioner Hopkins.
And so if that operator sells the line, the Form 44 has to be updated to reflect that, right?
That is true. Yes, Commissioner.
And the data.
Yes.
Commissioner Hopkins.
A question on the E2 local government that you're just discussing. I'm just taking a look at it, and what I see is that the sole purpose for providing that information to local governments was for their emergency management, planning, and development. And then they say the local government only only reproduce or publish data that the COGCC makes publicly available through its website. So it doesn't exactly say that the local governments could work with their individual citizens as a kind of a surrogate or partnership.
Right.
At least that's the way I read it. So I just wanted to get deep.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I will take that feedback, and I think you've correctly represented the line or the language that there could be room for improvement, and we need to think about that. I think.
Okay.
So next slide, I guess we've kind of already discussed the actual language, but this is the language that is proposed. It's all in red line. And so throughout my presentation, what I have included is what would be reflected as changes to existing rules. There were 3 different drafts to choose from, and I picked that option. So that's why all of this is in red, is this would be all new regulatory language, but it does reflect some evolution through staff's drafts starting in October. So next slide. So now that we've adequately addressed mapping, I hope to help give you all a framework. I'd like to jump into the question of specificity. And again, to me, it might look like a typo because I have the same language in green, but to be able to get to the point of publicly disclosing on a map all off-location flow line information, we actually need to gather it first for that subcategory of flow lines that were in existence on or before May 1st, 2018. So next slide. This is staff has proposed language about specificity in Rule 1101B3C. I started with mapping because I think if we start with mapping, it helps the what specificity means in the context we've used it through this proceeding make more sense. And so again, keeping in mind that we're gathering GIS data about infrastructure that has already been buried, what tools are available, one, to gather it, and two, what do we expect in terms of accuracy for that information? There is the opportunity, and all operators are still required to comply with 811 if they're called for a utility locate and need to go out and locate any portion of their line, subject to the one call notification within 18 to an accuracy of 18 inches. So that is a separate category or bucket, and nothing in our rules overrides that requirement to provide that degree of accuracy in the event of a call to 811. However, in terms of actually mapping the entire length of a line, staff has recommended that we require a horizontal positional accuracy of plus or minus 25 feet, which means that at worst, we have a 50-foot corridor in which an off-location flow line in existence prior to May 1, 2018 is located. To us, accuracy is important, and many stakeholders have called for plus or minus 3 feet. To get to that level of detail with infrastructure that has already been buried largely requires going out and doing a utility locate, which can also require actually potholing to locate the existence of that line. There are some worker safety concerns with digging into an active line, as well as environmental disturbance, traffic, those kinds of different bigger picture pieces. So I think, again, we are weighing two competing public safety priorities in talking to our environmental staff, who are going to be the folks responding in the event of a released spill or leak from one of these facilities. They felt that a 50-foot corridor is something that they can manage and would be appropriate, and is something they would be looking at anyway in the event of that type of incident. So that is where staff has settled. Again, I think that the primary party position on this topic is plus or minus 3 feet, and that is possible. That is the standard for which we're largely expecting everything new to be located. Because you can actually use an instrument walking a line to obtain horizontal positional accuracy as you're installing it, which is different from something that's already been buried.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a quick question. Some of the party statements, I think, especially the local governments, it suggested there was, and I forget there's a brand name mentioned, but a kind of a sonic technology that could allow location at that plus or minus 3 foot accuracy without potholing. And I'm curious why staff discounted that or didn't think that might work.
Yeah, there are devices you can insert.
Mark, state your name.
This is Mark Schlagenhoff. I'm the engineering integrity supervisor. You know, we've heard you can do like a probe or utility sonde in the pipe and get about 1,000 feet. If you have a place you can insert it. So while it's possible, it would require a fair bit of effort to do so. So it is possible, technically possible, to do additional work, various methods that can be used. We've also talked to people about ground penetrating radar, and then you have to interpret that data. So there's a number of methods that could be used to do so if it was required to have a more accurate determination. It's really a question of, do you need more accurate information, and do you want operators to spend to make the effort to accurately locate the historic lines?
Commissioner Eden.
Go ahead. So I'm just curious if for these lines that have not been spatially located, when you call 811 and you're have a line somewhere in there, would they not have to do this kind of location within 12 inches of the, and how would that look? And I understand that you're going to be looking at shorter runs potentially, but even how do you know where it is at this point, where you know where it is, so you know to call? I mean, who to, you know what I mean, who to call and where it really would be.
Right, and so that has to do to some degree with 811's registration process and what information the operator has submitted to 811, and then 811 kind of blocks out a chunk when it gets a utility locate call and says, here are the tier 1 members, and 811 contacts those members directly to do the locate, and then there are tier 2 members that the person requesting the locate has to call individually. We've required all of our operators to be tier 1 so they get immediate notification from 811. In terms of like going out into the field and doing the work, I think that is a wonderful question for one of our industry folks to be very precise about what they do, because we're not doing it. But we felt that with GIS, with aerials that are showing disturbance paths from from the installation of these lines, we can get a very good understanding of where they are. And it's what our orphan well team is currently doing. As we inherit assets that have off location flow lines, they're looking at aerials and other best available data, recorded rights of way, to define where we think those orphan flow lines are as well.
One question: in the number of miles that you estimated for being in this category, that's really a point-to-point measurement. I mean, an estimate based on sort of riser to straight line to riser to riser, or because I think they don't all go in a straight line.
That's fair. And I think that yes, there will be some change, I would agree, in the mileage as a result of the increasing accuracy of the data about the actual location.
Commissioner Boygan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wasn't there also an issue of timing and how long it would take to get the information? The way I understood industry's presentations, it was, apart from the potholing issue, which is something that we, would probably need to address, and surface access and other constraints. I understood them to be saying, yeah, if you want us to provide a closer approximation or line locate, we can do it, but we don't think we could do it for all of our lines by the proposed deadline. And so we would want to discuss that further. Do I understand that correctly?
I think you correctly characterized industry's concern on that point, yes.
So was it sort of a question of what can we do now and what's feasible now, and to get us sort of the maximum benefit in the shortest period of time, with the potential of maybe doing something more in the future or as technology changes or whatever?
Right. I think it does recognize some of the technology limitations. I think it is technology is evolving to do better, as Commissioner Putnam has asked about. And then
Commissioner Jolan.
Following up on the both the technology and the timing for location, is there a difference for lines that were put in before 1996 or 1997 for technology for location versus lines that are post 1997? And is that something to think about in this discussion?
My recollection is that in 1996 is when the commission imposed a requirement that all lines must be locatable or have a tracer line buried with them. And so that's typically you're burying a metallic tracer line with a poly line. And so I think it probably, my assumption, and Stuart should probably chime in, is that lines installed after 1996 necessarily would be easier to locate than a poly line installed pre-1996 without a tracer line.
So potentially not require holing. That was kind of, yeah, that was where I was going.
I would have
unknown.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think you have the correct perspective in that if it's a metal line or if it has a tracer line, you can put a small electrical current on that, and then you may see the folks out in the street sometimes doing those locates. That's how they would do it, and they could get a good depiction of where that line is, again, that has a plus or minus scenario on it. Even those locate folks right there in the street will tell you a plus or minus of several feet. Hence, you need to start digging cautiously. And that's where it's very important to have a representative out there from whoever owns that line to be watching and cognizant of that. And that's part of the idea here is you will always have a plus or minus of where that line is. So that's part of the perspective, but you're correct that there are poly lines that may not have that tracer line that were built before that time frame. And those are the difficult ones.
Commissioner Overturf.
So, Ms. Murphy, you mentioned perhaps requiring the new lines that are installed after the promulgation of these rules to be located within plus or minus 3 feet, but that isn't reflected in the rules. And so is that a staff proposal?
Commissioner Overturf, can I jump in?
Of course.
Great, thanks. So one, I think this applies to more than just lines from the day these rules are effective going forward. The expectation of more accurate, more precise data is something that this commission codified in 2018 for new off-location flow lines, for existing or for new crude oil transfer lines. In that Rule 215, and I'm going to lead you through the Byzantine, steps of our rules, requires positional accuracy for the instruments used to locate lines or other oil and gas facilities. And so those requirements put sideboards on the horizontal accuracy of the flow line being located.
So necessarily by complying with the rules that we adopted in 2018, lines that are installed currently today will have a higher level of accuracy than what's required by these rules. Okay.
Yes.
My other question is I think this goes to similar to what Commissioner Jolan was talking about, but did staff consider, and if so, why did staff decide not to pursue an approach where a greater degree of accuracy is required unless you are a polyline that does not have a tracer? So in other words, I recognize that there are situations where there's simply a plastic pipe and it's more difficult to identify and so may require excavation. It's not clear to me what percentage of lines that constitutes. None of the parties from what I've seen have really given an estimate of how many lines that is or what sort of the universe is that we're talking about. And so it's hard for me to understand, is that most of them? Is it just a few? And so we should be requiring a higher level of accuracy because the vast majority of lines could be located to a degree of accuracy greater than plus or minus 25 feet without the use of invasive procedures like potholing.
Commissioner Overturf, I think both your question and Commissioner Jolan's question are great feedback that we need to take into account. And I hope you both pose those questions to industry as well to help understand what that world looks like. I'll try to work with our technical staff to get an idea, if we can get an approximation of, based on the Form 44, the flow line reports that we have reviewed and approved that only have point-to-point data, if we can distinguish how many are poly, how many are metal. I can try to get to the degree of when they were installed, but I don't know how much of a lift that is in a fairly short period of time, but we will follow up and be in touch.
And can I just say in response that I think the slides from earlier on in your presentation that show the amount of mileage that's in each bucket is really helpful. So that helps put it into context. And I guess I'm just looking for a further level of specificity. To the extent anyone sitting in the audience wants to provide that to me, I would be very grateful.
Commissioner Hopkins.
I may be totally off base on this, and I'm certainly going to ask the stakeholders to explain it a little also. But this specification, plus or minus 20 feet, plus or minus 3 feet, will that really basically determine when a citizen looks at the map that they can trust that particular line
in one case plus or minus 25 feet from where it is shown on the map, because it would probably show the center line of the pipeline, or in the other case, plus or minus 3 feet on a map. Is that really kind of what does a citizen need in terms of accuracy that you might want to think about a bit, or am I completely off in terms of the limitations of how you would read that map with those kind of different types of specifications for how confident the confidence interval is for that?
Can I ask that question differently?
You sure can.
If we're talking about the attributes that are displayed when somebody hovers over a line, should we have an attribute that describes the data accuracy such that, is that?
Well, no, it's more like so I'm looking at this map.
Mm-hmm.
And if my impression is if we're going to require a plus or minus 25 feet, it could be anywhere within that 50-foot swath. So if I was looking at this map, and I come to the COGCC offices and take a look at your different scales and such, I still, and I'm not saying that this is bad or good, I'm just saying that when I interpret that map, I would know that I have a 50-foot possible level of uncertainty. And in the other case, I'd have a 3-foot difference in uncertainty when I look at that map, I think. And I'm not crazy about having a whole bunch of different specifications for different pipelines, because then you'd have, this one has plus or minus 25 feet, this plus or minus 3 feet. When you look at that map, so I'm just trying to think about what does a person need in terms of how close do they have to really have? And I know it should be specified, but I'm just wondering, am I missing something there? Because that's the way I think I would interpret that map if I knew what the data was that went into it.
So
plus or minus 25 feet. So
as proposed, some lines would have a different degree of accuracy, and staff could certainly make that information available if it would be helpful. Again, there aren't a ton of folks who map these types of lines, so we often look to our federal counterparts. And for PHMSA, an operator submits the data quality that they anticipate their locational data has. And plus, being in a 50-foot corridor is considered excellent data quality for PHMSA standards. 50 to 300 is very good. 300 to 500, I think, is good or average or something. And then 1,000 to 3,000 is poor. And then above 3,000 is basically unknown. I mean, I'm really good at that scale up to 300 feet, but after that, it kind of falls apart. So having that degree of difference in terms of data quality isn't an unknown or isn't an unfamiliar thing to have in the regulatory environment. And then I think the other piece that is to be kept in mind when we're thinking about the mapping and the scale and then the specificity is what is it that we are communicating and desiring to communicate to the public? I think it's important for people to know what is near them. What does near mean? And then we're back to kind of the Goldilocks test, where I felt like 1 to 6,000 afforded enough information about a flow line's path. But as we're thinking about that, and as we think about what a 50-foot corridor looks like on that map, I mean, I would have to do the math, but it's like 1 inch equals 500 feet. So it's 1/10 of an inch on the map would be a 50-foot corridor, if I've done the math correctly.
And I think the scale is actually a different issue from the specificity. You know what I mean?
Specificity.
Yeah,
I should have
really
picked a different
think
word.
the specifics. I mean, in other words, if you require an operator to give you a 3-foot degree of certainty, that means when I read that map and I get to your lowest resolution or the most fine type of detail, where I can start being meaningful, I'll know I'm plus or minus 3 feet away from my house. If I have a 3-foot, if we require 3-foot specific measurement. If we have a 25-foot plus or minus, I would then look at that line and say, gee, if I'm not, if I look at it relative 25, I'm not arguing for one or the other. I'm not arguing for 3 feet or 25 feet. I'm just trying to interpret what you would get from reading that map and what the degree of uncertainty is when you look at that map. I do think you get a little bit more uncertainty with the 25-foot specification than you would at the 3, but I just want to raise the issue, see what you say, and certainly I'd be interested in where the experts are in terms of who do this type of thing, what they think about it. Because I think it directly relates to how useful the map is.
This is Mark Schlagenhoff, Engineering Integrity Supervisor again. One of the things to keep in mind when we're looking at this is often we're not looking at a single line, we're looking at multiple pipelines in a corridor. And so when you do this, if you think of a right of way or something, yes, plus or minus 25 feet is reasonable. Whereas if you say, well, we have to know it precisely where every line is in the corridor, you don't really need to know that. You just need to know this corridor has multiple pipelines in it. And I think that's kind of the approach we've taken here, was a plus or minus 25 feet.
Commissioner Messner.
Got it. Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about how smart pigging with the, this is a thing, right? With GPS capabilities, can play into locating some of these things?
I think it's a good question, and I'll defer in a moment to Mark and Stuart about the specifics, but I think Commissioner Overture probably spent a fair amount of time learning about smart pigs about a year and a half ago. So at that point in time, the commission did adopt a rule requiring if pigs are being run, that they be smart, so we can get geolocation or GIS information about lines if they were not otherwise located. So I think we have made sure that we've created that expectation, and hopefully as a result we've gotten data that we would not have otherwise gathered for pre-existing pre-May 1st, 2018 lines. After that, in terms of the technical, how does it work, what does it do, I would defer to Mark and Stuart to jump in.
And I think specifically, is there the opportunity to expand the utilization of those in order to generate the necessary information on some of these locations?
Smart pigging is very accurate. It can definitely get you to that three foot scenario. The key point is smart pigs are usually run and on larger size pipes. That's more the PHMSA type pipe or gathering line pipes. Those that are 6 5/8 or 8 5/8, that's usually the smallest size. Technology is changing, microcircuitry and whatnot. It's getting smaller. We had some discussions with service providers, and they're working towards that more 4-inch line. What we found is there's a few companies out there. I'm going to use it golf ball size, which is the simple ball that they could pump through. You have a GIS location where you start. It runs through the system and gets a kind of an XY of what path it took, and then you could back calculate where that line is. So those are more in the kind of trial stages. I believe there was a company out of Canada that was working on that. So it's a growing technology. It's not quite there yet, would be my answer on these smaller upstream lines. You all are talking about this GIS system. I can't help but speak a little bit and keep in mind that the aerial image you're looking at, yes, it has the very clear pictures, but you got to imagine that that's taken from a satellite and you have distortions in there. And when you put that image on the picture, on a flat image, there is distortion. They kind of stretch it. And where you can really see that is if you look at our website and go toggle through the aerial images, you'll see those houses kind of move a little bit. So I guess I want to make sure everybody realizes that that's an impression of where that house is. That's not really telling you exactly where the house is. So when we talk about accuracy, being able to look and see and measure, it's a perspective thing. And that's where we get a little bit fancy in trying to use these, the commission's mapping system. It's an impression of where that line is. And you're not going to be able to walk out there X feet and say, ah, this is where it is. That's why we really want to rely for that 811. And, so keep that perspective in mind. At least I guess I want to put that perspective out there.
And I appreciate that perspective, because I do think that there's certainly these distortions that occur, but I do also think that having the best data to start with minimizes those distortions. If you're starting with distorted data, then you distort it again, then you have the potential to really create some inaccuracies, correct? And so I appreciate that perspective, but I'm just trying to understand, what technologies may be available for creating that specificity, because I continue to hear, particularly from operators, that technology will be the solution here to safety. And so I'm trying to understand what that technology is.
Do any of you know how long the FIPSA standard has been in place for? Has it been updated anytime recently, or?
Commissioner, Chair,
the ratios?
The 1 to 24,000?
Yeah.
I believe it's been in place for a while, and I also believe that we have somebody in the room who's going to be prepared to answer questions for you that knows a lot more about it than I do. So can we jump back into the presentation now? I think we've talked a lot about specificity, and let's move on to another big picture issue around abandonment. We think this keys closely into our direction to protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. And so next slide. Our abandonment process. This has been something that has been a work in progress, very much so. I think we've wanted to, from day one, revisit abandonment and what makes sense for the state of Colorado. And we've gone through, we proposed first language in October, and then chose not to make changes to the process around abandonment in place and the reasons why an operator could abandon in place, given the volume of feedback we received from parties, from public comment, and then from the number of random calls I got from different organizations who didn't want to be a party but sure had a perspective on whether we should be allowing abandonment in place or whether we should be requiring removal. It's been one of the most interesting issues I've had the opportunity to work on in the last few years in terms of the cross-section of perspectives. And we walked into this issue saying the presumption should be removal of abandoned flow lines and crude oil transfer lines. And that is at odds with how most of our other subsurface utilities are designed, constructed, and installed. And so I think Colorado, if we pursue this presumption, will be a leader or out in front or out completely to the side, depending on how you probably think about it, on this issue. I think it is interesting. I think it presents much more complicated balancing of impacts than I appreciated when we first started looking at this issue in August. So to summarize, where we landed last week with the benefit of voluminous stakeholder input is creating kind of a tiered system of review for abandonment in place. There are some circumstances where we think it is appropriate to abandon in place without much review by the agency. I call those the low review category. There are some reasons for abandonment in place that we think warrant kind of a medium level look. And then there are some reasons for abandonment in place that we can't identify today, but that there should be a catch-all available for circumstances we can't identify today for abandonment in place. And under that scenario, the director would take the hardest look at whether abandonment in place was appropriate when balancing the impacts of removal with the risk and impact of removal. I think I butchered that a little bit. Anyway, so if we can go to the next slide, maybe. As I said, low, medium, high review. The standards and the reasons that we think warrant the lowest level of review would be an agreement executed by the current surface owner, a federal government directive, flow lines that are co-located with other active pipelines or utilities, and then revegetation is successful or is in process. I'm going to go through these quickly, recognizing our time is short, and trust that you will ask me and many other parties questions about it. So going into the low review, this is the language we've proposed again in 1105D. If we jump now to medium review, Chris, this still, the director review still tends to assume, I would say, that abandonment in place is appropriate, meaning that removal would only be appropriate if the director makes a finding that impacts from abandoning in place are greater. And then high review, again, is that the director has to make a finding that abandonment in place is least impactful. So again, this has been a very hot topic, and I'm happy to take questions about it. This is where staff landed based on, again, voluminous stakeholder input on many sides of this issue. Commissioner Putnam. Oh, sorry, I don't get to call on you.
Yeah, Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This won't come as a surprise question, but I think I've been struggling with our, at least at CDPHE, overall efforts to try to get the state into compliance with the air quality standards. And so struggling a little bit with the presumption removal of all these flow lines being a massive construction project, largely undertaken with diesel equipment that will be brought to and from, and the material brought to and from with more diesel equipment. And so that gives me pause. And so trying to understand the balance of that impact on the environment versus whatever additional increment of public safety benefit we get, and whether there are ways to kind of focus that on areas in proximity to homes, or likely future proximity to homes, or other ways of kind of getting around it, knowing that, you know, we're trying to reduce the amount of diesel emissions and not increase it. So I want to make sure that we're getting bang from the buck from a environmental perspective, knowing that, you know, all those emissions have human health impacts, just like the valid safety concerns here. And then you throw in additional truck traffic, there are road fatalities, other sort of things. So I'm just trying to understand the kind of presumption in which way that should tilt.
Commissioner Putnam, that is one of the issues that our friends at Air Quality brought forward, and was one that in August I hadn't contemplated. When we were looking at this in August, we were thinking about obviously ensuring that there is not a flow path for hydrocarbons or other pollutants in a pipe. If we're capping both ends, we've mitigated that risk so long as there isn't damage to the pipe itself or the poly pipe. And also the compaction issue, right? If we've compacted to install a pipe, that then can also create a preferential flow path in the subsurface. That doesn't account for the concerns that you've articulated. And I think that those concerns, the concerns from folks around excavating near water bodies, concerns from wildlife communities about disturbing surface, have helped really add to the complexity of this analysis. And I think it's why we've settled on recommending very different paths, recognizing that there are some places where the environmental impacts of removal are known well enough in advance. Those are quantifiable. We know what they are today as compared to the hypothetical or future risk. I think that I'm very interested in looking at other ways of either balancing this, or if there's a way to incorporate concerns around emissions, given especially what's happening in the non-attainment zone, how we can support your agency's work on that. So I think that I will be listening closely to other party comments about how do we account for that as we're looking through an appropriate abandonment process. The other piece that's important and that is reflected in staff's draft is that review takes a lot of time. And so making sure we've correctly accounted for how to best utilize staff resources in reviewing abandonment in place versus removal. And that again is a reflection in kind of low, medium, high review for us. So I think it's a very important question you raised, Commissioner, and I don't have a very precise answer for it right now, except that I think it's worth thinking through and continuing to talk about it in the next day and a half.
Thank you.
Next. Okay, great. Issue 4, reactivation. Again, I don't believe this to be a controversial topic among the parties, but for one piece of it, but wanted to highlight it because it is critically important to implementing the directives of Senate Bill 181 as it amends 3460-106-19. And so this is around the commission inspecting if a deactive flow line, inspecting a deactivated flow line, temporarily abandoned, shut-in well that are also inactive before they're returned to production or injection. So next slide. This is brought into a couple of different rule subparts. First in 1102.0, and that is what relates to flow lines. And then Rule 326B and C as it relates to inactive, temporarily abandoned wells and inactive shut-in wells. Let's go ahead and move forward, Chris. The language here on this slide is the language that staff has proposed in 1102O. I think a number of where we ended today reflect some input from many stakeholders. The piece that's most in controversy is the amount of time something must be inactive or unused before the director must be notified and a pressure test must be conducted. Some parties are requesting that 90 days to be 30. Other parties are requesting that the 90 days should be 1 year for produced water transfer systems and 180 days for all other flow lines or crude oil transfer lines. So next slide, Chris. Turning now to the shut-in wells and temporarily abandoned wells. I think one thing I want to make clear is that often the work to reactivate a flow line would be done in concert with the work to return a well to production or injection. And so we're requiring the same form so that it's possible to submit a single form instead of multiple forms for the same equipment and work. So that's just kind of an observation. We're now to the point where I was just going to kind of painstakingly go through the different changes that we've proposed. And oops, no, I'm not.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Could I ask one?
Yeah. Commissioner Boygan.
And you don't have to answer it now, but I'd like at some point some discussion of the issue of the difference between a shut-in well and a temporarily abandoned well, because it has pretty significant consequences in terms of when MIT tests have to be conducted, for example, and the extent to which the rules maybe create some ambiguity around that.
So the language in the statute uses 3 terms that are defined terms for us: inactive, temporarily abandoned, and shut-in. Inactive means a well that has not produced or injected for 1 year or more. It is kind of a broader category of wells that are either shut-in or temporarily abandoned. A shut-in well is one where effectively somebody could turn a valve to return it to production. A temporarily abandoned well needs mechanical intervention or the return of a piece of equipment to return it to production. And so we've tried to track directly what the statute had told us to do, which is inactive, temporarily abandoned, inactive shut-in, without adjusting those definitions. Does that help contextualize what we've done and perhaps some of the ambiguity? Or if I've missed it, maybe Stuart should.
No, it's clear, obviously, how you've tracked the statute. I'm just, I guess, asking whether you've given further thought to either the statute or the regulations providing definitions or color on the statute. Maybe not in connection with this rulemaking specifically, but in general.
I do think that this commission likely will have a robust conversation around what the Silger report calls idle wells, which is now another term that to me encompasses the same concepts of inactive, temporarily abandoned, and shut-in. And I would recommend deferring that broader conversation, given that we've got a lot of work to do on our plate today, and this is pretty critical. So. I would ask the commissioners, I mean, it's noon, I think staff's fairly out of time. Is it helpful for me to quickly walk through the changes?
You can continue.
Okay, great.
All right.
Okay, Chris. So the first one, we created 4 different statuses of flow lines. This is something we tried really hard not to do in 2018, but because of changes in PHMSA's regulations, we needed to accommodate where our jurisdiction extends to the same piece of pipe. And so we've tried to create 4. I think the most important pieces are that unless something is in active status or is completely abandoned, its risers must be out of service, locked, and tagged. And that is to prevent somebody from inadvertently attaching equipment to a riser. And then jumping into the kind of flow line and crude oil transfer line registrations, the big change that we've made to both of these provisions is allowing for multiple lines to be uploaded using the same Form 44. We have a little bit of a back-end IT challenge on that, but overall we think that it's very important to be able to understand an entire system, and we can solve the IT problems of multiple lines with a single form. So our folks are working hard with a couple of operators who have these system-wide registration questions. We also have moved to kind of a 90-day, sorry, can you go back real quick? Sorry. Moved to a 90-day reporting cycle. A lot of our other reporting cycles from 2018 were on a 30-day period, which was overwhelming staff's ability to process it and review it. And so looking at something on a 90-day timeline helps us do better. And then we've requested GIS data for everything instead of as-built. So that was something that our technical folks and our field folks thought would be just as effective. And so let's simplify our regulatory requirements. Next slide. I think we've talked enough about information sharing with local govs, but I'm happy to take questions about it. Next slide. Installation. We wanted to clarify that we do want caution tape above pipelines that are being installed from the effective date forward to help prevent unintended incidences with digging. And so that's that. We also heard feedback from a number of stakeholders around installation. At installation, we should be avoiding not just ag, road and utility construction and secondary stresses, but also land under construction structures and wildlife resources. This is one area where we did get a lot of stakeholder input and interest in making sure that we understand how we can actually implement minimizing interference with wildlife resources. And if we're not looking at the front end on how we're avoiding it, how can we then necessarily minimize or mitigate it? And I think that that is a very important conversation that this commission should take up as part of the mission change rulemaking. I put a few sentences in the statement of basis and purpose to that effect because it is a framework shift, but it's something that I think we need to look at for the entire oil and gas location, not just the flow lines. And then I think we can look at the good work that this commission has done in promulgating flow line regulations and how does that fit into and factor into the review process on the front end. So next slide, Chris. Repair and maintenance. We want, or oops, typo on that slide. So making sure we have enough cover and the operators are using pipe that's designed to be exposed if it's going to be exposed. These are important cleanup changes. Topsoil management and reclamation. We want topsoil managed. We narrowed the window or the trench size that does not require topsoil reclamation. And in concert with talking to our reclamation folks, hopefully 8 inches is something where the vegetation on each side can revegetate the trench itself. So that's the thinking around 12 to 8 inches. Next slide. Inspection. This has been a topic of conversation, and I think people are still working through it. There are 2 issues that are bound up in this proposed language. One is the request from local governments that all off-location flow lines be subject to third-party inspection verification. We have added that in, and so it is now expected, and going forward, we will require a third-party verification that off-location flow lines and crude oil transfer lines are installed as designed and intended. The second piece that our staff wanted to build in and suggested was that the inspection must be done by a professional engineer or someone working under the supervision of a professional engineer. The feedback that we got is that that's an incredibly narrow branch of engineering that would be able to certify it. And so we should be looking to other training other trainings and certifications that would empower somebody to have sufficient training to protect public health, safety, welfare when conducting that inspection. So we broadened the category of workers. My understanding of one of the issues is that the broadened category of folks only contemplates people who are qualified to inspect steel welded lines. And we also have poly lines that are subject to this. So I think that you'll probably have a request to broaden that out. And we're working through what that looks like, and I'm trying to review it now.
Commissioner Overturf.
Thank you. So putting aside the question of who is allowed to conduct the inspections, I think the concept of third-party inspections is really interesting to me. And I wonder if staff considered a similar requirement for those lines that are allowed to be abandoned in place. Because I think one of the tensions that I've seen in the testimony is that some parties say, well, when you do all the things according to the rules, abandoning in place is perfectly safe. And other parties say, well, yeah, if you do all the things that are required by the rules, but that doesn't always happen. So I wonder if staff considered that. And if not, if you think it would be something that would be worthwhile to explore with the parties.
I'm going to fast forward now to the abandonment requirements and 1105F in particular. Staff has recommended that with the flow line report, Form 44, that is submitted to the Commission upon the completion of abandonment of an off-location flow line or a crude oil transfer line, that the operator include a certification that all requirements for abandonment in place have been satisfied. So I think that's a step towards what you're
by
talking
the
about.
operator rather than by a third
Correct.
party.
Yes, and so I think I understand the question. Repair and maintenance, we wanted to add a couple of standards, and then subpart 7 here is also repeated in the maintenance section. We'd initially required locking out and tagging out for repair and maintenance, but that can get in conflict with OSHA's requirements that are fairly specific about when you lock out, tag out when conducting repair and maintenance. And so we instead moved to a very performance-based standard of taking reasonable precaution to prevent releases. That was our goal in requiring locking and tagging out, and it seemed to accomplish the same objective without getting folks crosswise with OSHA. Next slide. Record keeping, a couple of stakeholders wanted a great deal more specificity in the records we are mandating be kept. So we built that into the record keeping section. Next slide. Integrity management, there are a couple of pieces that I think improve the technical function of integrity management. I would say the one place where we did not follow a request from some of the local governments is the extension of 1104G, the leak detection to all off-location flow lines. Given that these are three-phase liquids, there were some challenges with that. So I think that about summarizes integrity management. Next slide. Leak detection and investigation. This is one of the rules that I think is really foundational and really important to close an unintentional gap that we left from 2018, in that we said you need to report all leaks to us, but we didn't necessarily explicitly say also go in and investigate. And so this makes sure that we are requiring that investigation and also funnels that investigation into our pre-existing process in 906B around spills and releases. And so it builds upon a system that we already find to be effective and funnels information in that way, and also ensures that leaks are being repaired. So that those are all good things, right? Next, these are kind of my list of like conforming changes. This is my last slide. Good news for everybody, because everybody started listening to me at this point in time. But we did make some important changes to bring our Rule 215, and Commissioner Overturf, this dovetails with your questions about the specificity of instruments for installation of lines. And we've tried to bring that into slightly more modern language. Chris Eisinger can answer the technical questions, because I sure can't, about what we're doing there. Rule 216, we included information that has taken on a great deal of controversy around comprehensive development plan or comprehensive drilling plans. We'd like to know the fluid management plan was our thinking, and that can evolve as the plan evolves, and that's fine with us. But understanding where it's going was the goal of trying to include that language. Rule 610, again, is complementary to kind of the overarching changes in how gas leaks are being, one, reported to us and then followed up on. We needed all of our rule series to line up. And then we created a new subpart in the 700 series to explicitly state what the Commission thought it said explicitly 18 months ago, in that you need to have a separate bond for produced water transfer systems. We were getting pushback from operators. So in an abundance of caution and clarity, we've created a separate regulatory requirement or a separate regulatory provision for a regulatory requirement that already existed. And that is a sum total of my presentation, our presentation. Thanks for the
Great presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been fun, and we've had really thoughtful, engaged stakeholders that I'm grateful to have worked with.
Yeah, we had quite a few questions along the way, but are there any more questions right now before we take a break? Yeah, Commissioner Boygan.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to commend staff and Ms. Murphy in particular for what I regarded as an extraordinary effort, not only in the final product that you come out with, which we'll have plenty of time to discuss, but the process really, the stakeholder process, the engagement, and the effort to accommodate concerns of parties with widely differing views. So I thank you, and the presentation itself today was very helpful. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, well, thank you. we're a little ahead of schedule right now. So what I propose we do is we take a break right now for lunch, and we come back at 12:45 with party presentations. And I'm looking at the group and just double checking, would everyone be ready to go if we start a little bit early? Yeah, in this facility. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes or no, is that all right, or should we, David?
We have a couple of witnesses who were planning to come after lunch.
Okay, okay, all right. Okay, we'll just stay with the schedule then, 1:15. Want to make sure, just double checking to see if we could move this along, but okay, we will come back at 1:15 then. Thanks. Okay, are we rolling? Okay, the COGCC meeting will come back to order. First up, we have industry presentations, and who's going to be the ringleader in here?
I'll be starting.
Okay, great.
Commissioner.
Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
My name is Mark Matthews. I am outside counsel for the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. I've been tasked with giving a few brief introductory remarks and introducing industry's panels today. I would like to start by commending COGCC staff, and I'm including Ms. Murphy in this. Through their hard work and diligence, I think the range of issues have narrowed in this case, and I think at least some parties are in greater alignment with the COGCC. As an example, Ms. Murphy mentioned 4 big ticket items this morning, and on several of those issues, industry is in full agreement with the draft red line. For example, industry believes that the exceptions in 1105D, allowing in certain circumstances for flow lines to remain in place, are appropriate. Industry is also on board, if you will, with giving positional data on existing flow lines at a horizontal positional accuracy of plus or minus 25 feet. These are not the positions industry started this rulemaking with, but industry believes that they now represent a reasonable compromise and effectively balance practicability with additional protection of public health, safety, and welfare. Jamie? Industry today will present 10 witnesses in 5 different panels addressing a variety of issues. Panel is on the screen right there, the 5 panels. It could be hard to read. The first group will discuss abandonment in place. These are the people next to me. They will be speaking not just in support of the 1105D exceptions, but also pointing out that in a number of circumstances as reflected in 1105D, abandoning flow lines in place is often the safer and more environmentally protective option. And by contrast, removing flow lines in a number of circumstances can be more disruptive of the environment and create a risk of injury. The second panel will involve mapping issues. You will hear that industry is in support of a publicly available map. We do caution, and several of our witnesses will speak to the fact that if that map becomes too specific and granular, it does raise the risk of security issues, vandalism, and most importantly, could encourage individuals to begin excavation without first employing Colorado 811 system. The questions that were asked today about technologies such as smart pigging and the combo phone and the efficacy of certain technologies for location of flow lines will be answered and addressed in this panel by Mr. Frischmuth and Mr. Murray. Third and fourth panels involve issues of leak detection and also the few places, if you will, where industry believes that the draft proposed regulations are in need of additional clarification or minor modification. With regard to leak detection, principal point is that the 1104G leak protection, detection, and monitoring requirements that are currently applicable to crude oil transfer lines should not be transferable to off-location flow lines. We're in support of the way the current proposed rules read on that. The fifth panel will involve jurisdictional issues, and Ms. Murphy did a nice job this morning of discussing the COGC versus PUC jurisdictional issues. Mr. Brett Fox of DCP will be available after a short presentation to answer any questions you have about the PHMSA and PUC jurisdiction over gas gathering lines. Mr. Fox is speaking in response to a number of stakeholders who asked that this commission extend its jurisdiction over gathering lines. Thank you for your consideration of these issues.
And for each speaker, please introduce yourselves and let us know who you represent.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the honor of appearing before you. My name is Brian Murray. I'm the Well Execution Manager for PDC Energy. I'm also a registered professional engineer in the state of Colorado. During my time at PDC, I've overseen the construction or abandonment of over 800 flow lines. I also testified for PDC during the 2018 flow line rulemaking, and I was a member of the flow line instrument monitoring work group that the COGCC convened after said rulemaking. I will discuss the safety and benefits of flow line abandonment in place and how it helps protect worker safety, the environment, and surface owners. We'll discuss there are three separate and independent ways in which abandonment in place is made safe. First, in almost all circumstances, when a flow line is being abandoned, the associated well is also being plugged and abandoned. This means that hydrocarbons could no longer flow up the wellbore. This eliminates the source of hydrocarbons for potential ignition. Secondly, the risers at both ends of the abandoned flow line are removed. This means that the flow line is now incapable of being connected to a well or to another flow line. And lastly, both ends of the flow line have been cut and capped, which means that oil and gas can no longer move through the flow line or into and out of it because of the caps that have been put in place. If only one of these three steps I just outlined occurs, it would make the flow line incapable of transporting hydrocarbons. Under proposed Rule 1105.e, the industry must do all three of them and provide verification by submitting a Form 6 to the COGCC before and after a well is plugged, submitting a certification that after the flow line is abandoned, that the operator has complied with all requirements for abandonment in place. The well, riser, and flow line requirements provide redundancy for safe abandonment in place, and the filing and certification requirements address any risk of human error. To give you perspective and context on what would be required to bring an abandoned line in place back into service, you would, one, need to locate the abandoned line, which is easier said than done since it's buried 4 feet underground, dig it up, locate the two endpoints of the flow line and remove the caps, attach a new riser to the flow line, connect the riser to a source of hydrocarbons, which would require drilling a new well or unplugging the old well, perform an integrity test of the flow line before starting to flow fluids through the flow line. In order to accomplish this, it would take many purposeful steps and require significant work by a number of different people. Abandonment in place is also much safer for workers. In order for a flow line to be removed, it requires significant excavation and heavy machinery. This type of work is inherently dangerous and difficult. According to OSHA, excavation and trenching are among the most hazardous construction operations. The fatality rate for excavation work is 112% higher than for construction operations. The hazards increase exponentially when there are other utilities or pipelines in proximity. Abandoning the flow line in place significantly reduces the amount of excavation work required and thus reduces the risk of harm to our workers. Abandonment in place also causes significantly less surface disturbance, which means less impacts to plants, and wildlife and other land uses. Abandonment in place only requires a hole 12 feet in diameter on both ends of the flow line and doesn't require heavy machinery. Removal, on the other hand, requires many more excavations that are substantially larger in size, staging areas, and large equipment to pull out the flow line and haul it away. Now, Commissioner Putnam, you asked the questions on emissions, which I had a calculation done, so I'll provide it right here. All the heavy equipment associated with removing a flow line, we estimate to burn around 300 gallons of diesel. And these 300 gallons of diesel contribute to 6,700 pounds of CO2 released. So as you can imagine, if you multiply this across thousands of removed flow lines, the emission generated is significant. I have the calculation if you'd like to go into detail later. PDC has historically abandoned flow lines in place 75% of the time. That is because 75% of the time, that is what the surface owner wants. Most of our surface owners prefer abandonment in place because removing the flow line can destroy crops and damage the topsoil, and resulting surface damage can require years of reclamation. In flood irrigation locations, the contours of the land could be impacted by removal, which decreases the effectiveness of flood irrigation by not distributing water evenly across the surface. For these reasons, abandonment in place takes less risk or presents less risk and causes less impact than removal in most circumstances. Thank you. Now, Luke will now discuss the importance of a timely, efficient process for flow line abandonment and why line crossing should also be included in the abandonment in place exceptions.
Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Luke McCartney, and I'm the Director of the Operations Execution Team for Noble Energy in the DJ. My team is responsible for the design, procurement, construction of all surface equipment and upstream infrastructure for Noble and DJ Basin. This includes all construction associated with Noble's oil and gas wells in the DJ, from building pads and roads, to installing wellheads and flow lines, to building production facilities, to plugging in abandoned wells and flow lines, to completing final reclamation. Noble has a busy P&A program and will plug and abandon north of 850 wells in 2019. Every time we P&A a well, we must abandon the associated flow line. Noble is on pace to P&A more than 3,000 wells over a 5-year period, and being able to support the pace of activity is important to us. We support the staff's proposed language in Rule 1105 to make the abandonment process more predictable and efficient, as this ensures that well and flow line abandonment is timely and predictable. Flow line abandonment almost always follows plugging in and abandonment of the associated well, and the relationship between the two processes are important to us from both a technical and as well as a safety aspect. As I said before, we will be plugging and abandoning north of 850 wells this year and plan for another 850 next. This is a pace of about 3 per working day. We schedule and use the same crews to cut and cap a well that will be performing the same work of flow line abandonment. Utilizing that same crew for this work minimizes safety risk, is less traffic and disturbance to landowners and our communities, and allows us to maintain personnel continuity, which drives adherence to our processes and procedures. We cannot abandon wells without abandoning flow lines. If flow line abandonment is delayed, we will not be able to plug and abandon wells that should be taken out of service, and urge that the final process be able to support activity levels. We support the 30-day notice for abandonment in place, where the surface owner agrees to abandon the line in place, where the federal government directs the operator to abandon the line in place, where the line is co-located with other pipelines and utilities, and where revegetation has successfully occurred. While we appreciate these 4 categories being included in the notification for abandonment in place and believe such notice is appropriate in these circumstances, we also believe that crossing other active lines should be included in this list. We encounter line crossings frequently, and crossing other active lines presents high risk to worker and public safety. Working in and around other lines and utilities is dangerous work. According to OSHA, excavation and trenching are among the most hazardous construction operations, and these hazards increase when we encounter crossings and co-located lines in the same corridor. By accepting the same risk of putting our people in open excavations thousands of times, we increase our likelihood of inadvertent damage to other utilities or adjacent lines, cave-ins, and working hazards of confined space. This will also lead to not minimizing our footprint and is more damaging to surface, potentially requiring years of remediation. In the statement of basis and purpose for the 2019 flowmaking rulings, the draft states where the Commission has determined that in these circumstances, the known impact from excavating a buried line and risk to personnel are more than residual impacts and associated lines with leaving the line in place. Where a flow line crosses other lines, risks are similar if not elevated, and line crossing should be included as an exception that requires COGCC notice rather than director approval. We have a recent example of a line crossing in which we did not remove the entirety of the flow line due to hazards, in which we can see on the screen. This line was discovered by the 811 process, which is part of our standard pre-excavation procedures. The black line seen is Noble's flow line, and the white line is a third-party line that was installed after ours and did not have appropriate separation requirements between both lines. We chose to abandon this portion of the line in place to minimize risk. We appreciate the draft rules take into account other situations where abandonment in place may be protected than removal, but not clearly detailed in these other categories. We treat the topics of safely retiring our assets very seriously and appreciate the considerations today. Bring them on to you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brigham McCown, and I'm the former administrator of the federal government's Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. A mouthful, but I'm happy to be here with you today. In that role, I was responsible for leading our national efforts to ensure the safe and secure movement of all hazardous materials transported daily in the United States by air, land, rail, sea, as well as our nation's 2.8 million miles of jurisdictional pipeline. These materials represent almost 2/3 of all the energy supplies that we use on a daily basis. I've spent most of my career in the fields of safety and risk management, and throughout that, safety has always been my top priority. And so today it's with that lens that I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today to share my thoughts with you as regulators. My testimony is focused on the merits of abandonment in place compared to removal from most circumstances, and why PHMSA views abandonment in place as a standard operating procedure. I understand that one of the challenges the Commission has in determining what to do with permanently abandoned flow lines. We've dealt with this issue at the federal level. And it's not only PHMSA's practice, but my own professional and personal opinion that the safest way or the safest disposition for permanently decommissioned lines on a statewide basis is abandonment in place, with the caveat that so long as all other federal and/or best practices regarding abandonment and decommissioning regulations are strictly followed. To be clear, this means that all abandoned lines must be disconnected from any possible supply source, purged of all combustibles, be made completely inert and capped. These requirements must be strictly enforced to any operator as long as these procedures are adhered to and enforced. Abandonment in place is the safest and least disruptive outcome. It's my belief that the abandonment in place is the standard, not the exception to the presumption, and that such an approach would significantly reduce the risk of unintended safety, environmental, economic, and aesthetic consequences. Removing lines is an industrial activity that is disruptive to the surface of adjacent owners. It carries higher risk. Excavation damages are significant and now are one of the leading causes of underground utility damage. Often these lines are in close proximity to other underground infrastructure, and removal is neither uncomplicated nor easy. Keeping in mind that not while all fatal gas explosions, breaching a power line, water line, or telecommunication line can still cause significant downstream health, safety, and economic disruption. Further surface erosion and potential collapse of the site of the removed pipeline can also involve additional risks. In conclusion, it's my hope that this testimony, along with my written comments, will be useful to you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Oh, sorry, I need to introduce my friend Richard here at Lifelong at PHMSA, and Mr. Sanders will continue.
And I can say thank you, boss. My name is Richard Sanders. I'm operating manager for RES Services, a consulting company in the oil and gas business. Give you a little background on me. I began my public service career with the Mississippi Valley Gas Company, now an Atmos property, in 1965. So I was around before the regulations were written. And service as Chief of Pipeline Safety for the Mississippi Public Service Commission from 1976 to 1980. I then worked with PHMSA Pipeline Training Program for 32 years as the director, the manager, and pipeline safety specialist. Again, working for Brigham. I have also conducted training seminars in all 50 states on pipeline matters dealing with design, construction, operation, maintenance, corrosion control, and OQ requirements. That said, I'd like to address some of the items that I did in my presentation, written document I gave you. In my 40 plus years of experience, I have seen thousands of pipelines abandoned safely in place. Incidents and accidents are few and far between. The regulatory process proceeds by 30, thank you, based on the Rule 1105, ensures that a line that has been abandoned according with the requirements that it will be safe and inert, meaning all procedures have been met and make the facilities safe. At this time, I will turn it over to the next person.
My name is Steve Wells. My family has ranched and farmed in northeast Colorado and Weld County since 1888. Since that time, the ranch has grown to about 40,000 acres. The drilling probably started, I would say, about the mid-1970s. Since that time, there have been hundreds of vertical oil wells drilled on my property. As those oil wells were drilled and the flow lines were put in, all those flow lines are reclamated now, and they're all planted to grass, most of which you can't even tell. As these oil wells have run their course and they start to be P&A'd and removed, the thought of trying to dig up these flow lines now doesn't make any sense to me. Most of these flow lines, as I said, you can't even see anymore, and they are going to be unhooked on each end. So as we talk about removing these, there are miles and miles of flow lines. They run anywhere from 1/4 of a mile long to a mile long. So we're looking at digging these up in fragile ground at anywhere from 20 to 30 feet wide. The environmental damage that you're talking about is unbelievable, and I cannot impress that on you enough. Not only are we going to have environmental damage, the monetary damage is going to be paid by all. The oil companies will pay it, the mineral owners will pay it, and the state has minerals, they will pay it as well. If we go back in there and try to tear these out now, it takes 3 to 7 years to replant grass. I have more truck traffic again, we have more dust again, we have more people on the highways again. All of this oil is being piped now. I don't want to see more traffic. I don't want to see any of this. And I think the last thing that I need to bring up, all of these flow lines are mapped, whether they are abandoned or live. When we talk about construction, in the event we want to build something, you do one call to find the hot lines or the live ones. And I have maps from PDC and Noble for all the abandoned lines. The last thing that I want to bring up is property rights. This should be a landowner's right. I've paid taxes, or my family has, for over 100 years on this property. There is no one in this room that knows how to take care of it better than I do. And I don't want to see it tore up, and I won't allow it now. Things are working well.
My name is Christine Mai-Spansky. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on behalf of COGA and West Slope COGA. As a gathering systems analyst for Peon Basin assets on the Western Slope, I believe that wholesale removal of pipelines is not protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Today, I will not touch on each and every point I made in my written testimony, but you have access to that and can review, including some additional photos. First, flow lines that are disconnected from a source, evacuated, depressurized, and abandoned in place do not pose a threat. Rather, removal of these lines would have substantial negative impacts on the environment and wildlife resources. In many cases, these species actually move preferentially onto the pipeline right-of-ways during and after revegetation. This is the first reason why I generally support the revised exceptions in 1105E. Second, removal of a pipeline, produced water or otherwise, will heavily impact the overlying vegetation, especially in the harsh and dry climate on the western slope, along with challenging terrain. Removing pipelines will decrease the viability of the soil and increase the chance for erosion, which ultimately increases risk to slope stability and surface water quality. On the western slope and in some areas of the other areas of the state, extensive produced water systems are in place. These systems are built for the purpose of recycling or reusing produced water, often at the request of landowners and local governments. The benefits of the produced water systems include removal of significant truck traffic from the local roads and minimizing the use of fresh water in oil and gas operations, which is critical here in Colorado. Moreover, where a pipeline is co-located in a right-of-way with additional pipelines or utility equipment, activity to remove the line would create significant environmental and safety risks as addressed by previous witnesses, for not just workers, but the general public due to potential line strikes. And I have an example up here on the screen and also an additional one in my testimony. Even minor damage or nicks to the external pipeline coating create a concentrated risk factor for steel corrosion, leading ultimately to line failure and associated environmental and safety impacts to Colorado residents. Further, federal lands, as you can see on the next map, should be automatically excluded from the removal requirement given their standards for abandonment in place. The BLM Gold Book specifically states that deeply buried lines may remain in place unless otherwise directed by an authorized officer. Lastly, many farmers and ranchers make a living raising livestock or growing crops on lands that include revegetated pipeline right-of-ways, as addressed previously. Digging up the right-of-way for removal of a pipeline creates a large surface footprint along with the presence of heavy equipment and limits the surface usage for an extended period of time. The decision whether to require removal upon abandonment should be up to the landowner, documented in an agreement with the operator and recorded with the county. One point that I would like to highlight is that unnecessary excessive work in, under, or along waters of the state has the potential for acute and long-term impacts to water quality due to erosion, sediment runoff, and where removed from underneath a water body, instability. In the majority of situations around the valuable resource of water, it is best to abandon in place. As an additional point, I wanted to comment on some of the claims made in the regulatory analysis released on November 14th. I will state that given my experience, flow lines that contain asbestos are rare at best. I have never come across one. The OSHA fact sheet online specifically states, asbestos fibers are released into the air during activities that disturb asbestos-containing materials. End quote. Choosing to remove and disturb known asbestos is not the best approach. The potential for properly evacuated, depressurized, and abandoned in place steel lines to contaminate soil is extremely low. The flow lines in discussion here are generally installed below the agronomic zone and well above the water table. Steel alloys are made predominantly of naturally occurring components such as iron and carbon. I personally have no knowledge of any environmental cleanup or impacts caused by the long-term corrosion of empty bare steel. In closing, the wholesale removal of pipelines is not protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. I appreciate the COGCC staff taking into account suggestions made by numerous parties. And I thank you again for your time and would like to pass on to Sam Bradley.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Bradley. I'm a petroleum engineer and managing member of Impetro Resources. Impetro owns and operates 49 vertical oil wells in northeastern Colorado, which are low pressure and low rate, thus classified as stripper wells. I'm also a founding member and representative of the Small Operator Society, or SOS, which is a coalition of approximately 30 small oil and gas companies operating approximately 5,000 wells in northeastern Colorado. Today, I'd like to share my perspective on the impact of the proposed flowline rules on small operators, in particular, the rules related to removal and abandonment of flow lines. So SOS members have a unique perspective on the COGCC's flowline rules. Most of our members operate low pressure, low volume vertical wells in rural eastern and northeastern Colorado, often on cropland and in other sensitive receptor areas. A blanket rule requiring removal of all abandoned flow lines is not an appropriate solution, particularly in the rural areas where most SOS members operate. In northeastern Colorado, wells drilled after approximately 1980 were almost exclusively constructed with poly, fiberglass, or PVC flow lines. That means approximately 2/3 of currently producing wells in Northeast Colorado do not have steel flow lines. To locate these flow lines past the risers, additional excavation is required. This creates a significant safety risk as well as an environmental disturbance and is unwanted by landowners. Additionally, the sonar technology previously discussed will not work on these lines. Next, the soil quality in northeastern Colorado is typically sandy and sensitive. Disturbance to the sensitive habitat carries severe consequences. It can often take multiple years to regenerate minor disturbances. It has been my experience that landowners and farmers prefer, if not require, flow lines to be abandoned in place. Additionally, there are no disposal facilities located near most SOS members' operations. Thus, mandatory removal and disposal would increase traffic simply to relocate a waste stream from one location to another. Furthermore, the vast majority of flow lines in rural northeastern Colorado are located much further than 2,000 feet from any occupied building because there is little available groundwater for housing development. Accordingly, unlike urban areas of Colorado where the population is encroaching on oil and gas operations, the population in northeastern Colorado is moving away from these areas. Finally, removal can be very costly for operators, not just in terms of equipment and crew time, but additional damages that may be owed to the service owner. In conclusion, SOS believes that abandonment in place should be the standard, not the exception. However, we support staff's inclusion of a catch-all for provisions in 1105 D4. Appreciate the opportunity to address you.
Commissioners, we're going to bring up a new panel that will address mapping.
Thanks, everyone.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a process
Oh,
question?
sure. Actually, stay put for a second. See if there's any questions. Commissioner Boygan first.
Yeah, well, do you want to hear all the panels first before any of us engage on any of these issues, or do you want to have us dive in?
You know, it'd be nice to have this panel, we ask questions, and bring up the next panel, because I think it'd be a little clunky. So that's what I prefer. So with that, Commissioner Boygan, do you have a question, or? Okay, Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you. I appreciate what you all had to say. And so two questions. One, in looking at lines being removed, one point that was brought to my attention was that if lines are removed, it's a way of finding leaks that were unknown and dealing with those leaks and remediation. It sounds like some of you have quite a few years of experience in this area. How often have you found unexpected leaks when removing old lines? Is it a rare occurrence?
So I can give you an operator's perspective on that. Per the current rules, we do annual pressure testing on our flow lines. So if there is a historic leak associated with a historic flow line leak, we find it when we do that pressure testing and go to repair it.
I'm just wondering how, if there aren't maybe slow leaks that maybe would not be detected by pressure testing. The two gentlemen, sorry, I have your name somewhere, but you've had a lot of years in the field. Can you speak to that?
Leak surveys, they've been controlling my name. They're there looking and finding the leaks. In fact, my opinion, the reason they're probably abandoning it if the well hadn't depleted is that they had corrosion or damage or something of that nature that required them to replace it. So they're knowing it all through the operational phase that it's either in good shape or they need to replace. So abandoning it in place is the way to do it, but it's not, in my opinion, a way to find leaks.
And that was Mr. Sanders speaking, and we have about 75 folks that have called in. So please introduce yourself as you
sorry.
respond just to make sure we're clear on who's speaking.
And
Commissioner Hahn?
one more quick question. So when lines are, when they're cut and capped, are they always flushed? And if so, could you just explain that process? And is it a fairly clean process? Is it a messy process? I've never seen it, so I'd like to understand that.
Sure. This is Brian Murray with PDC Energy. So the process is we actually have a truck out there with water that hooks up on one end of the riser and another truck on the other end to collect it. And so you actually flush the flow line out with water. Then you try to have a back truck suck as much of that water out as you can to either abandon it in place or to do the removal process. So you're using water to flush out anything in the line. Did that answer your question?
Other commissioner questions? I'm sorry, Commissioner Messmer.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on that one just so I fully understand that process. So, I mean, the goal is to remove liquid combustibles to make this this abandoned flow line safe and inert. So how do you ensure that that is safe and inert? What's the inspection protocol? How do you know it's safe and inert? And how do you, how do you gauge that? Talk me through that process.
Yeah, so for, again, this is Luke and John, Brian Murray, PDC Energy. Our workers are doing work around that, so we have to make sure that there are no emission or there are no VOCs present when they're doing that work because they wear 4-gas monitors, so there's no LEL. But by pumping the water through the flow line, it pushes all those hydrocarbons that you're discussing into the other truck, which takes it away. And then at that point, the risers will be removed and then cut at 4 feet or 3 feet, depending on the depth of the flow line. And then caps are installed on both ends of it, which means that nothing can get in or get out of the flow line at that point. And that's why I talked about why there's 3 steps. The well is typically abandoned, the risers are removed, and the flow line has caps on both ends of it, which prevents any sort of opportunity for hydrocarbons to be transported through it.
So the current language in the abandonment rules only specifies liquid. And I continue to hear you guys talk about combustibles and ensuring that it's safe and inert. Would you guys agree that just the term liquid probably doesn't accomplish what we need to accomplish here?
Yeah, Commissioner Brigham McCown, the term hydrocarbon encompasses both. So if you use that term, and for natural gas or other gases, clean out process can be very similar, can be used the same. And I think the key distinction is that capping and removal of any potential source gases or hydrocarbons coming into the line is really crucial. And in a lot of inner cities, they've also found that abandoning these natural gas, in this case distribution lines, are later repurposed for underground conduit for fiber optic cables and other uses as well.
Yeah, at this point, I'm trying to ensure that there's a clear and defined process for abandoning it to ensure there's no combustibles. And so, yeah, that's what I've got right now. Thanks.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Murray, I was hoping to follow up on your kind offer to walk through your calculations on emissions. I know we got limited time, so maybe keep it at a high level, but if you just walk through again, I think you started with assumption of 300 gallons of diesel.
Mm-hmm.
Is that per line? How big a line? How did you derive that? If you just kind of walk through that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll again, Brian Murray, PDC Energy. I'll try to provide a lot of detail as much, but not go into too much. But the calculation was there's 22.38 pounds of carbon dioxide generated for every gallon of diesel that is burned. So with the 300 gallons, multiplying that by 22.3 is how I got to that 6,600 pounds of CO2 released. The flow line that was used was 2,000 feet in length to be representative and to make the calculation on the back of the envelope The thinking is you would have a backhoe brought out to location to do the excavation and the pulling of the line. So you would have a trailer out there transporting it. Typically, we can pull around 400 feet of line a day by doing removal. So you can think about 5 days of backhoe work to pull a 2,000-foot line, estimating around 20-ish gallons per day of usage for that backhoe to do that type of work. Then, of course, you have to remove the trailer with the backhoe to take it off location to go to the next place as well. There are also going to be crews out there driving their vehicles to be working on the line. As for transporting the pipe, we can usually load up depending upon the size, but when we're talking about a typical 3-inch flow line, around 1,000 feet of pipeline on a trailer to transport it to wherever site we're going to be taking it to for its final resting point. So that would take 2 trailers round trips back and forth in order to do that. And then there's also all the work that goes into the reclamation to remove any sort of ruts that were created from the excavation work of the removal of the line, to aerate the 2,000 feet corridor, to lay crimp straw to go ahead and do that, and also the visits that would have to occur over time to make sure that the reclamation process is being conducted. And so when I worked with my team to come up with that, a ballpark of around 300 gallons of diesel consumption was what we came up with. Did that answer your question?
Commissioner Putnam. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It does help. So 2 follow-up questions. First, did you also look at emissions of oxides of nitrogen? And 2, is 2,000 feet kind of representative abandoned flow line, a median, a mean, something else like that? You know, why that number?
Sure. Again, Brian Murray, PDC Energy. The answer to your first question is very easy. No, I did not. I just looked at CO2 emissions. So it's just, like I said, just a very quick calculation. The answer to your second question, the typical off-location flow line for PDC is around 1,300 feet. The reason why I did 2,000 feet is that this was applied to crude oil transfer lines and water transfer systems. Those lengths are much longer. And so if the requirement would be applied to all flow lines, 2,000 was a more representative number.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hahn.
To whoever feels able to answer this. So where and how do you dispose of the pipe that is pulled out of the ground? Is there a cemetery? Pipeline cemetery? Where does it go and how do you deal with it?
This is Luke McCartney with Noble Energy. We take equipment and any materials that have had hydrocarbons flown through them to specific land disposal and to disposal stations that have the required permits in order to handle those materials. And so that's where we would dispose of that type of equipment.
So are those lengths of pipe, when they're taken out, capped and before they're put into a landfill, or does it matter?
Yeah, so again, Brian Murray, PDC Energy. So when we talk about putting caps on the flow line, that's for when it's being abandoned in place.
But when they're removed, you're not worried about.
When they're removed, you don't worry about it, correct. And the length of the lines, so if you have a 2,000-foot flow line, let's say we're talking about, you're gonna have to make multiple cuts or incisions to pull it out. And a lot of it depends upon the size of the pipe, the type of soil. Sometimes it could be as short as only 40 feet you're able to pull. Sometimes you're able to pull a larger section. So the amount of excavation work that has to be done is dependent upon how long the sections are. So sometimes you'll try to go out like 150 feet, see if you can pull it. If you're unable to pull it, then you kind of cut the distance in half and maybe go to like the 75 mark, do some excavation and try to cut and pull at that point to try to make as few excavations as possible while removing the flow line. So the caps would have to be, on a 2,000-foot flow line, you're probably taking about 20 different segments, and the caps wouldn't serve any purpose at that point.
Commissioner Boygan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So have a few questions. Thank you for your testimony. All of you have taken the position and testified to the fact that abandonment in place is the preferred approach for a variety of different reasons. My question to you is, looking at it from the other perspective, under what circumstances is removal the better approach? Under what circumstances is removal generally done? And maybe to put that another way, what are the harms? What's the threat to public health, safety, and welfare from abandoning in place? Are you saying there is none, or are you saying that the costs in general of removal outweigh the harm that would be caused by leaving the pipelines in place?
Luke McCartney, Noble Energy. I can try and answer your first question in that order. So where do we proactively remove flow lines? Generally, our current actions on this are where we work with landowners, or a landowner has stated for whatever reason they would like to see the flow line abandoned. When we are actively going in and abandoning flow lines, we will work with landowners to do so.
Removed or abandoned?
I'm sorry?
Removed.
Removal, correct. Where we also proactively remove flow lines are where we have known development. So if we are if there's a developer in an area and when he says, hey, I'm going looking at developing this into whatever his plans are, we will work with that developer to remove those flow lines if we're conducting that activity at that time.
I'm sorry, may I add on,
Sure.
Commissioner? One thing I was going to say is that.
And please introduce yourself too.
I'm sorry, thank you. Brigham McCown. One of the issues that I think you have with removal is that there is a safety issue with removing it. That excavating work is by a multiple factor riskier than normal construction activities. You also have the risk of disturbing other underground infrastructure in attempting to pull lines out. And, there are several other consequences as well. So I actually don't think that there's a downside in removing it in place, absent certain economic development or other where you may want it removed for other reasons.
Please continue.
Yeah, I want to probe that a little bit. In response to the answer that was given previously, you talked about working with developers, for example. Why would a developer want you to remove flow lines? What's the issue as far as that developer is concerned? Because we're assuming here that the flow line is properly abandoned, right? I mean, that's in either situation. If it's abandoned in place, you've already taken us through the whole process of how abandonment occurs. And so theoretically, the line in place presents no threat, is essentially what you've said. So I want to understand, why would a developer, surface developer, let's say, want you to remove a flow line? Because you've got a lot of different pipes going through the ground, and maybe people are digging and foundations are being laid, and it's a bunch of stuff in the way, or is it more than that?
All right, Commissioner William, this is Brian Murray, PDC Energy. I'll try to answer that question. There's a lot of questions in there, and so help me with that. There was I can't remember, the gentleman came with a surface owner last night, spoke in the public comment, and I'm not sure if you were able to hear or not. And one thing that he mentioned was he's trying to lay a sprinkler system, I think it was, or doing some sort of work on his property. And because the flow line was abandoned in place, 811 would be called out there, and they would have to go out there and locate the line. So some of my testimony later, it talks about the time frame associated with the 811 to go out there and locate. Because when we abandon it in place, we keep it on our grid to make sure that they know that there is a line there, versus when you remove it, you don't have that, there's no longer a line in the grid.
But then there's also no longer an excavation that anyone has to worry about. I mean, it doesn't have to be in
For future, correct. And I think that's why they are interested in that.
I might add something. Luke McCartney, Noble Energy. Where we've seen the predominant driver for this is depth of buried. So
I'm sorry, is what?
depth. At what lines are the buried? Or what depth are the lines buried? So 3 to 4 feet is where lines are currently buried today. Our current standard is 4 feet. If we have a developer that is developing homes with basements that are deeper than 4 feet, or substructures that are deeper than that, that's where we predominantly see drivers. And then we engage with them. And I would mention, it's not only in where we are currently doing abandonment activity, or it's also, we get calls from folks where they own a piece of property in which they're also interested in learning the correct methodologies in which they should remove these flow lines. So it's both current as well as advisement during, maybe where something's been buried for some time.
Can I follow up? Okay, so I want you to tell me that I'm correct in what I think I heard you all say, which is that there is no threat posed by an abandoned line in place, no threat to public health, safety, and welfare. You've identified some issues with pipe in the ground and people digging, and they might hit a pipe, or they might not want pipe because they're putting in homes or whatever. But the pipe itself has been purged, capped, disconnected, abandoned. So I think you're telling me, and I want you to say it, that there is no threat to public health, safety, and welfare posed by that abandoned in place line.
Commissioner Boyan, this is Brian Murray, PDC Energy. You are correct. If the 3 steps that I said, if even one of those is done, then there is no threat to public safety, the environment, everything else you said, I'm sorry, if the line was abandoned in place properly.
Properly being?
Following those steps that I outlined in my previous testimony, which includes, so if one of them is there's disconnected from hydrocarbons, right? If there's no hydrocarbons that are able to flow through it, then there is no potential risk for public safety. The second would being if there is no risers, then there's no ability for hydrocarbons to get into the line. And the third would be if the line is capped on both ends of it, there's no way that that line can transport hydrocarbons at that point in time. And that's why there's those 3 independent options that need to happen. As long as one of them is present, then that line does not pose any sort of public safety.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Would you agree that a more difficult question perhaps is, when should a line be abandoned? Or putting it another way, what happens if a line should be abandoned and is, in other words, it's potentially no longer being used, but the steps that you've just described have not been taken?
You can go for it. This is Luke McCartney, Noble Energy, and I would just ask, so our process is when we, and once again, I would stress the importance of what was prior talked about. We are decoupling the energy source from the conduit pathway in which we have ability to flow. And so we do those actions at the same time. We plug the well, we cut and cap the well. The next step is then to cut and cap and abandon the flow line. Those steps are handshake steps together. They're meticulously lined out in the current rules. We follow those rules in that order. And so it is part of our standard process in order of operations.
Can I add to that real quickly? Brian Murray, PDC Energy. The other thing I want to talk about is in 2017, the COGCC in response to Firestone put out the NTO for all operators in the state to go ahead and locate all the risers that may not have been properly abandoned from historical lines. So every operator at that point had to take GPS coordinates for the riser beginning and end point, label the flow line riser type, whether it's a processing piping or a dump line or whatever specific line it was, the status, whether or not it was active or not, the date of the last integrity test performed, the test results from that integrity test, and then also the actions that were required to be taken. And that was all done at an industry effort. I think there was like a 45-day or 2-month turnaround to do that. And at that time, all those risers were provided and abandoned that were no longer in use or brought back into production. So I think that's another thing I just want to make sure the commission understands on reducing the risk of kind of what you were hinting at, I think, Commissioner Boyden.
Thank you. Commissioner Hopkins and Commissioner Eden.
Yes. My question, I guess this is good enough. Does this work? Okay. My question, you've basically been talking about what I would call remote rural areas where you've talked about abandonment in place and such, which makes sense, obviously. But I'm concerned about, do you have opinions about residential areas or areas that are currently not developed, but anticipated that in the not too distant future, you'll get residential development in that particular area where there's plugged and abandoned wells. Maybe their flow lines have been taken out. Maybe their flow lines have not been taken out. And basements are going to be dug and all sorts of types of construction activities going to be done and utilities laid and that kind of thing. It seems like that would be a case that would make more sense to avoid accidents. And because I know your concerns are surface damage and worker safety with removal. If you're going to have that land developed, you're going to have surface changes. You're going to have workers working in that area. And I'm just wondering, doesn't that type of scenario cry out much more for removal of all lines that you have, especially with operators changing over the years, developers changing over the years, records get lost and that kind of thing. I just want to get your thoughts on, should residential neighborhoods or neighborhoods that are going to be close to getting developed residential in the future that may have legacy wells, I'm talking about legacy and history and that type of thing, doesn't that give you some type of presumption for removal?
Luke McCartney, Noble Energy. I would just point to the fact that today we do work with developers, like I said, in order to remove flow lines where we know that future development is going to occur. So we are doing what you described today. I would say that as in general rule relative to, I think your question drives that from a urban presence or versus remote. We believe that the current actions of flow line abandonment as followed per the current rules are safe, given the followed rules are followed and performed as described.
And Commissioner, if I may respond also, Brigham McCown, PHMSA's standard of abandonment in place also includes almost 2 million miles of natural gas distribution lines, most of those in urban corridors. And again, abandonment in place is the standard. It seems like you may be making an economic argument why they ought to be removed, but there's no safety argument to remove them. And I would argue there is a diminishment of safety when you do remove them because of factors that can come into the industrial activity of removing them.
I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that based on some experience. Live in Broomfield, we're having obviously a large oil and gas development right now in that neighborhood. We're learning a lot about legacy wells and legacy flow lines and that kind of thing as a result of the activities going on. And I have no doubt that Noble would do the right thing if you're the developer or if you're working with the developers. But not all developers are created equal and are as responsible. And to avoid, I'm not talking about a Firestone situation per se, but that's possibly on people's minds. But I'm also talking about situations, for example, that we're experiencing right now where there's a plugged and abandoned well below a neighborhood that was properly plugged and abandoned according to the paperwork and everything else. But as part of some investigations that were being done, getting ready for the fracking process, was discovered to be leaking methane with a flow line attached to it. And I mean, those are kind of like situations in the legacy sense that where things may have been done differently than are done today. And I just wonder if there shouldn't be an extra degree of precaution taken in those kind of situations that would presume that you would not abandon that in place, knowing that it's going to be developed and subsurface activities may be occurring that you can't always be observant to. So that's the concern. And it's the concern of a lot of residents in the areas. And I just don't think that the idea that abandonment in place with those kind of lines is going to make sense as much as removal of those lines.
Brian Murray, PC Energy. It's my opinion that the biggest concern is the well wasn't abandoned properly than the line, because the source of the hydrocarbons that you're talking about, the methane, is coming from an inappropriately abandoned well and not the associated flow line. So I think we're talking about.
I agree with that. I'm just saying,
Okay.
I'm just using that as an example of that. Things happen with old lines and old wells that argue for removing those possibly. I mean, in Broomfield, for example, they require the developer to remove all the flow lines from any plugged and abandoned or areas, drain them, same types of things you're talking about, but they have to remove them to get them out before the development can occur. So the burden's either going to be on the local government and the developer, or it could be on the oil company to make sure that that kind of process is done properly to remove a potential hazard. From a legacy standpoint, I'm not talking about going forward, I'm talking about from a legacy standpoint. Just wanted to share that with you, and it certainly influences my thinking.
Commissioner Eden, then Commissioner Overturf.
Thank you. You talked about the abandoning the wells and the abandoning the flow lines going hand in hand, but it seems to me there are also situations where you're going to abandon a flow line and replace it or redirect it somewhere. And those situations, and I think that may be the situation that was at Firestone, where it wasn't properly, the flow line wasn't properly abandoned in the context of a well that was not abandoned. And I guess I would like you to speak to that situation and where you have a continuing operation that could re-enter that flow line if it, it's not gone. So the possibility of that happening seems to me to still be an issue. So I'm interested in your.
Sure. Again, this is Brian Murray, PDC Energy. I touched on a little bit on the response that the commission had in 2017 through the NTO for locating all the risers in the state of Colorado and identifying them. So in my opinion, that has been corrected for based off of that 2017 NTO of what you speak of.
Commissioner Eden.
I just wanted to make sure that whatever we do here applies equally to flow lines that are abandoned, whatever the situation is, whether there's a well abandonment, or you're just abandoning the flow line and relocating it, or whatever. That the steps.
Yes.
But the steps are not the same, right? Or you can correct me. The riser is disconnected from that. Is there a different riser for a different flow line? Or is a different flow line connected to the same riser that the original one was on? Does that question make sense? Because I think you could end up with, if you didn't remove the first one, confusion and the possibility of.
Luke McCartney, Noble Energy. I believe I understand the question that you're asking. It would be with consideration, or example, might be a flow line replacement. For whatever reason, you're asking what would we do with the existing. And we would follow absolutely the same existing protocols. Those are what our decommissioning teams know. Those are the procedures that we would follow for abandoning any flow line, even if it were for replacement. I would follow that to say that it is a viable example that you give. We don't have those occurrences that I'm aware of. I honestly can't think of any off the top of my head in which we are replacing flow lines. Where our program is today is we are removing those old wells and flow lines from service. But it is a viable example, but our process is what
And Commissioner Brigham McCown, if I may, what I think I'm hearing you say is that there are exceptions when things aren't done correctly. There are some legacy wells that may or may not have been done. I think what you all will have to ask yourselves, and I don't know if you utilize cost benefit analyses or impact analysis when you do that, but the size of the issue versus what is the size of the solution. And if the procedures and the existing regulations are followed, then then you have a certain problem set that's very different from
a potential solution that's a one size fits all for the entire industry.
And also, can I follow up on that? This is Brian Murray, PC Energy. The other thing I think we can talk about is in the flow line rules historically, and also the new ones going forward, is whenever you install a new flow line, so we're talking about a replacement, that was the example you're talking about, we have to conduct an integrity test or a pressure test. And so at that point, if that flow line was going off in a direction we didn't know about or not connected to the riser, you would see it on the pressure test that you would conduct before you started operations.
Commissioner Overturf.
Thank you. Mr. McCartney, in your conversation with Commissioner Boygan, you talked about how the two areas where you, or the two instances where you would typically remove flow lines are when the surface owner has requested it or when there's kind of imminent development. And so I wanted to explore kind of the temporal limit of those two things. So if the current surface, if the surface ownership changes hands and the new surface owner wants flow lines removed, do you come in and do that even though the surface owner has changed since the time the flow lines were abandoned?
Yeah, Luke McCartney, Noble Energy. So what would say in that case is, if, make sure I understand your context of your question correctly. So the flow line was abandoned with a prior landowner in place. Then the answer to that would be no, we would not go in and remove it for the current landowner. We would work with them. We would consider that to be improvements to their property. We absolutely would advise on the best potential for path forward for removal if they want to use some of our technical expertise, etc. We absolutely work with folks on like that, issues like that all the time.
Okay. And then with the other sort of category that you identified about development, is that how far in advance are you looking when you make that determination? So it's kind of similar to the surface owner question, but there has been an extraordinary expansion of residential areas, particularly along the Front Range. And so how far into the future are you looking about whether or not you think development is going to occur? Or is it the instance where when a local government or a home builder, I'm not quite sure how that process works, decides that they want to do something, then you make the determination at that time?
Sure. Luke McCartney, Noble Energy. So we have a land team at the office that is certainly familiar with activity in areas. And anytime that they're made aware of development, et cetera, it gets brought up into conversations regularly about where ongoing activity is and where ongoing development may be. I'll answer also from just my own personal knowledge, is we're currently working with a developer that has a project that is, I want to say, 36 to 48 months out in the future. And we're working with him actively to look at the area and to determine what the path forward should be. So that's the longest length forward that I'm currently aware of a specific project example. But I could certainly, go back and get some other information from our land team to see.
Okay, and then I think you said that in the instance of, in the example of a private landowner, that a subsequent landowner, you would work with that landowner, but if they wanted the flow lines removed, they would need to do it at their own expense. So is it the same for development? Are you removing the lines at your expense, or is the home builder or whoever else paying the costs to remove the lines?
So quite frankly, I would have to get some detail there from our folks that work those projects, and I can certainly get some from you. My understanding is, as of today, that there is ongoing development, and it is during time of our plugging and abandoning of activities that we would work with the developer to remove for shared costs is our current approach.
Okay. And then I had another question for Mr. McCowan. You mentioned in your written testimony, in your pre-filed written testimony, and also in your oral testimony here today, that that abandonment procedures have to be strictly followed and enforced. And so I want to talk about that enforcement. I think we can all recognize that when everything happens exactly as expected, that then abandonment in place poses no issues. But I think one of the things you're hearing from the commissioners is a concern about the times when things don't go exactly according to plan. And so what, in your experience, are the gold standards of of assurance, I guess, and enforcement?
Well, like, any enforcement agency, too few inspectors sometimes, but you have to have procedures in place, documentation perhaps that is then submitted that can be verified, along with auditing different operators at different points in time through whatever inspection protocols you have to identify any issues. And if you find issues, then you dig deeper with that particular operator, either from the audit trail or from field inspections. You kick over a stone. If there's nothing there, you're okay. If you kick over a stone and you see something, you start digging deeper. So there has to be sort of this enforcement mechanism or auditing process to ensure that what is supposed to have been done is being done. But it's fairly easy to go out into the field and to inspect either at the time something is being capped, or you can require other documentation such as readouts from explosive gas meters, photos from the site. I think there are certain things that you could put together to help you verify that in fact all of these things are being done. That won't necessarily fix stuff from the past, but you can still go audit those companies and take a look. And if you find any issues, again, dig deeper and take action.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Commissioner Jolan.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions about, I think they're follow-ups to Commissioner Boygan and Commissioner Overturf around, I think if I were to say back to you what I think I've heard is properly abandoned in place poses no additional threat or ongoing threat to public health, safety, welfare, and environment. So my two questions are unrelated. My first question to follow up on that is, do you have information about what the typical failure point is? And this is a follow-up to Commissioner Overturf. What would be the typical failure point in properly abandoning in place? So if could you point in a direction to if you want to ensure properly, because that's the decision point for not further harm to public health, welfare, safety, and environment. So what is something that would be a failure point to look at in that process? Is it record keeping? Is it mechanical? I'm giving some clues as to the way that I'm thinking about it. What would be the failure point that we should be paying attention to ensure properly?
Brian Murray, PDC Energy, just going off of what the 2017 NTO looked at, I think it was risers. What was the failure point that I would just thinking off the cuff for in that 10 seconds you gave me, I would say risers was the problem. And in 2017, that was what was addressed with the NTO. But for point forward, I think risers is it. Plugging and banning is I think the commission is already out there quite frequently to make sure that's done properly and putting cement on there. So removing the potential for the hydrocarbon release, I feel is very, very, very good at this point in time. So I don't to see that. So I think that the verification of the risers based off of the 2017 NTO okay. is with the 10 seconds that I had is what I would say.
Okay, great. And,
continue, please.
Okay, and then my second question on this is, my understanding is that flow lines and crude oil transfer lines can be made of different materials. There's a variety, and there's over time, the materials have changed, and some of the requirements around like additional corrosion protection has changed and that sort of thing. So if we're looking at it from the perspective that leaving it, abandoning in place does not harm public health, safety, welfare, and environment, does that answer change based on the material used in the flow line or any of the changes to regulations that have happened in recent times?
This is Christine Myspansky. From my perspective, I mean, as previously discussed, all of those procedures need to be followed. I don't anticipate there being any issues depending on the type of flow line. Again, I touched on asbestos, and when that's disturbed, that's when it becomes an issue. And again, in my perspective, mostly on the Western Slope, that's a rarity. And so I think steel lines are commonly used in all industries. They're used in water wells, and those are always abandoned in place. And so you don't pull out the water well, even though it goes through an aquifer. So steel is definitely not concerned. And I don't see any issues with a lot of the other materials that are going in place because they're actually less corrosive. If you get into HDPE or they have flex pipe, flex steel, that sort of thing.
Commissioner Mester.
Thank you. Just to follow up again to Commissioner Overturf's line of questioning, I wonder, Mr. McCown, has there ever been, I guess to start, what I'm hearing you say is that from a PHMSA standpoint, abandoning in place, capping and abandoning in place is standard procedure and is the best option. Are you aware of any safety incidents that have occurred on PHMSA regulated pipelines resulting from a capped and abandoned in place procedure?
Commissioner, thank you so much for that question. I am not. I'll ask my colleague, Mr. Sanders, who has a couple more years at this than I do as well. Are you aware of anything?
No, I'm not. Matter of fact, I looked at the database just to be sure not to depend on my mind. But I did not see anything that would indicate a problem there.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Boygan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. At the risk of perhaps prolonging this unnecessarily, I do want to follow up because I think both Commissioner Jalon and Commissioner Overturf were articulating what I was trying to drive at in my question to you, Mr. Murray, about wells that maybe were not abandoned and should have been. And I think what I'm asking you is, do you think the threat resides in idle wells that have not been abandoned and should have been, as opposed to properly abandoning in place a flow line by going through all the procedures? And the distinction I'm asking you to draw is between a properly carried out plugging and abandoning program like you're all describing with your companies. You're just going through the steps, you're plugging wells, you're plugging you're capping the flow lines, you're abandoning them in place, everything's fine. But I think, what about the situation where there's a well out there and it hasn't been abandoned, it hasn't been plugged and abandoned, and it's still connected to a flow line? And I think that's what people are concerned about. So is that a situation of identifying when wells should be abandoned, when flow lines should be abandoned, and how to enforce that being the case, as opposed to the procedure of actually abandoning a flow line that presents the threat? If you understand my question. Maybe you don't, because it was a long question.
This is Brian Murray, PDC Energy. I was following the question until like the last 10 seconds or so.
Common reaction to my questions.
That's okay. So with an orphan type of well that you're describing, it is my opinion, or a well that wasn't improperly abandoned, however you guys want to describe it, it is my opinion that you go to the source of the hydrocarbon to make sure that's corrected. So you would make sure that the well is plug and abandoned. It is my opinion. You don't treat the symptom, you go to the source, and the source of the hydrocarbons is the improperly abandoned well.
Or a well that should have been abandoned and wasn't.
I'm struggling with that situation. Can you tell me what you mean? Like a well that's shut in or temporarily abandoned, or?
I mean, this is kind of rhetorical. I'll just state it. The concern is that you've got wells that maybe have not been producing and are still connected to flow lines, and the flow lines, therefore, are potential sources of hydrocarbons. To me, that's a situation of, the question is, should the well have been abandoned, as opposed to if the flow line had been properly abandoned in place, would the problem have been resolved? And I think so. It's two different situations, but that's what I was trying to drive at. Is the question, when should wells be abandoned, and how do you enforce that, as opposed to whether abandonment in place is a threat.
Okay, so you're talking, again, Brian Murray, PDC Energy. So you're asking me on the timing of when a well should be abandoned versus just being left shut in. It's part of it. And that's part of it. One thing we could talk about is we do have annual pressure testing for all flow lines. So for a well that you've been saying that's been out there, they will still be conducting annual pressure tests that will verify the integrity of that flow line. The commission also has, we have to conduct MIT so frequently, and so there's a lot of verification that a well and the associated flow line is being not forgotten or lost in the system. Okay. Sorry, it took me a while to get there.
Do you think there should be an objective standard for successful revegetation, allowing for abandonment in place to provide clarity and consistency?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you think there should be an objective standard when allowing, abandoned lines to stay in place, so that there's for revegetation, so that there's some consistency? I'm referring to Rule 105D, subsection 2D.
I'm not overly familiar with that rule from my current position. I believe there's an expert that will testify to vegetation later. But from my perspective, if that is something you go towards, it's important to realize the many different types of climate in Colorado, and that every situation is going to be different. Western Slope is drastically different from the DJ Basin. And again, I can't speak in depth on vegetation, but there's a lot of factors that play into that. And so it would be, I think it would be at a very minimum, very difficult to apply a statewide standard on that. And then you get to federal lands where they have different definitions as well.
Any other questions? Thanks so much. We're ready for the next panel.
It's cool over here. Swung back and forth a lot. Commissioners, the next panel will address mapping, and Brian Murray will speak first.
Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you again for the honor of speaking before you. I am Brian Murray, PDC Energy. I'll be speaking in support of staff's proposed language of the GIS data for off-location flow lines installed before May 1st, 2018, with an accuracy of plus or minus 25 feet. First of all, the accuracy of plus or minus 25 feet strikes the right balance of providing useful information to the Commission and to the public on the proximity of where these historical flow lines are located, while not being too exact and making the COGCC data a substitute for 811. I want to emphasize 811 needs to continue to be the one true source for locating pipelines, especially before conducting excavation activities. If people are start relying on a map instead of 811, the consequences could be disastrous. If the accuracy requirement of plus or minus 25 feet is the proposed deadline, the industry can meet the proposed deadline on December 1st, 2020. Industry would use historical surveys, right-of-way agreements, and aerial photography to locate the historical flow lines that will be uploaded to the GIS map. I want to remind the Commission that all off-location flow lines constructed after May 1st of 2018 have much more accurate GIS data than plus or minus 25 feet. That's the plus or minus 3 feet that we've been discussing earlier. Some parties have asked for an accuracy of plus or minus 1 meter for flow lines. This is problematic for a number of reasons. First, if an accuracy of plus or minus 1 meter were adopted, industry feels that the probability of bypassing 811 would increase significantly. This is because calling 811 takes time. The law allows 3 business days for everyone to respond to locate and mark the lines. You can see where the temptation is for someone to rely on COGCC data instead of sitting idle for 3 business days to wait for the proper line locates to take place. We already have contractors that every once in a while bypass 811, and this is even before a COGCC map exists. Secondly, in order to conduct this work, industry would need to negotiate with surface owners to gain access to their property to pothole and locate the flow lines. Workers would then need to walk the flow line path, potholing along the way, in order to precisely locate the flow line to take a GPS reading of plus or minus 3 feet. For those of you not familiar with potholing, potholing is a safe method to dig a hole to ascertain the location of pipelines or utilities. It consists of a 2-man crew, a water truck with a water hose, and a vacuum device attached to the back of the truck. You spray high-pressure water to break up the soil, and the vacuum collects the soil and the water, enabling you to dig a hole safely. In order to accurately locate the historical flow lines, a worker would need to induce a current on the flow line, pothole every 100 feet or so, in order to expose the flow line to ensure that you are taking an accurate GPS measurement at that point. The number of potholes will be dependent upon the length of the flow line. The typical flow line being of well over 1,000 feet in length, this would require tens of thousands of potholes to be dug to generate this accuracy. Other parties mentioned a company called Combine Phone that could be used to locate flow lines based off an acoustic sound. I reached out to Combine Phone. What we learned is that this technology is used for shorter length pipelines and is used for predominantly water or liquid filled lines. Combine Phone's brochure states, and I quote, "Gas or air-filled pipes can sometimes be problematic as there is no transmitting water column." The reason the gas pipelines can be problematic is that sound waves travel much better in liquid than they do in gas. The Combine Phone technology may have current utility for short pipelines, particularly water lines, but off-location flow lines would tend to be much longer in length and contain oil, gas, and water and sand are not suitable at this time. Other technologies mentioned were glass fiber probe rods and sodium transmitters. When industry reached out, they indicated that they were limited to a distance of less than 400 feet. I'm also happy to talk, Commissioner Messer, about smart pigging. If you have any questions, I can go into detail on that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rusty Frischmuth. I am EHS Director for High Point Resources. I'm actually here on this panel just to speak to map scale, and I'm going to cut it very short because I think everybody, or not map scale, excuse me, accuracy. My partner to my right is going to talk map scale. I do have a graphic on plus or minus 25 feet. My sense from this morning's discussion is I think you guys have a good grasp on that, so I will now hand it over to Brigham. I will be available to answer any questions you may have.
Here we go. I'll use this one. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, Brigham McCown here, and I'd like to discuss briefly with you the limitations on mapping systems, and more specifically, share my personal experiences to answer some of the questions as to how and why PHMSA and the Department of Homeland Security struck the balance they did with scale and availability. Second, I'd like to touch briefly on the importance of the 811 program, which was initiated during my tenure at the agency, and the important role that it plays against well-documented risks that can arise should reliance of any kind be shifted away from the 811 system. With respect to mapping, significant discussions between TSA, DHS proper, and PHMSA took place with respect to the availability of online mapping, with TSA and DHS taking the positions that the map should be removed in their entirety. The security threats were real and significant, and one may search the web to see some prosecutions that resulted in that area. Our position at the time, and my position now, was that removing maps in their entirety did not balance safety and security, and we eventually settled on 2 restrictions. First, the mapping is displayed in 1/24,000th, at which scale the pipelines are still displayed, but are matched to that scaling that is used by the 8111 call system. And second, we limited the availability to view any entire system so as to changes were initiated, which would allow the public to search by zip codes, while the government stakeholders at the local, state, or federal levels could have access to the entire broader line and more detailed mapping. Thus, I believe there's some logic to starting with those standards, and if it doesn't work for you, certainly it can be tweaked or changed. With respect to mapping, limitations in these systems, at least the way they're currently used, can't identify lines with sufficient precision, but they can and do give the ecosystem out there consisting of excavators, landowners, and others a false sense of security that they may already know the locations of facilities underneath their work sites. And that as a result, you don't need to call one call for the 811 system. It's my desire, and often with tragic results, I might say, it's my desire that the 811 system continue to evolve, and I embrace new disruptive technologies, including virtual white lining and other smaller tolerance factors on location. But that said, 811 is the national standard, and I think it's especially important not to accidentally or inadvertently undermine the exclusivity of that system. One concern I have is that there are no limitations onto the proposed map, for example, or that there are limitations. So thus, it doesn't contain pipelines contained in the national mapping system, nor would it have other utilities. But in conclusion, it's my hope that this testimony, along with any comments or questions you may have, might be useful to you during your deliberations. Again, thank you for your time and your consideration today.
Richard Sanders again. To follow along with what Brigham has said, when I was working with PHMSA, I was involved in the studies that he talked about with PHMSA and with the other federal agencies to evaluate the appropriate scale for providing information to the general public. PHMSA and other federal agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, undertook a series of studies after the terror attack, September 11, 2001, to determine whether the country's pipeline system was secure. PHMSA and others agencies spent years before ultimately deciding that the 1 in 24,000 was a proper scale for appropriately balancing the needs for public information with very real security concerns. Draft Rule 1105 is highly protective of public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. It goes further than other state programs that I am familiar with, and even the PHMSA program. Thank you.
The panel would be pleased to answer any questions the commissioners have.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Hahn?
Mr. McGowan, could you explain what virtual white lining is?
Yes, in most states now, when white lining is done, i.e. you're marking underground utilities, you see the paint on the ground, the different colors of paint, red for electric, yellow for gas, and so forth. Virtual white lining removes the need to virtually paint on the ground by having a GPS-enabled device that while the lines are being located, that information is being relayed into a mapping system. And so that over time, you could create a mapping system that would be layered within a GIS mapping protocol so that you would actually have all the lines marked once and forever. And because it utilizes GPS technology, your tolerances are down to inches instead of feet. And some places around the country are starting to move into that direction, but it's coming very slowly.
Commissioner Hopkins.
Yes, I want to talk a little bit about accuracy. And I know, and I appreciate the discussion you all gave on technology and limitations of technology and worker safety, those type of issues. But what I'd like to do is try to shift the discussion over to the utility of the final work product, which is the map, along with its uncertainties with regard to accuracy, and trying to find the sweet spot for where you get the best utility for the public. People who own homes might would like to know where these lines are relative to their homes and such, versus the security concerns with perhaps too much precision that might encourage somebody to not use 801 just start digging away because they know it's within a certain distance. And I just would like to know, get your all's thoughts on the plus or minus 3 or the plus or minus 25 foot in terms of whether or not there's a sweet spot somewhere in between the two, or whether or not the 25 satisfies both concerns with regard to security and public availability, because the owner will, or the person who goes to COGC offices will have the ability to see things within a 50-foot swath based on the accuracy that's required. So I just want to get some type of discussion going about where you should be within that range, and why you would justify 25 feet versus, or the 50-foot swath versus, say, a 6-foot swath.
Take that one. Sure. Good afternoon, Commissioner Hopkins, Rusty Frischmuth, High Point Resources. I think you're actually talking about two different issues. There's the scale issue, which is the availability of data to the public on a map that we've been talking about. The graphics that you saw this morning, is it 1 to 24,000? Is it 1 to 6,000? That's one aspect of this.
And I'm not talking about that aspect. I'm strictly talking about the accuracy of the map that's generated with the uncertainty associated with the line that's on that map. Am I clear?
You are. It starts with the scale of the map. If we are truly going to produce a map that has a scale of 1 to 6,000, then plus or minus 25 feet on that map depicted at that scale is barely going to be noticeable.
It's barely going to be noticeable?
Does that make sense?
No.
So could we go back to that map from this morning?
Oh, you said the 1 to 20.
Well, here's the example. You have 1 inch equals 500 feet.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about plus or minus 50 feet, what that entails is it's 0.1 inches is what's showing up on that map. So a fine line of 0.1 inch on that line, if you got even more precise, the line would disappear on that scale. Is that answering your question?
No. Okay. Let me try.
So it's 1/10 of an inch.
Let me try it one more. There's a provision in the draft regulations that allows an individual to go to COGCC and get even finer distances. So let's say I'm a citizen, I want to find out if there's a flow line that is in my backyard. I could go to COGCC and I would have the uncertainty of plus or of a 50-foot swath sitting there, where if I went with a 3-foot degree of accuracy, I'd have only a 6-foot swath to worry about. And I can get, at that point, we're going to have the 1/10 of an inch type of visual becomes immaterial, because it's going to be you're much better resolution. So I want to put aside the scale issue and get into the accuracy issue for the individual who goes to COGCC and can have access to a very detailed map for their parcel or some other area.
Right. And I guess the question is really, what are we trying to accomplish with plus or minus the 3 feet versus the 25 feet? I think one thing we're also trying to do this expediently for the public to see us in the commission to get this. So the plus or minus 25 feet, industry can get that for you, by December 1st of 2020 is the proposed, how it's written right now. There's also the cost associated with it being delayed if you get tighter precision for the location of those lines.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I'm just wondering, is it going to provide enough utility for the person who really wants to know what's going on with regard to their parcel with that kind of uncertainty?
Commissioner, again, Rusty Frischmuth, High Point Resources. I would have to explicitly say I'm also a certified safety professional. If you want the degree of certainty and accuracy you're talking about, you need to call 811.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not talking, and I realize that concern. I'm just saying there's trade-offs involved between 25 and 3. And
Absolutely, and Commissioner Boygan hit on it this morning of what is the trade-off of accuracy of the data with timeliness, and what do we think we can do effectively and efficiently and get this taken care of.
And just to finish off maybe the discussion, I understand that part of the equation, but I'd like to see you all understand a little bit better the utility of that to the final user in their looking at the map. And is it going to give them enough information that they need for their own individual uses? And I'm not sure if it does or not. That's the type of question I was trying to ask.
Yeah, and Commissioner Brigham McCown, I think that's one of the concerns I have is that it almost sounds like you're replacing 811 with this new system. That's the whole point of 811 is to call to get that specificity from the map. You can't get it from a map. You're not supposed to get it from a map.
And I agree. That's one of the downsides with too precise a measurement.
Right.
I agree with that. What I'm trying to do is trying to understand if there's some type of concern that if you have it too wide, it's not going to be of utility to the person in the first place anyway. If you follow my drift.
I do. I think, the way the PHMSA maps lay out, I encourage people to look at it. When I bought a new house, I went to the PHMSA map and said, okay, do I have any pipelines around me? And it worked in my case to try to figure out, okay, is there something close enough? For some people that, they may want more specificity, but all I can tell you is in my personal times of looking at it that it's been fine. I don't know that you, in other words, I don't know that you really lose anything between those
Between
two.
the PHMSA map?
I'm sorry?
Between the PHMSA map, the
Between
21
the
and
PHMSA map, which is
24,000 scale and
124. Yeah. I haven't had a problem with
Is that right?
trying to find lines in my neighborhood and how close they are. And then you can verify that by going out and looking because they have to be marked.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, and then Commissioner Overturf. Just thinking of these parcels where people want to zero in more than like 1 to 6,000, and you can potentially, head to the COGCC office, I assume either in Rifle or Denver to really zero in on the lines. But why not open this up to local governments? Why not? I'm a former county commissioner. Why can't I just go to the local planning department or the assessor's office? I just want to get your thoughts on that, if you'd be supportive of that.
You can take it.
I mean, local governments know the community more so than sometimes state agencies in terms of people that walk in through the door. And if security and I've heard that from some folks with some concerns, why not allow a local government to help provide some of this information too?
Yes, Rusty Frischman with High Point Resources. I'm going to go back to what I heard this morning, is I think that is an ongoing discussion with the realization that, yes, there are actually only 2 physical locations for the COGCC, and would it be possible to then share that data and make it available via other avenues? I don't have an opinion on it in that regard. The opinion I do have, and I think it's the good idea, is from a security, anti-terrorism, vandalism standpoint, we are assuming and relying that whoever is going to be providing that data is going to be doing some level of due diligence and at least keeping records of who they're providing that data to. I think that's an appropriate check and balance. So if this does go from the point where it's not just COGCC making the data available, it does go to local governments, I would want to see that carried through to that process. It's my personal opinion.
This reminds me, when I was a county commissioner, there was a threat analysis organization, the Rubicon Assessment Team, that did an evaluation of the Lake Dillon, the Dillon Dam, and without sharing information with local law enforcement on the report. And if something goes wrong, guess who shows up? It's not normally the state patrol, it's the county sheriff, it's the local law enforcement. They're right there on the ground. So, Commissioner Overturf.
Thank you. I had just a couple of questions. One is to follow up on the conversation that you were having about the scale of the mapping, and I think it was you, Mr. McCown, who said if you're looking for that level of detail, then what you really need to do is call 811. But my understanding of 811 is that it's really to provide information to people who are going to be excavating, and it's not to be used for informational purposes. Is that right? If I called 811 and said, I'm just really curious about what's near my house, would people come and mark all the lines near my house even if I wasn't intending to dig?
Yeah, if you call, so that's true. It is supposed to be used for excavating because it's all of the companies that pay for it, 811. Right. However, are there cases where people call and say, I just want to know where everything is in my backyard and everything still gets marked? Yes. They can't ask you, why do you want it marked? They will just simply come out and mark. Okay.
And then my other question is, with regard to this risk of people relying on COGCC maps versus calling 811, I agree, obviously, that we want people to be using 811, that it's the appropriate system for assessing risks associated with excavation. But one of the things we've heard a lot about what COGCC's maps are going to do to that risk, but I'm really curious about, for operators, what do you see as your responsibility to encourage utilization of 811? So I think on the previous panel, I don't know if it was you, Mr. Murray, or if it was Mr. McCartney, said that you had experience using excavators who didn't want to wait around for 811. I would hope that you would then never use that excavator again and would tell all of your friends never to use that excavator again. So how much are you proactively requiring your contractors to use 811 and making that a condition of their employment?
Brian Murray, PDC Energy, very much so. Yeah, that is unacceptable when it comes to PDC, and that's corrected very quickly when that does occur.
Would there be value in placing a requirement in our rules that made it clear that operators utilizing or conducting excavation activities were themselves required to utilize the 811 system? Would that be valuable?
Rusty Frisch with High Point Resources. I believe that the 811 requirements actually require the excavator to be the one making the call. And we, similarly to my partner here to the left, we absolutely require contractors to conduct one calls even when they're digging on our own locations, let alone off location someplace else.
Commissioner Westbrook. Thank you. Couple questions. All right, I give up. I just a follow up to a previous question I had asked about PHMSA and safety incidents and quick internet search. There has in fact been a number of incidents in the last few years around abandoned pipelines that PHMSA regulates, and those actually have created the need for additional rulemakings in order to update regulations around abandoned in place pipelines. And so I'm scratching my head a little bit on that one. But that's nonetheless, I do have specific questions around the mapping piece and the technology I had mentioned earlier, and technologies in general. As far as how do we look into the future at potential technologies that may become available, because I would assume that it wouldn't give operators any heartburn to be as accurate as is reasonable and necessary, right? And to understand that while it may be easier to go to 25 feet, it's certainly possible to go to 3 feet, and it could be reasonable and perhaps even necessary to go to 3 feet in a lot of situations. And so, what are some of those technologies that are currently available, that are commonly in use, and what are some that we're going to be seeing in the foreseeable future?
Sure, I'll try to, again, Brian Murray, PDC Energy, I'll try to answer that question and make sure I do if you ask it again if I don't. So smart picking was mentioned earlier this morning, and smart picking has been around for quite some time. Some of the limitations with smart picking is that the pipeline needs to be built for pigging, and those are usually larger diameter pipelines, predominantly gas lines. So they have pig launchers and pig receivers. These 3-inch or 2-inch or even smaller pipelines were not set up to be piggable. The other challenge is it's like driving a car with a pig going through your line. You have to have the turns be shallow. You can't have a 90-degree turn because the pig gets stuck. A lot of these off-location flow lines have 90-degree valves, so the pig cannot go around those. So piggable lines have much more gradual. So if you ever see a pig launcher, there's no 90s on it. It's a gradual uptick for the pig to make it around there. So that is one of the limitations with using smart pig technology for these historic off-location flow lines. to answer your question, when it comes to, is it plus or minus 3 feet or is it some other distance? You know, industry can get there is what we want to make across. The challenge is when we locate a line, there's an error bar associated with it. And so then you take your GPS unit and there's an error on an error. And there's a commission discussion earlier. If you have, you know, a little bit more of a plus or minus on top of more plus or minus, it compounds to it. So from industry standpoint, in order to verify that we are within plus or minus 3 feet, which is what the GPS reading, you know, is what we're doing for our current flow lines where we can actually see it, you would locate the line, and then every 100 feet or so, you would pothole. So you make sure that when you are above that line, or when you're taking that GPS reading, you are above that line and not inducing additional error where that locate may not be exactly precise plus or minus that 3 feet. So you could get closer than the 25 feet, but to get down to that plus or minus 3 feet, that's when it becomes a little bit more invasive, and the potholing is required to make sure that you're going to do it. Also, as an operations manager, I couldn't sleep at night knowing that I needed to get to the plus or minus 3 point by using some of these unproven technologies without verification that, yes, that is in fact the line. The other challenge is when there's multiple lines within the same right-of-way, you don't know exactly where you're locating which line it is. So if every line had to be plus or minus 3 feet, again, you would want a pothole to make sure that that GPS reading is associated with this flow line and not the flow line that was laid next to it.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Hey, Commissioner, if I may respond, and I'd love to talk to you afterwards, but my understanding is that in 2016, PHMSA had to reissue some regulations because operators would idle a pipeline or place it out of service and they would call it abandoned. But under PHMSA regulations, that's not abandoned. And there have been leaks from lines like that, which have not been properly abandoned because PHMSA doesn't consider them abandoned. PHMSA considers them still in operation. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but if not, I'd love to get with you afterwards and sort through that.
Like I said, it was a quick internet search, but I think the point is
it has to be done
is
properly.
that there is a potential safety issue to abandon lines if not done properly. And so I think that understanding what that means and understanding the specifics around it becomes critically important in this discussion, because just because we're abandoning them doesn't mean that they're safe and inert.
That's fair. Absolutely.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This could be a jump ball or group ball, depending on how you want to take it. I just want to better understand the security argument, as specifically as it relates to the kind of fineness of the map resolution on the piece. And I understand, since I've worked on other infrastructure security, but not gas or oil pipelines, I tend to look at those things with kind of the risk and difficulty of hitting a target, the hardness of the target, and the consequence of the target. And I can understand if you've got a major interstate pipeline, 30 inches, high pressure, big opportunities to explode, that leads you to one answer. I'm trying to understand what kind of target a low volume flow line is likely to be, where we already know the location of the risers. We have information on the wells that are already identified with precision. We can see physically from driving around on the road or from Google Maps where the tank batteries, where compressor stations, where other sort of above ground infrastructure is located. What's the real risk that a terrorist is going to dig up a 3-inch produced water line or 3-inch gas line that's a few feet underground, plus or minus a certain level? I'm just not seeing that as a real risk for a committed terrorist or a not too committed vandal. Is that really where we should be focusing, or should we be focusing on other issues?
Sure, I'll take it. From a security standpoint, I agree with you. There is far less of a security risk the smaller a line becomes and the lower pressure in that line. That said, while there's less risk, that still comes down to the proximity of that line to other infrastructure, other facilities, other buildings.
and whether that line could then be used in a manner such as that line near a school, for example. Could it be used? But I agree with your premise that the risk is much lower. What we've not seen a lot of in this country, but what we've seen in Europe is from a vandalism or theft standpoint, illegal taps into lines, which have then caused significant safety issues. And there was a building explosion in New York in Harlem 3 or 4 years ago that I can't recall whether that's the right one, but there was an illegal tap involved. And so, there is that too. But with respect to a terrorist activity, I agree with you.
Great. Commissioner Eden.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, I wanted to follow up with you on what processes will be used to identify the flow lines within the 25-foot level of accuracy, and then to talk about how that accuracy can improve over time potentially. Because I think, back to your white lining, and I think that over time we would like to be able to have a system that clearly identifies where these different utilities are, and that people can rely on emergencies and other purposes, planning. But also right now we have a third of all of our flow lines that we don't have any spatial identification of. And so somewhere between 25 feet and white lining, I think we want to make progress. So I guess I'm interested in what information and what process would be used to get that level of accuracy, and then what you think we can do to be improving that over time for that set of flow lines.
Brian Murray, PDC Energy, and I'll try to remember all those questions. These are hard when there's long questions. I think the first part was talking about how we would get to the plus or minus 25 feet, and to touch on that. Is that correct? Okay, so there's historical surveys or right-of-way agreements is what we would start with. Along with, you can look at aerial photography. You can also see it like Google Maps sometimes has this historical. You can go back in time and see, when the line was laid, if the satellites were flying over. So you'd be looking
at aerial photography from the time when
you would try to. It all depends upon when the satellite flew over there, if the image was captured. You would try to see the disturbance before the vegetation had taken off, so you could kind of see where that corridor was. You would try to, if you saw that 25 or 50 foot swath of right of way where there was disturbance done, you could see it different in the soil or the vegetation. We would try to draw that line in the center of it, because more than likely that's where it was laid and not to one edge of it. So I think the accuracy would be greater the vast majority of the time than the plus or minus 25 feet, but it can't be guaranteed. I guess it is the relation for
plus
that.
or minus 25 feet is to sort of get a right of way sort of span, and then, but you might have data that are more accurate than that, potentially, that you rely on.
Yes, ma'am. But just uncomfortable saying that every single line, every single foot of it would be greater than that, and that's where that plus or minus 25 foot, because it's in that corridor. When it comes to other things, I kind of touched on locating the lines, use the GPS, and potholing. That is the other option to get greater resolution than what I just outlined.
The idea of pigging or some future technology that could provide greater accuracy over time, it seems to me that even though that we want to be thinking about how we can encourage identification and greater location with new technology and new opportunities as we go forward, and how to do that in this rule or how we do that going forward, I think we still need to think about.
Sure. And if I can also add a little bit of follow-up, I think you also mentioned the amount of lines that you don't have the data for. Luke McCartney testified and all as well that there's a very robust P&A program taking place in Colorado right now, and we want to encourage that. I think all parties want to see these vertical wells P&A'd. And so when those wells are P&A'd, the associated flow lines are also abandoned in place or removed. So I think you're going to see that number decrease very significantly, especially over the next 5 years, where that is going to go away naturally just because of all the vertical wells being plugged and abandoned, and everything going forward is going to have that much, or plus or minus 3 feet. So I think this is a 30% today. Next year, if we have this conversation, I have a feeling it's going to be 25% or below, because all the new wells will have greater data, and you're going to be pulling out a lot of those existing lines out of service.
Commissioner Boygan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I've been struggling with listening to all this is we seem to be talking on two parallel tracks. The plus or minus 25-foot scale is one track in terms of actually locating the lines, and then there's another track of what's accessible to the public. And they sort of intersect because you can't put it on a map until you've identified it, but there doesn't seem to be a connection between the scale at which you're actually going out there and having to find them on the one hand, and what's available to the public to see and make decisions based on. And so I guess what I'm asking is, what do you see as the purpose of going out and locating or identifying with new lines that are put in the exact location of the lines, if not for the members of the public to know where they are? What other purpose does it serve? Why require the GIS data at all in the rules, if not to map the lines so that members of the public know where they are? Is there any other purpose for requiring this data?
But Brian Murray, PDC Energy, at the time of that requirement was putting forth the 2018 flow line rules, mapping was not put in place. So when the commission, the staff put forth that requirement, it was not, I don't want to speak for commission, but there was no public map at that time. So I can't describe what the intention was if you're implying there was only for public viewership, because at the time there was no map that was in that proposal.
What I'm trying to understand is, why are we arguing? The 811 system has a particular use. This has been alluded to in a number of questions. And this morning, Commissioner Overturf asked the question, if there's a line locate call that goes out under 811, doesn't the owner of that line have to find the exact location of that line to a scale of much closer than 25 feet? I mean, the exact location of the line has to be found, right? So there obviously must be well, why don't you answer that?
Brian Murray, PDC Energy. Yes, when they go out there to locate a line for excavation activities, yes, it is much tighter tolerance than plus or minus 25 feet.
Okay, so then doesn't it seem obvious that there is technology for locating the lines?
Yeah, and that's what I described earlier, where you induce a current on the line, and you walk out there and you have this swath of hotspot, right? Ding, and you mark the lines at that point, right, with the different colors, depending upon what type of line it is.
Even the older lines.
As long as it's not before 1996 and there's a tracer wire attached for the poly lines, the steel lines you can induce a current to. Yes, that is correct. And so the difference is that as you're locating the excavation area, so it might be the area of this room right here, in the center of this area, not the full 2,000 foot length of the flow line, or whatever line it is.
And if it's a pre-96 line, you can't do it? Or you have to pothole it?
Correct. And I would also say if you're doing any sort of excavation activity within a certain, within 20 feet even of where you mark it, you should be potholing as well, regardless of if it's a pre-1996 line or if it's a steel line that you have marked and located.
if I could just follow up. So you're saying, I think that 25 feet, a width of 25 feet is a good standard to use if you're excavating. What about if you're simply trying to understand where the lines are in relation to your property or your activity, your child's school, whatever it is? Is that still an appropriate standard? 25 feet.
Commissioner Boykin, Rusty Frischmuth, High Point Resources. I honestly don't know if I can answer that question because it's going to be subject to an individual's impression. Personally, if I knew that there was a line plus or minus 50 feet from a given, or well, yeah, plus or minus 25 feet in a 50-foot swath that, bordered my backyard, personally, that would be ample information for me to know and make whatever decision I wanted to make based on that decision. I think there's a few other aspects of this I want to bring up. When you locate a line, that is still not exact, and 811 requires if you're within 18 inches of that, you have to be digging with non-mechanized methods or something that won't damage the pipe, because they realize it's not exact. So you're talking now at 36, you're back to plus or minus 3 feet. Even if you're in that area, you have to be assuming the line is someplace there. It's, this is still not an exact science until you physically see the line. And I think the other question is, okay, we're going to go plus or minus 3 feet. It's actually a meter per the regs on new pipe. Do we want to also need to be a meter on existing? And quite honestly, that gets into time, effort, technical ability, and how much disturbance and how much time are we willing to take to get that information. And quite honestly, that circles right back to where we started. Is plus or minus 25 feet good enough for an individual who wants that data to take whatever decision they want to make? And quite honestly, if you're that close, again, I come back to you need to call 811.
Just one final follow-up then. And then do I understand correctly that even if you go with a 25-foot or a 50-foot swath, 25 on either side, that on the proposed scale of the map that they're talking about, you still wouldn't be able to see to that level in the commission's publicly available mapping system? You'd have to go into the commission's office to look at the actual.
Yes.
Yeah. You hit on that one.
So Brian Murray, PDC Energy. So the proposed scale, I believe, was 1 inch equals 500 feet. So if you have a corridor of 50 feet, that would imply 0.1 inches equals that 50 feet. So 0.1 inch on that map that is publicly viewable is that air bar. That's pretty skinny, and more than likely, that's more than likely GIS will make that line actually wider than that so that they can see it on the map. So the line itself is going to have greater error than the location of the line itself for that scale, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Commissioner Overturf.
This is not a well-formulated question, so I'm just going to preface it with that. But when, as the commission is sitting up here in situations like this where we're presented with two varying proposals from parties, plus or minus 25 feet or plus or minus 3 feet, some people would be likely to say, well, how about 10? How about 12? Do you have an opinion on whether there is some number between 25 and 3 that would be acceptable?
Brian Murray, PDC Energy. I might deflect the question a little bit, not from acceptable. I can't speak for what the public wants. It's going to be a case-by-case basis. I could tell you from what is feasible, the different options. So I described to you the plus or minus 25 feet is how we would go about that. I talked about earlier. Then the next step is locating the lines and exposing them with potholing to get down to the plus or minus 3 feet. So when it comes to a happy medium in between there. I think industry already kind of compromised working with the staff on this to get to that point of we felt was happy medium. Originally, we were kind of at plus or minus 50 feet. And we got to the 25 feet, so that was kind of the compromise because that's what we feel that we can do with those non-invasive measures that I've outlined. To get down to the next scaling is all invasive measures. And it's not like there's a happy medium of plus or minus 10 feet. It's kind of all or nothing at this point in time for those two options.
Rusty Frischman with High Point Resources or High Point Operating Corporation. I'll expand on that. The reason we went with 50 is that's the common width of a right-of-way. So that is something that's going to be clearly discernible on aerial. That's something that's going to be laid out in a survey document for right-of-way. And we know for a fact that the line is in that area. I think to Brian's point, it becomes pretty binary, if you will. The minute you lose the ability to provide data based on a right-of-way that's either visible or whatnot, then you're getting into having to physically locate the line. And the time and everything else that goes into that, the amount of disturbance and everything goes up immediately. And there really isn't an in-between, in my opinion.
Commissioner Jolan.
Suddenly I'm confused. Are we comparing 25 feet to 3 feet or 25 feet to 3 meters?
I thought it was plus or minus 25 feet versus plus or minus 1 meter.
Correct.
Okay.
And we've been saying plus or minus 3 feet because 1 meter and 3 feet are used interchangeably
Okay, thank
for
you.
this.
Okay, caught up. Thank you.
Rusty Frischman, 5.0 I think that's the only metric reference in the entire set of COGCC rules.
I think it is. Okay. Any other questions, this panel? Yeah, Commissioner Hahn.
Okay, just for clarification now, Commissioner Putnam asked my question regarding the vandalism, terrorism concern. And since it seems as though we've sort of ruled that out a little bit as being high on the priority list. So is the concern with scale now, does it come down really to operators not using the 811 system?
Brian Murray, PC Energy, it's not operators. I think the biggest fear, I think it's the public, it's excavators, it's anyone that's doing any sort of digging activity.
Okay, so that's really what we're talking when we're talking scale is just concerns that people will not utilize 811. That's what it comes down to now?
Brigham McCown, while I don't think terrorism is a high concern or vandalism is as high of a concern as it is with transmission lines, I wouldn't characterize my position as completely discounting the threat. There is still a threat. It's simply much lower.
Brian Murray, PC Energy, I agree, I wouldn't discount it, but the real fear would be bypassing 811 is what industry.
Anything else, commissioners? Panel? Yeah, actually, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:40. Thanks, everyone. Okay, the COGCC will come back to order and we will continue with industry presentations. And who wants to kick it off?
Thank you. We've got our next panel on leak detection.
Okay, just one moment here. Just one moment here. We're just double checking the time.
All right, now we can go.
Okay.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Hello, I'm Jeanette Jones. I'm the engineering manager for Noble Midstream, and I'm also a commissioner with the Underground Damage Prevention Safety Commission. My tongue's a little bloody from biting it as I was in the background here. I want you to know I would absolutely welcome any questions about 811, excavator or operator requirements, SUE tickets, or enforcement. I'll start off with leak detection and continuous pressure monitoring. Continuous pressure monitoring, or CPM, is a best-in-class form of integrity management and leak detection. It should not be removed as a method of integrity management, as some parties have suggested. We presume they will continue to push for this change today. Before we talk about continuous pressure monitoring, I think it's important for you to understand the differences between crude oil transfer lines and off-location flow lines. And so if you could go to Exhibit 1, I'd appreciate it on the slide. This exhibit shows the complexity of one of Noble Midstream's crude oil transfer line systems compared to an off-location flow line. We've talked a lot about off-location flow lines being 600 feet, 2,000 feet. They're very short, and maybe they have half a dozen wells on them. In contrast, these crude oil transfer lines systems are very large. Each of those squares up there is 6 miles by 6 miles. So it's roughly 40 miles from the north to the south end and about 30 miles across. I hope this map and summary helps kind of understand the critical differences between crude oil transfer lines and off-location flow lines. And it gives you a view into how the security issues and risks can be viewed differently between the two lines. So back to continuous pressure monitoring. To argue that continuous pressure monitoring is not an acceptable form of integrity management is fundamentally incorrect. Simply stated, a line without integrity won't hold pressure. CPM allows us to assess the integrity 24 hours a day, 365 days a year through data collection and alarming by monitoring pressures, temperatures, and flow rate data. This allows operators to prevent overpressure or to see a problem and automatically shut the system down, minimizing the loss of integrity. CPM is Noble Midstream's preferred IM method because it allows us to immediately respond to issues and because it provides constant information about a pipeline system's integrity. In summary, we support staff's final revised red line, which leaves intact integrity management methods, including continuous pressure monitoring. Now I'm going to turn it over to Rusty to talk about leak detection.
Thank you, Jeanette. Again, Rusty Frischmuth, High Point Operating Corporation. Several parties have suggested that there be leak detection system requirements for flow lines. After the 2018 flow line rulemaking, the COGCC convened a work group to further investigate instrument-based leak detection methods. I was a member of that team, and one of the things we did was ask Colorado State University to conduct a literature review to identify all available means of leak detection and figure out if any of them would be readily applicable to below-ground flow lines. CSU's report, which I included in my testimony as High Point Exhibit 7, concluded that while, quote, there are many leak detection methods currently in use, independent validation of many methods, and in some cases underlying technologies, is inconsistent or non-existent, end quote. In conclusion, we support the current status of the rules and the conclusion of the COGCC work group, which determined that there are no proven leak detection technologies that are applicable to the many different types of flow lines we operate. You will likely ask, because you are very good and intelligent commissioners, what about continuous pressure monitoring or monitoring flow rates for leak detection? As Jeanette just testified a minute ago, this works very well for crude oil transfer systems and even produced water transfer systems that are containing one material, in this case, oil or water. Flow through the pipe is a single phase, a liquid in this case. Many off-location flow lines are not carrying a single type of material, nor are they carrying just a liquid. Here in this slide is an example of what I'm talking about. The top graphic is a representation of what you'll find in an off-location flow line flowing from a well to a separator. What comes out of the well and into the flow line is a mixture of oil, water, and gas. Accurately measuring this mixture is difficult, and I'll note that the pressure of the mixture flowing from the wellhead is very dynamic, which adds to the complexity of the problem. Furthermore, as shown in the bottom set of graphics, the flow in the pipe is two-phase, meaning it is a mixture of gas and liquid. The composition of this mixture changes as the pressure in the flow line changes. This is very similar to what happens when you open a can of soda, you decrease the pressure and the gas breaks out of solution. In conclusion, accurate measurement is very difficult because you have changing line pressure, 3 different types of materials, and an ever-changing mixture of gas and liquid in the flow line. For all these reasons, we support staff's proposed rules as is, and we'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Are there any questions for the panelists? Commissioner Eaton? No? Okay.
And commissioners, this panel will be up on several different topics. So if it pleases the commission, we can let them finish each topic and answer questions. Then.
Oh, perfect. Let's do that.
Now I'm going to talk about CDPs. Staff's final red line proposes submitting crude oil transfer lines and produced water transfer system maps with the comprehensive drilling plans. While staff's rules envision that these submittals are requested, but not required, we are opposed to this language being included in the final rule and would respectfully ask that it be struck. CDPs are submitted in the infant stages of planning for a typically large and undeveloped area. Midstream companies cannot, with any degree of certainty, say where these systems will be located on a map, since the actual order of drilling, rig activity, and capacity are not known during the initial planning stages for a CDP area. It's like deciding to have a birthday party without a known date, a venue, or an attendance count, and then calling a caterer and asking them for a quote when you can't tell them whether you want appetizers or a 3-course meal with cocktails. A caterer just can't give you the information you're asking for. I worked on Noble Energy's Mustang CDP, which covered 60,000 acres and 5 to 10 years of development, depending on the rig count and pace. The CDP was approved approximately 1 year ago. We would not have been able to provide this information to Noble as part of the CDP, and much of that information is still unknown for acreage in the northern portion of the project area. We would never know how to design a system 5 to 10 years in the future. In order to map anything, you must know the receipt and delivery points, pressure and capacities of a pipeline system. And these typically would be known only 1 to 2 years prior to drilling and production. To my knowledge, not a single party has testified that it could comply with this request. And we are joined by many in the industry who oppose the language to include crude oil transfer lines and produced water transfer system maps as part of these comprehensive drilling plans. I would ask the Commission to decline to adopt a rule, even if it's discretionary in nature, when it's known that compliance will be impossible. I will say that Noble Midstream does not have any objection to the high-level narrative that's been discussed in the statement of basis and purpose or the list in the Rule 216C4. At this point, I want to turn it over to Jill just to make a couple of additional comments.
Thank you, Jeanette. Jill Fulcher, Counsel for Noble Midstream. On that note, I would just offer you a suggestion on this notion of mapping of crude oil transfer lines and produced water transfer systems as part of CDPs. While right now, I think industry's position is that this does not work based on our current Rule 216 framework, I would remind you all that we have another rulemaking coming very soon for the mission change. And I think that rulemaking, among other things, contemplates changing Rule 216. I would imagine in both substance and process and procedure. And so it might be worthwhile to table this discussion on additional mapping in Rule 216 to the mission change rulemaking when we're looking at Rule 216 more fully. So just offer that suggestion. I'm going to hand it back to Jeanette. Thanks.
Are there any questions on the CDPs? Okay. All right. So, oh, there was a question.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to follow up on the piece to really understand the concern. Is it the identification of particular lines, or is it that's a concern, or even identification of corridors or other sort of features that would be of interest? Because as part of a comprehensive plan, you kind of need to know where the infrastructure is going to go. If you're planning a community, you figure out where sewers and water lines and others, even if you don't specify it's a 12-inch pipe or a 14-inch pipe.
Agree. However, the challenge that we have is we don't know how the producer will be drilling that. Will they start in the north end and come down and across? Or will they come from the south and come up to the middle and go diagonally? Or will they start in the middle and go both directions? If they can't tell us the drilling order that they're going to do, it's impossible for us to lay out the pipeline routes. We have to first know how they're going to develop.
Commissioner Messner. Yeah, Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you. Just one quick follow-up, which is understanding that, how do you do the comprehensive planning to understand effects on wildlife corridors or other sensitive riparian corridors without having that kind of information, at least in concept?
As a
conceptual level?
midstream company, that's part of our process when we are in the design phase, when we are actually that 1 to 2 years out from when the producer is actually going to be drilling. That's when we understand how they're going to be drilling, and we are able to size the pipe. We're able to go look. We first lay it out, run a hydraulic study, use the elevations to size the pipes and everything. Then we follow up with a secondary review, which is where we actually put boots on the ground, and we have our field guys go out and look, and they do what we call a constructability review, and they're looking at what does the terrain look like out there? Is there wet areas that we should avoid? And then we have to take all of that information back and we rerun things and come up with a more definitive route.
Thanks. Commissioner Messner.
So a little bit of a follow-up as well. Thank you. I do think it's possible to do these things in comprehensive drilling plans because I've seen them in comprehensive drilling plans. I do think that it is a good point that we are going to be addressing this in mission change. I do think having it included in flow lines is important because, in my opinion, the idea, the concept of the comprehensive drilling plan is to be able to create, a general guideline, a general blueprint, sketch plan, so to speak, on what the intent is, how things are going to be laid out in order to make the review process for the operator easier in the future. In lieu of that, then the review process becomes more challenging for the operator, more steps necessary without the comprehensive drilling plan. But I think, as indicated, we'll get to that in mission change. But I think it's important to understand that. And so having it in here to understand that it is not in here to make it more difficult for operators, but rather to make it easier for operators. And so I want to make sure that that's understood.
If I may, Mr. Chair. And I think Jeanette may
just please introduce yourself.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Jill Fulcher. And I think Jeanette may want to speak to a few of your points as well with respect to what was done for the Mustang CDP, which to date is the only CDP that's been approved for the DJ Basin. I think your point is well taken, and I think that at least from Noble Midstream's perspective, we want to provide the most detailed information that is possible and available. But the problem is, at least right now, as Rule 216 has worked and been applied, we've been looking at production that's 5 to 10 years out. And to Jeanette's point, we don't have a start point and an end point in order to provide a map that's useful to anybody until we're 1 to 2 years out from actual drilling. So that's the lag time with providing the map. I don't think that industry, certainly Noble Midstream, has any issue with providing high-level narratives as the SBP calls for fluid management, for just general overview of crude oil transfer lines, produced water transfer systems. It's just the detailed mapping. And as soon as we present that to stakeholders, to an extent, they start relying on it, thinking that's where the line will be, when in fact it very well may not be, depending on how actual development gets done. But again, I think this goes to the larger discussion of what 216 is going to look like in a few months once the rule book is opened for the mission change. And perhaps once the rule is reworked, maybe this gets a lot simpler to address at that point. And I'll leave it to the expert now.
Those are very good points. The one that I wanted to follow up with you on is that we don't know that delivery point. If you look at the evolution of the delivery points over the last 5 to 10 years, many operators have come and gone. Many gas plants have been built. And so to say that today, this is where we're going to take it. We don't know that it will exist in the future. And we also don't know that there may be other players that may be offering better processing capabilities or better delivery points with lower pressures. If the information isn't there, we can't give you anything that will be substantial. Otherwise, it's just a guess.
Concept. Thank you.
Okay. All right, now I'll go on to caution tape then. My testimony sets forth many reasons why Noble Midstream is opposed to the proposal to install caution tape, plastic or metallic, in a trench above the pipe. To my knowledge, there are several superior methods of line notification that already exist or are being improved with this rulemaking, and these include that all lines are in the one-call system. We're installing pipeline markers, and there is a requirement that they be electronically locatable. To my knowledge, there is no evidence that this additional notification method is necessary. It's not required by PHMSA, which regulates much more complex and arguably more hazardous lines. 811 is working. Last week, I was at an Underground Damage Prevention Safety Commission meeting, and we discussed the annual Colorado 811 report. We saw that a majority of the operators with a majority of the pipelines are responding to the first 811 call. Said another way, the vast majority of the footage of pipe in Colorado is protected by vigilant operators following the rules the first time, every time. The occurrence of repeat ticket requests is marginal. Let's focus time, money, and effort on closing this remaining one-call compliance gap through enforcement, education, best practices, and training rather than on pipeline location methods whose rationale is already covered in triplicate by existing pipeline location methodologies. If the commission approves more detailed mapping and adds this requirement for caution tape, I have concerns that this could give false confidence to excavators to not use 811. This is perhaps my biggest concern with the caution tape requirement. While I understand staff is well-intentioned with this proposed requirement, I am concerned that this tape, coupled with detailed mapping, will have the practical effect of causing some excavators to bypass 811. Generally, all parties, including staff, seem to be in agreement that one call is and should be the only method relied upon for excavation. Please do not muddy the waters by including a fourth measure not demonstrated to be necessary and which puts one call reliance at risk. Are there any questions on caution tape?
Please continue and I'll take care of the questions.
Okay. Industry supports staff's changes for third-party inspector certificates. We're installing crude oil transfer line or off-location flow line to ensure integrity. However, all certifications listed are specific to steel lines. If the rule is adopted, it must include appropriate certifications from the manufacturer or the representative for the installation of this non-metallic material. We proposed including just a few additions to staff's rule. The language shown in yellow on the slide fixes this gap on Rule 1102H, and essentially we're just adding the part that says before being placed into active status, a crude oil transfer line or off-location flow line constructed of materials other than welded steel pipe must be inspected by a third-party inspector who has been trained on proper installation techniques by the pipe manufacturer or representative. So we think this addresses the gap.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rusty Frischmuth, High Point Operating Corporation again. As indicated in our testimony and pre-hearing statements, industry is supportive of the new requirement to pressure test off-location flow lines after they have been out of service for a period of time. Staff has proposed that this time period should be 90 days. Other parties have proposed that the period be as short as 30 days. The idea behind all of this is that over a period of time, institutional knowledge about the flow line can be lost, or there can be physical changes that could impact the integrity of the flow line. We do not believe that either of these would occur to any extent over a period of just 90 days, and we suggest the time period be changed to 180 days. We shut in wells and the associated flow lines regularly for a large number of reasons, two main examples being high line pressure and offset frac mitigation. In many instances, 90 days is not long enough to prevent these common scenarios from being subject to the testing and notification requirements. An analysis of my company's operations so far this year indicated that there would be a 68% increase in the amount of testing and notification required if the rule stays at 90 versus the 180 we are proposing. In conclusion, we request that you change the time period to 180 days. Another area I would like to address is conflicting language in 11020 and 316C. 11001 lays out a list of things that operators must do after an off-location flow line has been shut in for 90 days or more. The first thing on this list is a requirement to place a tagout device on the riser of the flow line. However, that requirement goes on to say that the tagout device must be put in place upon shutting the line in. This requirement in 11021A directly conflicts with 11021 right above it, which states that these requirements don't go in effect until the line has been shut in for 90 days. We request the Commission remove the language from 11020A1 requiring the tagout device to be placed upon shutting in the line so that this requirement would go into effect at 90 days with the rest of the requirements. There's also similar conflicting language issues in what has been proposed for 316CO. This new rule requires that operators provide notice before returning a shut-in or out-of-service flow line to active use. We believe that this requirement is supposed to match what is in 11020, which requires 48-hour notice before returning a line to service that has been out of service or shut in for 90 days or longer, or 180 as we have proposed. However, as drafted, this 90-day qualifier is not in that portion of the rule, and we would request that you add that back in so that the requirements match. Finally, I would like to ask or address the proposed definition of produced water transfer system. We were pleased to see that the COGCC staff added a distance of 1 mile to the definition of produced water transfer system in their October 8th version of the proposed rule. We were then troubled when the 1 mile qualifier was removed from the second draft of the rule issued on November 4th. High Point has many short produced water flow lines gathering produced water from more than one well pad. In most cases, these lines are 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile long. We were assured by COGC staff during and after the 2018 rulemaking that they did not consider these flow lines to be produced water transfer systems. At the time, we urged staff to put a distance qualifier in the produced water transfer system to remove definition to remove any ambiguity. They opted not to do so, but they did indicate in the statement of basis and purpose in 2018 that the rule that they considered produced water transfer systems to be generally longer than a mile. We request that you put that definition and qualifier of 1 mile back into the definition of produced water transfer system to provide clarity to all stakeholders.
That concludes this panel.
Are there any questions for the panelists? Commissioner Hopkins?
Yes, just to revisit this continuous pressure monitoring for off-location flow lines. I was looking at the Allied Government Coalition's response statement and such. Actually, I was looking at their pre-hearing statement, and they talked about all off-location flow lines. And then I can understand you talk about the phases, the multi-phases, and the inability, or I guess physics takes over and chemistry takes over, so that you can't really, it's not useful for that particular type of operation with multi-phase. The question is, and I can understand off the wellhead multi-phases coming in. Then you go through some separations, separators and such. Is there any off-location flow lines that have a single phase and a steady state type of arrangement that would be amenable to continuous pressure monitoring, other than the ones that you have objections to for good reasons, obviously? But are there other off-location flow lines that do have the steady state, single phase type of thing that might be amenable to continuous pressure monitoring as a leak detection method?
Produced water transfer systems would be the only one that I would be able to classify
In that way?
in that single phase, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Seeing none, thanks so much. Whenever you're ready, please introduce yourself and let us know who you represent.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Brett Fox. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs for Denver-based DCP Midstream. We're one of the largest gathering and processing companies in the United States. We primarily gather and process natural gas in the field and market that gas and that natural gas liquids to downstream markets. I'm here today to briefly summarize the testimony filed on behalf of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. I want to say, first of all, that in my opinion, with respect to gas gathering, the jurisdictional issues that were touched on this morning, the jurisdictional issues that have been raised by a number of the statements, pre-hearing statements and testimony filed in this matter, I believe that the draft rules prepared by the staff reflect both the express language and the directive of SB 181, and also fit within the scope of COGCC's jurisdiction. Now, why do I say that? And I believe that the staff's presentation this morning reflected a well-informed understanding of some of the jurisdictional lines between this agency, the PUC, and the federal PHMSA, former representatives of which you heard from earlier today. But if there are any lingering questions, I want to clarify and be clear at the outset that there's no type of gas gathering line that is not subject to regulation. So a little overview of how that scheme, if you will, works. The Federal Natural Gas Pipeline Safety Act directs PHMSA with developing and implementing minimum safety standards that apply to all types of gas pipelines that transport gas in interstate or touch interstate commerce. That includes transmission, gathering, and distribution. In the gathering space, those federal rules that PHMSA has enacted apply both to high pressure and low pressure gas gathering lines that are located in populated non-rural areas. My testimony, I won't get into detail, but those are basically class 2, 3, and 4. Now, also under the Pipeline Safety Act, states may certify a specific agency, a sole agency, to basically be delegated the authority to implement, administer, and enforce the federal pipeline safety laws. In Colorado, the Public Utilities Commission is that agency, and once certified, they are authorized by the federal act to enact more stringent requirements, pipeline safety requirements, so long as they don't conflict with federal rules. The PUC has exercised that authority by developing regulations that apply to what are known as Class 1, or commonly in the industry referred to as rural gathering lines. They're in less populated areas. So between the federal regulations that apply to Class 2, 3, and 4 gas gathering, the Colorado PUC regulations that apply to rural Class 1 gathering, you can see why I say there are no gas gathering lines that are not subject to regulation. I think it's also important, and I believe I wasn't in the room yet this morning, but I believe Commissioner Overturf referenced a recently authorized rulemaking that the PUC is about to undertake. But also at the federal level, PHMSA is in the final stages of concluding what is, it's not an overstatement to say will be the most significant expansion of gas gathering, Class 1 gas gathering in the history of the federal pipeline safety law. The advisory committee that is overseeing that effort met just, I guess it was last week. And while I don't have a full briefing on where that went, the agency indicated they're hoping to finalize that rule the first half of 2020. So the agencies that do have jurisdiction are moving the needle in the gas gathering space. And beyond that, if there are any questions around jurisdiction, I'll stop here and be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you. And I believe what I'm hearing is what I've heard from a number of different individuals and entities as far as, you know, who has authority and is subject to regulation. Do you think it's fair to say, though, that while the PUC has the authority and the Class 2 through 4 are subject to regulation, that they are not being regulated by the PUC?
No, I mean, in our, we comply with the regulations as the PUC administers them. In fact, even though the federal standards have not yet expanded into the Class 1 space, you know, as a standard operating procedure, we build all of our gathering lines, wherever the location, regardless of diameter or pressure, to Class 3 standards. Now, that's not required by the rules. Those rules will be strengthened for Class 1 in the future. And I understand, I mean, we face this question in some other states where, is the state level authority adequately enforcing and administering the law? Sometimes that's a question of being adequately resourced. I would note that appears, even though we haven't seen a draft proposal, that appears to be a prime focus of the PUC rulemaking, would be to implement some pipeline fees in order to better fund and staff the agency. While the devil may be in the details, that's an effort in other states that we haven't resisted. We want to have a properly staffed regulatory agency.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eden.
Thank you. Sorry, can you just clarify, has the Colorado PUC developed additional regulations with respect to Class 1 gathering lines, or you just saying that you operate under a different set of practices than what's required?
They have, and thank you for that, because that also it gives me an opportunity to amplify one other item. Yes, current regulations in place apply. They're more minimal requirements based on, the federal scheme is basically this class 1, 2, 3, and 4 scheme is basically kind of a risk-based system. So in less populated areas, do you really want to divert the same commensurate resources there as you do in areas that are predominated by 4-story buildings, class 4? So the regulations that the PUC has implemented for class 1 include the requirements to install pipeline markers that include warning language, as well as the name and contact information for the operator. Includes enrollment in 811, which I want to underscore the significance of that program. So pipeline markers at all crossings, 811, and then also spill reporting. We do report spills. We register facilities with the COGCC. So there are requirements for both agencies to report spills and releases to COGCC, a more narrower set of gas leaks to the PUC. The one thing I wanted to amplify is that the PUC the PHMSA rulemaking really has its roots in basically the advent of the shale revolution. And a lot of people point to the Marcellus region in Pennsylvania and elsewhere, where rural gas gathering lines all of a sudden the diameter is increasing, the pressure is increasing, and people are saying, well, it sort of walks and quacks like a transmission line. Maybe they should be subject, even though they're in rural areas, to requirements that we would apply in a class 2, 3, or 4 area. So that's really the motivation to try to recognize that there are some pipelines, even though located in rural areas, justify a greater degree of regulation. And that's what PHMSA is in the final stages of implementing, and will also, once adopted, take effect in Colorado under the PUC's administration and enforcement.
And do you expect that those PHMSA regulations will be more based on the size and pressure of the line than just on the location and proximity to?
It will. It will be, and I want to be careful here because it's not reduced to final rule language, but as reflected in my testimony, filed testimony, the GPAC, the Gas Pipeline Advisory Committee, voted in June on a kind of a suite of recommendations that the staff is reducing to rule language. And some of that focus is, okay, in class 1, anything above a 12-something diameter is going to be regulated just like a fully regulated class 2, 3, or 4 line. Anything 8 inches and up is subject to another suite of additional regulatory requirements. And all class 1 gathering will be subject to annual incident reporting and annual reporting requirements. So for those of us, and as a company, I don't know what our class 1 mileage is, but we operate nationwide approximately 62,000 miles of primarily gas gathering lines. So it's a big issue for us. And to have basically going from what's currently regulated to having these new requirements apply across the class 1 space is a significant expansion in how we will be regulated.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boygan, then Commissioner Overturf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of quick questions. First, how are gathering lines defined? What's a gathering line?
Gathering line is defined in 49 CFR Part 192. The Pipeline Safety Act, doesn't define it itself, but directs the agency to do it in regulations. And it's a good question because I believe kind of at the end of the day, while maybe the jurisdictional lines legally make sense, applying those operationally still has some complexities. Where does a flow line end and gathering begin, right? For us, for our company, DCP, it's either gathering or transmission. We're on the midstream side of the custody transfer meter. Upstream, there may be all sorts of different equipment configurations that can make that interface vary. The tool used to basically define the beginning and end points of gathering is an industry standard known as API RP80. It's incorporated by reference into the federal rules, and its use is mandated in defining what is gathering and what is not. That's something that there's others probably more qualified to get into the details of the new revisions, but API RP80 has just been gone through a lengthy process of being sort of updated. I don't think it had been revised since the year 2000, if I'm correct. And I think it needed to be updated on a number of fronts, including just to reflect some of those larger diameter, higher pressure, horizontally, gathering lines servicing modern shale wells. That new standard is going to be finalized first quarter of 2020, I'm told, and it will continue to define. And I think operators use, I was visiting with an operator over lunch today who talked about sitting down with COGCC staff as well as PUC staff to kind of get an agreement on applying API, RP80, let's make sure we're all on the same page. Here's where the two spheres basically separate out. So I don't know if that answers your question. It's pretty, it can be complex depending upon the system configuration. But that's the standard that's been used for many years.
Fair enough, but, and I don't want to get into an extended debate on it, but it's obviously critical that the definition will determine the extent of this commission's jurisdiction. And I thought it would be useful if there's sort of a functional, operational type definition that people generally use, or if there's a legal definition. You talked about custody transfer. That doesn't necessarily answer the question, right? I mean, you could theoretically have a flow line that you have custody of.
Or the inverse, I think would be more common in our practice, where you could have gathering upstream of our custody transfer meter. In which case API RP80 would be the industry standard that's used to distinguish where that separation is.
So, all right, well, I guess.
An operational definition of gas gathering?
Yeah, I mean, if you were going to give us a rule of thumb as to what kinds of lines you think we can regulate under our flow line rules and which ones we can't, could you come up with?
It's basically gathering begins downstream of the furthermost downstream production function, is the way RP80 sort of speaks of it. And I'm not an engineer, and the engineers wrote the document, so I may not be the best one to interpret it. But that's kind of the function. You're looking at the functional use. Is it serving a production-related operation or a transportation of gas function?
Okay, and production-related operation includes taking gas from a number of different facilities and aggregating it, or is that gathering?
Well, gathering would be taking gas from the separator. I mean, it's not fully treated. It could be, and it depends on the play, the formation, if it's wet gas, if it's dry gas, what kind of impurities it may have. But basically, once it's been separated, separation would be a production function. We take and only deal with the gas stream coming off the separator. Now, between the separator and our meter, there may be intervening production functions. So I think that's the interface what you're looking at. Mm-hmm. But it certainly would not apply upstream of the separator. But those are the kind of things that RP80 is used to distinguish between production and transportation functions.
Okay, thanks. I have one more quick question, Mr. Chair. When you construct, you install, construct, and maintain pipelines, you're doing that in accordance with certain standards, specification, industry best practices, et cetera. What's the source of all that? Is it regulation, or is it industry codes? Is it You know, what determines the standards that you have to meet in installing and maintaining your pipeline system?
Thanks, Commissioner. The minimum standards that we meet are pursuant to federal regulation. Again, kind of going back into the classification of pipes. For example, Type A lines. There's Type A and Type B. Type A is generally a distinction between high pressure and low pressure lines. And I'd say it's safe to say that most gathering lines being installed today are Type A. And if they're located in a class 2, 3, or 4 location, they're subject to the full suite of federal construction and operation and maintenance requirements that transmission lines are subjected to, with only 2 exceptions, integrity management and pigging. Back to the earlier discussion, a lot of these lines aren't designed necessarily to be piggable. So that's been an exception. But the requirements that do apply, but you can just go through the table of contents of Part 192, design of pipeline components, welding, joining of materials, operator qualifications, customer meters, corrosion control, testing requirements, maintenance. There's a whole suite of very including abandonment requirements. And those are all under federal rule that are applicable via the certification of the PUC to our operations in Colorado.
Class 1?
They will be, as I understand the final rule that PHMSA is preparing, it will be for those larger diameter high pressure lines located in Class 1 areas. Will be subject to all of those requirements I just tried to list.
Commissioner Overturf.
My recollection is that the PHMSA rulemaking began around 2016. Is that right?
April of 2016.
Okay, so at that time I was doing some extracurricular research into pipeline stuff because, like many of the people in this room, I am very fun at parties. And I remember learning that they had just opened this rulemaking and thinking, oh, there's a process that's going on at the federal level. And it's now November of 2019. And so I guess my question is simply, as someone who pays more attention to PHMSA than the average bear, do you think that it's actually going to get done in the first half of 2020?
That's a very fair question. As someone who, my executive leadership has been hounding PHMSA leadership for some time now to get this thing across the finish line. Because we've seen other states justifiably wondering, well, if they're not going to move the needle, maybe we'll need to, right? So that rule is called the mega rule for a reason. It covered a lot of ground, and I believe it was in early 18, they split it into 3 parts. So that now that there's a standalone gas gathering component. That's the rule that the PHMSA staff laid out to the GPAC in June, a revised gas gathering rule. The committee voted on a series of suggested revisions, and that is now going final. And all I can say, not having been briefed on how we're reading the transcript of last week's GPAC meeting, the presentation laid out by staff spoke of it in terms of the final gas gathering rule preparation. So that's as close as it's been, and they are under significant pressure. And I think, with pipeline safety reauthorization hearings heating up on Capitol Hill, in addition to other hearings on Capitol Hill, there's an increased emphasis on getting it across the line. So we're highly confident it will be published as a final rule first half, hopefully first quarter of 20.
Other questions? Okay. Mr. Matthews?
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this panel. I believe Mr. Martin has a few concluding remarks.
Do I have time for concluding remarks?
You do. 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Don't breathe. Let's give him 141.
My job is pretty simple. I'm here to join Mr. Mesner in not being able to operate this thing. But thank you for your patience. Like I said, I have only a few things and I just screwed up my computer. But I wanted to make one thing clearer and then do one point of clarification. One is that we're a little concerned that we might have created the impression during our first panel on abandonment in place that we might have given you the impression that we're suggesting that abandonment in place ought to be the presumptive option for abandonment of a flow line, and that's not the case. We continue to support the staff's proposal for employing a presumption that removal will be the appropriate course if the line is being abandoned, but that there are appropriate exceptions when abandonment in place ought to be an option and where it's safe and effective. So I just wanted to make that clear. And then second, I also wanted to clarify that, I have 1 minute left, that Jeanette Jones asked me to clarify that if a locate request goes out to the one call system, the one call system is obligated to identify all of the buried infrastructure within the area that is the subject of that request for a locate. And that includes all lines, including whether or not there's a tracer line. So they have to locate all lines, water lines, electrical lines, but certainly also all oil and gas flow lines, regardless of what the pipe may be constructed of. I'm happy to call Jeanette back up if you have questions about that, because you've just exhausted my knowledge. Other than that, we just wanted to make sure you understand that our witnesses will be available later today and until the record closes tomorrow, when they will probably dash for the airport to try and beat the storm. But if you have further questions of them, we're happy to make them available. And with that, again, thank you for your patience. You've tired me out, so I'm guessing we've tired you out as well. And we appreciate your service and your patience with us. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Oh, Commissioner Boygan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Martin, one quick question. Do I understand you to be saying that industry supports the latest draft of rule, I guess it's 1105, the abandonment rules as staff has now presented it? Industry is okay with that?
I believe there are a couple of refinements that a couple of witnesses suggested, but 99% yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next group up, we have the Affiliated Local Government Coalition. This is City of Thornton, Gunnison County.
Actually, Thornton and Gunnison yielded time.
Oh,
this
okay.
would be the Affiliated Local Government Group, which is a number of local governments here on the Front Range. Okay. They're making their way up.
Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners. While we have a presentation being loaded, I'm Elizabeth Pranos, representing the City of Lafayette and the City and County of Broomfield, and testifying today on behalf of the Affiliated Local Government Coalition, which includes Boulder County, the town of Erie, and the City of Longmont, in addition to Broomfield and Lafayette. And Gunnison County did cede their time to us and does support our presentation. And the City of Thornton also supports our presentation with the caveat that with respect to abandonment, they just want to be clear that their rules do not allow for abandonment in place. I think we're about ready to go here. 1 minute. I guess I'll just start by saying that we really appreciate all of staff's efforts. They have made a number of revisions to the draft rules based on our comments, and we greatly appreciate all the work that has gone into revising the rules. We think they are certainly moving in the right direction, and we're encouraged by that. And we certainly appreciate all of your time as well for being here. I'll wait because I have some red lines I want to go over. So. Super. Okay. And if you could just go to the third slide. Perfect. Yeah, and then you can go to the next one. Thank you so much. So the remaining concerns that we plan to talk about today involve the following topics. One is the accuracy of the GIS information for existing off-location flow lines that were in existence prior to May 1st, 2018. The second is the scale of the publicly available map that COGCC will provide. The third is leak protection, detection, and monitoring requirements for off-location flow lines. We have some comments on the abandonment rules, in particular the process for approving of requests to abandon flow lines in place. We would like a statement in the rules that makes it clear that the more protective of a local rule versus a state rule is the rule that governs pursuant to the language in SB 181. We have a suggestion with respect to adding a self-certification reporting requirement for operators to certify compliance with all of the flow line rules. And then lastly, we support what is in the current statement of basis and purpose that indicates that there will be a mechanism considered for permitting of flow lines, and that that will be considered as part of the mission change rulemaking in February. Next slide, please. So we have some red lines here. These red lines show the red lines in our rebuttal statement, or in some instances our pre-hearing statement, consistent with the staff draft. The COGCC red lines appear in blue, and our suggested revisions appear in red. So as I mentioned, the first issue that we still have some concerns with is with respect to the accuracy of information that operators provide on existing flow lines. We have suggested that there are mechanisms in place to identify the specific location of existing flow lines, including poly lines, and that we believe it is possible to identify the location within a meter of accuracy. I can tell you that we've had some conversations with some flow line and pipeline experts, as well as I did a quick Google search, and I did find some technologies that indicate that they can identify the location of buried gas lines in addition to buried water lines. I believe we also just heard that if someone calls 811, that 811 does have to identify the location of all types of lines on the property for which they're coming out to do the assessment. So it's our understanding that it is possible to identify the location of buried poly lines. And the reason why it's so important for local governments to have accurate information on those lines are a couple different reasons. One is with respect to land use planning. It's not good enough to know that the existing buried line is only within 25 feet of accuracy. For planning a new subdivision, for example, the local government needs to know with much more specificity the location of existing lines. The same is true with respect to emergency response. So again, knowing the specific location of a line is important to allow for planning in the event that there is some kind of accident. We also just think that it's important that operators know where their assets are. We are struggling a little bit with the possibility that there are a number of these existing buried lines that may contain gas or hazardous liquids, and operators don't know where they are. That's just a troubling universe to live in for us, and so we think it's important that operators make the best efforts to identify with precision the location of their existing flow lines. Next slide, please. You can go to the next one. The next suggestion we have is with respect to the scale of the public map. So we definitely appreciate that staff is proposing something that would show the location of flow line. 1 inch would equal 500 feet. We think that is certainly going in the right direction. We initially proposed a scale that was much more granular of 1 inch equaling 100 feet. Having seen what staff proposed, we're actually comfortable with something in between. And so if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. This next map shows 1 inch on the map is 250 feet. And the reason why we think this is, quite honestly, just a more informative, better map for the public than 1 inch equaling 500 feet is that with this map, you can actually see not just the location of the flow lines, but the number of the lines. It just has a little bit more granularity than 1 inch equaling 500 feet, but it's not so specific that we think a member of the public would rely on this map rather than calling 811. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So we do really believe that there are available technologies to detect for leaks and monitor for leaks for off-location flow lines, as well as crude oil transfer lines. And the reason why, and you can, next slide, please. Keep going, please. I'm just gonna go through these red lines. That's perfect, thank you. And so there's a couple reasons for that. One is, as we mentioned in our response statement, there are operator agreements between oil and gas companies and various local governments wherein the operators have agreed to utilize two different forms for leak detection for off-location flow lines. So those two different forms, one is aerial surveys, and another is a secondary form of leak detection, either in-out monitoring or metering. It's also really critical that, just like crude oil transfer lines, that for off-location flow lines, that operators have more than one method for determining the integrity of their line and for finding leaks. So the CSU study that was done for the COGCC last year specifically found, one of the findings, if you could go to the next slide, please, was that it's not enough to just use one method to identify leaks or integrity management issues in flow lines and pipelines, that really a robust system relies on more than one method. And that's because the various methods that can be used, such as continuous pressure monitors, for example, or pressure testing, or aerial surveys, they all can detect different types of leaks from different types of lines with different levels of precision. And so based on that report and these operator agreements, and the fact that the CSU study identified a suite of technologies that are in use today for inspecting pipelines, we strongly encourage the Commission to require leak detection and monitoring for off-location flow lines. And just to be clear, that doesn't mean that the leak detection and monitoring system or technology needs to be the same for an off-location flow line as for a crude oil transfer line. We recognize that there are different methods that are applicable to different types of lines, but we do believe that it's important that operators have a robust, multifaceted approach to detecting leaks and pipeline anomalies. Next slide, please. So with respect to abandonment, we support the prior November 4th, in concept, the prior November 4th draft rules that don't allow for any automatic exceptions to removing flow lines, and also that requires the operator to obtain the director approval prior to abandoning anything in place. That's kind of point one. Point two is that we think it's critical that local governments have the opportunity to consult with the director on any proposal to abandon a line, either in place or to remove it. We certainly appreciate the fact that the current draft rules do allow for local governments to weigh in. They have 15 days to weigh in and provide their comments. We just want to make it clear that we think that there should be a clear requirement that the director consult with local governments rather than just allowing the local governments to weigh in with their comments. We also think that in the event that an operator requests to abandon a line in place and the director agrees, there needs to be a finding by the director that abandonment in place poses less of an impact to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife than removal. And then just a few sort of more minor revisions. We don't think that revegetation should actually be a factor that allows for abandonment in place. Certainly, if the line is in a sensitive environmental area or an area with sensitive habitat, we think that is an important factor, and we believe that local governments would have good information on whether or not a line is or is not in such an area, and that should be considered by the director when determining if abandonment in place is appropriate or not. But just the mere fact that revegetation has occurred, we don't think that that's a reason, quite honestly, for abandoning the line in place. And Kim can talk a little bit more about that. And then lastly, as we mentioned in our, or suggested in our response statement, we think that it's important that the director consult with the Division of Wildlife if the flow line is in a sensitive area for wildlife prior to making a determination with respect to abandoning in place or removal. Next slide, please. Next slide. So just a few more other items. As I mentioned before, we think it's important that the rules reflect SB 181's statement that when there's a conflict between a local rule and a state rule, the more protective rule governs. We believe this is crystal clear in the legislation, but that it would be helpful to include this in the rule since we anticipate that there will be instances where a local government has a different rule with respect to abandonment than what the COGCC has, and that there's the potential for differing decisions by the local government and COGCC with respect to abandonment. Next slide. So we have recommended that in addition to the record keeping requirements, that a self-certification reporting requirement be included. And the reason why we think that is important is that self-certification by a responsible official that certifies based on information and belief to the statements and information in the reporting requirement will help ensure that operators truly are following all of the requirements in these flow line rules. There are a number of practices and methods and manufacturer specifications that operators need to follow when designing and installing and constructing the flow lines, as well as when abandoning them. And it's very important that there's assurances that operators have in fact followed all of these specific requirements. So in addition to the record keeping, we think a good way to help ensure compliance and also provide for enforcement in the event of non-compliance would be a self-certification requirement, which is common for certification with EPA air quality rules, and also the Air Pollution Control Division or the Air Quality Control Commission rules have a self-certification requirement for example, the leak detection and repair requirements. And I think there's one more, assuming that the slide goes back up again. Perfect. And could you just go to the last slide? Thank you. And then as we mentioned, we're supportive of the statement in the most recent statement of basis and purpose that permitting of flow lines will be considered as part of the mission change rulemaking. We think this is important since currently there's just a registration requirement, but no permitting mechanism, and that would help ensure proper siting of flow lines going forward. Thank you.
I'm Kim Sanchez, Boulder County Chief Planner, part of the affiliated local government coalition, just up here to answer any questions from the Front Range local government perspective, if there are any.
Commissioner Eden.
Just to be clear, because I'm losing track of the red lines that different people have proposed, is the staff's subsection D in the abandonment 1105F2, is that sufficient for your certification, or roughly what you were?
So we're looking for something slightly different, and I would say more robust than just the verification requirement. What we would want is a statement by a responsible official, and that's a term that's defined, for example, in the AQCC rules as well as by EPA. It's an official that is not necessarily just the person that installed or abandoned the line, but someone with more seniority in the company, a statement by them that they have reviewed the report that certifies compliance with all of the flow line rules, and that the information in the report is accurate. And so it's a statement of basically ensuring that the information that's being provided is in fact accurate information.
Thank you.
The report goes to COGCC?
That's correct.
Commissioner Boygan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it your position that if the commission, either by director decision or by rule, permits abandonment in place, of a particular flow line and the local government wants to see that flow line removed, that the local government would have the jurisdiction and authority to order that removal, even though the commission authorized abandonment in place.
So it's our position that there's the potential for differing outcomes, and that whichever and it would be a very fact-based determination, quite honestly, which is why we want all requests for abandonment to be subject to the director discretion and review, but that in the individual circumstance, whichever rule is more protective of public health, safety, and the environment would be the one that would govern. So it wouldn't be strictly that the local government decision would always trump the COGCC. It would be a fact-based determination.
And who, if I could follow up, and who makes that final determination? If the director concludes that abandonment in place is more protective for whatever reason, maybe because of the exceptions that are described in the rules, or because the commission or the director on a site-specific basis makes that decision, and the local government disagrees, who decides who's right and what's the standard applied?
I think that's an instance where there's potential for litigation. We think that the current rules with the current statement of basis and purpose make it clear that the presumption is that removal is more protective of public health, safety, in the environment. And so if that is the presumption, and then whichever decision allowed for abandonment in place, they would have to, I think there'd have to be some evidence that would show that in that particular instance, it is more protective to leave the line in place than in order to overcome that presumption.
So that if the director issues an order permitting abandonment in place, and the local government disagrees, the local government could sue the commission and the operator to obtain a declaration from a court that the director's decision was not, supported by substantial evidence, or was arbitrary and capricious, or what?
So I'm not sure what exactly the precise standard would be in that instance, but to me, it's a similar situation as if a local government makes a determination with respect to the appropriate siting of a location, and the COGCC makes a different determination. There's the potential for differing outcomes. And certainly the way that I've been thinking about that potential hypothetical is we would hope that the local government and COGCC would work together to come to some resolution and agree upon the appropriate location, just like we would hope that with the local government weighing in on an abandonment proposal, the director would take that into consideration and again, hopefully come to a mutually agreeable determination. But in the event that there's a conflict, that would be something that could end up going to district court.
Just one more follow-up. Is that based on the current draft rule, or are you asking for some additional language in the rule that would make that clear in your view?
So the current draft rule doesn't have any kind of statement that makes it clear. And again, this is just language in SB 181 that says that in the event of a conflict between a local rule and the COGCC rule, the more protective rule governs. So we would just like to see that language appear in the staff rule or in the statement of basis and purpose.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for laying out everything in a comprehensive way here. I did want to focus on, I think, one of the pieces related to the abandonment in place, which was the suggestion that any finding by the director to abandon in place would require a finding that the benefits to public health outweighed detriment to public health, public safety, et cetera, et cetera. I guess the question is how should the director do that, given that we've got a lot of questions and issues of different sorts We've heard questions about the ability of hydrocarbons to move through abandoned flow line. There are questions I raised this morning about the air quality impacts of bringing a lot of heavy equipment out to dig things out in the non-attainment area or in a place where we're trying to reduce carbon emissions. We've got some of the on the ground related questions. We've got water quality issues, we've got waste issues, worker safety issues that were identified in one of the previous panels. How is the director going to manage that kind of under your theory in two ways? One, just from a kind of a legal and technical perspective, and then second, from a resource perspective, given the number of abandonments that are occurring and are out there. I'm just not sure practically how that works.
Right, appreciate that question, Commissioner. I certainly think it could be challenging if there are a number of exception requests posed to the director. We support what's in the most recent version of staff's rules, which is to require the operators to provide documentation when requesting that a line is abandoned in place. And so I guess what I would say is if that documentation provides information on the impacts to public health, safety, and the environment of removing the line as well as abandoning it in place, that could be information, fact-based information that the director could take into consideration and review when making his determination as well. We anticipate the local governments providing information as well. And so the hope is that it wouldn't just be a decision based on, a subjective determination, but rather it would be fact-based based on the information that's relevant for that particular line in those particular facts.
Continue. And I guess to follow up on that a little bit, when a local government is looking at that under kind of your proposal and under Senate Bill 181, how do we know they're considering all of those factors as well, especially following up on your engagement with Commissioner Boygan? Are we getting apples to apples comparison on similar facts, similar factors? And in particular, I think some of your clients and that group are in front of my agency looking for deep reductions in emissions so that we can meet ozone standards. And yet at the same time, we're talking about increasing NOx emissions. How do we kind of make sure everybody's grappling with those balances?
I think the opportunity for input and consultation requirement is the best way to try and grapple with that. I mean, certainly there are a number of different impacts that need to be considered, and we would just say that having that requirement that the director get as much information from the operator as possible and then solicit information or have the opportunity for the local governments to weigh in as well. We would hope that that would provide enough information where the various impacts could be weighed and a rational decision determined.
The only thing I might add to that is it seems like these might be very site-specific determinations. And so while there may be some common factors that the director could consider in weighing out which is more protective of public health, safety, and the environment, it really may come down to that particular site. Is it being removed in, a stream or a wetland where maybe the environmental impacts are more damaging than we would like to see? Or is it in an area where there's a subdivision where it is probably a better thing to do to remove it so that there's not that risk of public health and safety? So I think it really is going to be dependent on the particular location where that line exists.
Yeah, Commissioner Putnam.
And a follow-up, it may be an unfair question just because it's not within the four corners of this rulemaking, but thinking about how this will work with our other obligations related to cumulative impacts, how would you propose that the commission think about the cumulative impacts of some of these issues? Because it will make a big difference, but to the extent there's some local decision-making, some commission decision-making, and cumulative impacts, certainly when we look at emissions, certainly when we look at traffic and truck trips, waste generation, all those sorts of things are cumulative related impacts. How would the local governments recommend that we get our arms around those questions?
I mean, it's a good question, and I think it's one that we're thinking really deeply about as we start to develop our thoughts on how to inform the commission on cumulative impacts. So I think it will be an ongoing discussion. I think again, there are many factors. So the air emissions are certainly something that local governments are concerned with. On the same hand, those lines that are in the ground may contain radioactive waste. So there was actually a memo issued by CDPHE in 2017, May of 2017, I think it was, about guidance for landfills receiving potentially radioactive material. So I think what we're trying to say is the presumption should be that that line should remain or should be removed unless there are reasons to show that it shouldn't be removed. So it's just a balancing act. I'm not sure if that answers your question. I think there are so many factors to consider on a site-specific basis and also how they all add up in a particular area.
Commissioner Eaton?
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on your first point about the accuracy of information. And if you had to choose between getting that information sooner, which is kind of what industry is saying if we keep that deadline, or getting more accurate information over a longer period of time, how do you weigh those two factors?
So I can speak at least for the affiliated local government coalition on that point, not the city of Thornton or Gunnison County, who I haven't been able to confer with on that particular issue. But at least with respect to where the ACLG is on that, we would be comfortable with allowing more time beyond the December 1, 2020 deadline for operators to obtain more specific information about the location of their existing lines. So we haven't come up with exactly how much more time, but we are certainly open to extending that time frame. Because again, we think what's truly the most important is having that accurate information, not necessarily just having more generic information sooner.
Okay, I was going to say, Commissioner Messer, you want to weigh in for Gunnison County? No. No.
No, I have not consulted with Gunnison County.
Commissioner Overture?
I think
Or one of you? Oh, Commissioner Messer? Yeah.
You had your hand up before me. Do you want to go first? Okay.
Commissioner Overture.
So first, you referenced the CSU study, and I know it's in the record somewhere, but I can't recall exactly where. Do you know off the top of your head where it is?
Yes, it's definitely, we referenced it in our response statement.
And did you include it as an exhibit?
We did not include it as an exhibit. I believe that, I think Rusty testified that he had included it as an exhibit.
Okay, I will look at his testimony then.
Can I quickly?
Yes.
Sure. Commissioner Putnam.
Jump in. I believe Rusty said it's High Point Exhibit number 7.
Thank you. Okay. Then the okay. You had the slide, which you didn't have red lines. You kind of flipped through the red lines, but then you talked about including off-location flow lines in the leak protection, detection, and monitoring provisions of Rule 1104G. As you may recall, this is an issue that we wrestled with a great deal when we did this last time. And so recognizing the difficulties with applying some of the specific standards of 1104G to other types of, I think the scientific phrase is multi-phase materials, I wonder if the affiliated local governments have considered requiring redundancy in the integrity management provisions that are found in 1104E and 1104F, because I seem to recall that that was an option that was at least discussed during the last rulemaking, maybe only by one person, but is that something that would fulfill the, how does that play for you?
Thank you for, yes. So that was our recommendation back in 2018, was to have redundancy. here we, rather than just recommending the same thing, we suggested that a provision be added, and maybe it's helpful to pull up, let's see, could you go back to the last slide, please? The one before that one? Sorry. That one, yep. So we recommended that a much more generic provision be added for requiring leak detection for off-location flow lines. And that's just that they have a system in place for monitoring or detecting leaks. So that is a much broader requirement than what's in 2, which is the very specific type of leak detection system for crude oil transfer lines. And so the reason for that is we were thinking along the lines of what we had previously recommended, which is basically, again, looking for that redundancy, looking for 2 types of, and quite honestly, I think you can use the terms integrity management and leak detection somewhat synonymously, because many of the ways that one inspects for the integrity of a line is also used to identify a leak in the line. Continuous pressure monitoring, for example, aerial surveys, patrols, all of those things are ways to ensure that the line doesn't have any anomalies, there's no threats to the line, there's no encroachment on the line, there's no corrosion, and also will identify leaks in many instances. So we could absolutely go back to what we had proposed in 2018, which is simply requiring 2 forms of integrity management. We just think another way to do it would be to just extend 1104G with a very broad leak detection requirement to off-location flow lines.
So I guess my question is that I see what you're talking about with the broad leak detection plan requirement in subpart A, but in subpart 2, you're requiring inflow and outflow data and the points of disposal. You're requiring that more specific information for off-location flow lines, and I think that's where
I see what you're saying. Yes, you're correct. So, and that's, I apologize, that I think in our most recent red line, we should have redone what we did in our pre-hearing statement, which was just extend 2 to off-location flow lines. It was adding the red lines to the response statement where we added subpart 3. And so I guess what I'm saying now is 2, we would not make any changes to. 1104 G2 would read as it currently reads in the staff rule, which is requiring that specific type of leak detection system just for crude oil transfer lines, but including a new provision 1104 G3 that requires a broader type of leak detection for off-location flow lines.
And so do you want those red lines to subpart 1 or not?
Yes, subpart 1, yes, because again, that is just a generic leak protection and monitoring plan. We think that could include something like aerial surveys or patrols, quite honestly. 2 is the one that speaks about the assessment of inflow and outflow data, and then it specifies exactly how that has to occur. And so I think that is much more restrictive in terms of the specifications for the type of leak detection or monitoring plan that an operator needs to utilize.
Okay, that's
sorry for the confusion.
No, that's clarifying. Thank you. And I guess the one other question that I had was when you referred to earlier, you said 181 includes a provision that says that that if there's a conflict between the local government and the COGCC regulation, that the more protective one applies. And so I want to make sure that we're on the same page and I know what you're referring to. So are you referring to this language in 346131 that it says a local government's regulations may be more protective or stricter than state requirements? Is that the language you're relying on?
That's the language, yes.
All right. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Mester? Thank you. So just a couple of questions. I think that one thing that kind of stood out to me in your testimony was this thing loves me. All right. Was specifically the section on permitting. And so I do think, I do acknowledge that the rulemaking that we're undertaking on flow lines currently is a conversation about as-built. It's a conversation about repairs and maintenance and monitoring and leak detection and so on and so forth. And that I do think in order to be able to fully implement the intent of SB 19181 around flow lines, that there will have to be a discussion during mission change around permitting for flow lines and siting in particular, because a lot of these conversations that we're having around avoiding and minimizing and mitigating some of these public safety, health, welfare, and the environment issues have more to do with siting than they have to do with some of the as-builts that we're talking about here. So I think that's just an acknowledgement that I do understand that at least from my opinion, will be an important conversation in mission change rulemaking. I did have a question about your rationale for not wanting to see revegetation as a criteria for abandoning in place. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I can address that, Kim Sanchez. So I think the concern is that we think that the focus should be on the damage or the impact to the resource itself, not on whether or not revegetation is disrupted. So in theory,
what's the definition of resource?
Well, it could be anything. So anything that's identified either that a local government brings up when they're consulting with the director, or something, in the draft that we're proposing be adopted, it still has reference to sensitive area and wildlife. So however that is identified, the focus should be on the impact to that particular resource that you're potentially damaging or impacting, rather than something that's already been covered up. Because if every operator is required to revegetate or reclaim after they P&A a well, then basically every single line that's associated with the P&A well is going to be accepted potentially because it's been revegetated as well. And that doesn't, although it could be a consideration, maybe you don't want to revegetate again in an area that is very sensitive, but maybe it's okay to revegetate again in that particular area. You can always revegetate again. So what damage are you doing by going in there to remove the line, rather than just saying as a blanket exception, anytime something is revegetated, which basically everything is going to be revegetated at some point, that shouldn't be the decision factor.
So you could, resource damage, I think, is probably a term that you're talking about, because I do think that, as we look at particular instances around the state, revegetation in Montezuma County is going to be different than it is in Boulder County, which is going to be different than it is, in Moffett County, right? And so what I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you would like it, the determining factor, the conversation to be around potential resource damage versus revegetation specifically?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions? Commissioner Hopkins?
Yeah, excuse me, just a couple. Back to the accuracy question. If I understood your rationale for the 3-foot over the 25-foot, you were talking about the needs for local government being more demanding. You didn't, I don't think, at least I may have missed it, but I didn't hear you talking about the public accessibility issue, but it sounded like you're focused on the local government part of you. And you also talked about willing to trade time for increased accuracy. And I'm personally not sure that's the right trade-off to make on that. And it almost sounds like the unique needs, perhaps, of local government might be something over time that could be developed in cooperation with the industry, getting better techniques and that kind of thing in the future. At least that's the top of my head way of thinking about how to square the circle that may be a triangle. So anyway, just your reaction and your thoughts.
Sure. So with respect to the accuracy of the data that operators provide on their Form 44s, we have been supportive of that level of detail being more granular than what is provided to the public on the map. So certainly I think conceptually, it seems like there could be a problem if the information that's provided on Form 44 is so vague that when that information for the existing flow lines is put on the public map, it's just not, the public map isn't very helpful in identifying the location because the input, basically, the information is within 25 feet of accuracy. So I think it could raise the possibility that the public map isn't as useful to show locations for existing lines as for new, if the requirement to provide information for existing lines allows for less accurate information. Like, just theoretically, that's a possibility. But again, I think from our standpoint, the real need for the level of accuracy that we're recommending, and that is required for the new lines, which is within 3 feet or within a meter, the need for that is primarily, or at least one of the primary reasons, is so that local governments can have good information to base land use decisions, to base emergency response plans, which are documents that require time to develop. And so knowing the specific location with the degree of accuracy that's required for new lines, we think it's important for existing to fulfill those particular purposes.
Just to shift briefly on the reporting requirement that you talked about with an official thing on that, I take it from your comments that there's nothing like accountability at the highest levels you can get to really focus the attention.
That is certainly
what you've done is what you've done.
Correct. One of the reasons to have that kind of responsible official signing off as to the truth and accuracy of the reporting requirement is to make sure that, yes, the decision and the knowledge at the company level is elevated to someone with some seniority and authority.
Commissioner Overturf.
Sorry, I thought of one other thing that I meant to ask. So I understand the rationale for why local government emergency response planning requires a greater level of detail of information, a greater accuracy. But I'm having a hard time with the planning part. So help me understand what you do today and why existing information that's available today is not sufficient. So why is, for example, 811 not sufficient for the planning activities that local governments engage in?
Because 811 doesn't provide information for broad areas. So they provide you the particular locates when you're trying to identify where the lines are in your backyard. They don't give it to you for a larger span, which is what a local government might be considering for purposes of whatever it is that they're planning, whether they're looking at a unique development application or if they're looking at comprehensive planning for a particular area.
So what happens today? Boulder is maybe not the best example, but let's say you were putting a new part on Boulder. What would you do to identify the lines and do the planning that you need to do?
Well, I don't know that we have that information. So that's sort of the point, is that all information is good information when we're trying to look at what the impacts might be, what we need to avoid, what we need to be careful about. So we're simply asking for this information to be available to us when we're considering whatever it is that we might be reviewing.
So let me ask it a different way. How is the lack of information today affecting your ability to do what you need to do?
I guess I will answer that by saying it would be better if we had all information that is potentially out there to inform our decisions.
Okay.
Commissioner Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Ms. Overturf, I also thought of a couple additional questions just to follow up. I think the first one was for Ms. Sanchez, just following up on your comment about the 2017 guidance memo. Is that referring to our interim guidance on technologically enhanced naturally occurring radioactive material, also lovingly known as TNORM.
Yes.
And that dealt with how to dispose of pipe that's removed. It didn't address the question of what to do with pipe that may be in the ground. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know if that risk assessment has been done to kind of compare the risk of exposure associated with keeping capped pipe in the ground as opposed to pulling it up and sending it to a landfill?
I don't. And so I think the reason I raised that memo and reference it at all is that I would suggest that it's something that we should look into further. It just is something that we recalled, during the course of today when the questions about, what is safer came up.
And just as a quick footnote, I think for the commission and others, this is a rulemaking that the Hazardous and Solid Waste Management Division will be undertaking next year. And so I think especially for the professional commission will be something that COGCC and CDPHE as well as stakeholders will need to work through. And then one additional question, if it's okay, Mr. Chair. I think just going back to the air quality related issue, if a local government, kind of going back to the conversation with Commissioner Boyden, makes a determination basically to keep or to remove all of the pipe within that jurisdiction, how will the local governments help my agency? And how do you recommend my agency deal with offsetting those emissions from all that additional diesel activity in a place where we're struggling to get any reductions, let alone, we've had increase in emissions from this sector, so we're looking to reduce, not increase.
I guess just, so I think that's a good question. I guess one way that a local government could help to offset the potential emissions from the vehicle traffic associated with removal would be to have very strong air quality rules in place. And pursuant to the Air Pollution Control Act, local governments can enact more stringent emission control requirements than the state, and certainly many have. And so if the local government goes above and beyond the state requirements, that would be one way for them to be limiting emissions in their jurisdiction while understanding that they may be incurring additional ones based on the removal of the flow lines. I guess I would also add that secondly, some local governments may not want just a strict rule that just requires removal without considering any of the fact-specific implications. And so again, local governments could certainly take into consideration the air quality impacts, the cumulative impacts associated with removal when making a determination on a specific proposal to abandon in place or remove the line.
Follow up?
I guess one question, have any of the local governments considered those air quality impacts and how to offset them yet?
I think it's definitely a salient topic that we're all thinking about currently. I mean, many of us are in the process of updating our regulations, as these rulemakings move forward.
Great, thanks.
Commissioner Hopkins.
Okay, back to the, actually the slide's nice that's up there, even though it's not quite accurate, but it's nice to have it there for reference. If I understand properly, and I'm getting tired, that your bottom line for off-location flow lines is that you would like to just have a system a system for monitoring or detecting leaks, and not the continuous because of the obvious.
That's correct. A system. It could be patrols.
Now, is that consistent with, you mentioned the CSU study. Is that something that the CSU study came up with as well?
Yes. So, well, what they came up with is on, I think, sorry to ask you to flip through these slides one more time. Do you mind going just a few forward? Keep going, please. A little more. Stop. Okay. So the CSU study, one of the findings was that, let's see. Okay, so it's at the very top, the first bullet, that relying on just one technology or method will likely miss leaks. And so they recommended independent complementary methods be considered for deployment. So that is going back to what we've been talking about for now over a year, which is the need for redundant systems, more than one method for identifying integrity anomalies or leaks.
So you're coupling that with integrity management, leak detection together.
Exactly. So we're just saying, operator, do what you need to conform to the integrity management provision. If that's an annual pressure test, if you choose that's an annual pressure test, great. We want you to do something in addition to the annual pressure test. That will be another way to identify leaks.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Seeing none. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Want to do a quick check-in with the commissioners? You want to take a quick break right now? And also, how late do you want to go to? We could do a quick break and then have Garfield and Western Rural Coalition, and then we could stop after that potentially. That's okay.
So what we have now, just so that everyone is aware, we have 3 more stakeholder coalition groups that each have 15 minutes testimony. We then have approximately 8 or so individual stakeholder groups with 3 minutes each. And then we have Ms. Martinez that will be testifying with 10 minutes. So that's 45, 55, that's about an hour and 20 minutes of direct testimony. As you can see, it depends upon the questions, because once we start asking questions, the time is turned off, right? But in general, I think we're in good shape. And it's up to the commission if you wanted to hear from one or more of the collective groups this evening, or go ahead and not. So,
Commissioner Mester?
So I'm going to throw this out there, and feel free to throw things at me. But I would suggest we get through as much as we possibly can tonight, and see if we need go till 8 or whatever is earlier in order
Go
to be
till
able
what?
to get through. 7.
You can throw it back at you.
I told you I was going to be controversial, but I mean, I
said-
would like to
you
be
said-
able to
you
get
said
through this
6,
so we had
right?
as
You said 6.
much time as possible tomorrow for deliberations. That's what I'm just telling you my opinion.
Should we take a brief break for right now and then come back for at least?
come back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, come back in about 5 minutes, and then we start with Garfield County and the Western, and then after that we can see how we feel. Does that sound good?
Okay, so Garfield, Western folks, if you could get prep.
Either that.
Okay, let's have a seat. We'll get started again. Is the tape rolling? Are we on? Okay, we're on. Okay, great. We have before us the Garfield County and the Western and Rural Local Governments Coalition. But before we give you all the floor to speak, we have a few other groups that have not spoken yet tonight. Just want to give you a heads up. This will be the last group that we'll have tonight, and we'll break. And then we start back up tomorrow at 9 a.m. So just want to make sure everyone knew. Looks like it's snowing here, and I think it's snowing on the Front Range. So
9 and not 8:30?
we as advertised, I believe, that for 9.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning. I'll double check, but yeah, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yep. So I don't know who wants to kick it off. Kirby or you? Yeah. Okay. Great.
Chairman Gibbs, Commissioners, Director Robbins. I'm John Jacobs with Davis, Graham & Stubbs. My associate Hayden Weaver to your far right. And I are representing the Western and Rural Local Governments in this proceeding. We appreciate your attention to our filings and our testimony, which we'll summarize in just a moment. But I do have a point of order to raise. We're reacting to a number of new positions articulated by the Allied Local Government Coalition in the prior panel that were not the subject of prior filings positions stated in their pre-hearing statement, their response to pre-hearing statements, or any pre-filed written testimony. So we're going to do the best we can to respond to some of that, but we respectfully object to the lack of prior notice and the element of surprise in some of those positions. We observed that you two were struggling with the lack of red line language, new positions recently taken in for the first time observed up on the screen here. So with that, we're going to kick this off. With me today are three of our witnesses to summarize their testimony and receive your questions. Also with us, participating remotely via Zoom, is a fourth witness from his office in Texas. Those witnesses are Wasey Clark, Vice President of Clark & Company and a majority owner of the family-owned business. They're a professional reclamation contractor based in Grand Junction, Colorado. Participating by phone on Zoom from his office in Texas is Robert Anderson, a Vice President with Willow Creek Companies, a pipeline construction expert with lots of experience in Colorado and elsewhere, Texas being a focus of their business now. Also with us today is Dr. Timothy Considine, Professor of Economics with the University of Wyoming. And last but not least is our client and the oil and gas liaison for Garfield County, Mr. Kirby Wynn. Our issues of concern are limited. They are specific to the removal of flow lines as presumed to occur in the original proposed 1105E. We believe that removal can have adverse environmental impacts and presents real risks to human health and safety, as you've heard from other witnesses. The WLG supports staff's enumerated exceptions to removal in the latest revisions proposed this past Monday under restructured 1105D, which recognize abandonment in place will be less intrusive and more protective than removal in some circumstances. The WLG strongly supports abandonment in place exceptions for surface owner agreements and revegetation in process and completed in particular. And lastly, we oppose making detailed geodatabase information provided to the Commission by operators publicly available without limitation, and take our original position of supporting the PHMSA endorsed scale of 1 to 24,000 for public disclosure, and more specific disclosure being subject to going to the Commission office or under confidentiality agreements for first responders and the like. With that, we'll turn it over to Wasey Clark. Wasey?
Thank you for the opportunity. I don't want to waste time by saying anything that's already been said, so I'll jump right into my experience is in reclamation and revegetation of incredibly difficult scenarios, ecosystems. I take great umbrage to the idea that topsoil and ecology isn't a resource. A quote was, "You can always revegetate again." I will absolutely argue that point. The topsoil in the West and in the Intermountain West is a huge resource. Our soil science is some of the most difficult and sensitive in the world. So every time that these disturbances are disturbed again, we have to reset the clock. We have a loss of topsoil every time it's touched. And when you have such a tiny little layer that gives us all our life, it is very much a law of diminishing returns. And that goes into the several species of these native plants that we're trying to get established. So everything happens in a cycle. We start with the first several phase of revegetation. It's followed up by other more sensitive forbs, grasses, and plants that come into that ecosystem, and then finished into whether it be a pinyon juniper or a forest or whatever else. That would be the third cell stage that would be reset through wildfire or another disturbance. Wildlife usage on these revegetated sites is not just solely in forage, although it is probably the #1 source of forage that we give to our animals, whether they be photogenic or unphotogenic, not just the pretty deer and elk, but the sage grouse and the insects and the birds. And I just want to definitely make sure that the Commission understands how difficult revegetation and reclamation is in unirrigated settings and how dangerous that reclamation can be on these linear construction projects when we have the topography that we have in the western slope and rural areas. I want to make sure that we also talk about all the surface owners and how many different stakeholders there are on these big, giant, and lonely fields in the West. And we have a lot of different stakeholders that are very concerned in the environment, and this to mandate removals in many of these settings would be devastating on the environment.
Thank you, Wasey. We're now going to turn to Bob Anderson, who's standing by in Texas, as I indicated. Bob, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Great.
Thanks, everybody. Bob Anderson is my name. I'm with Willow Creek Companies right now. We do pipeline and construction, just about everything in pipeline and facilities construction. I was with Encana for 13 years, and in that 13 years, we've crossed hundreds, if not thousands. I've never counted, but a lot of landowners over in the Piceance Basin. You know, most of the pipelines in the Piceance Basin for Encana Oil and Gas, we laid a big part of the pipelines, and we've done some pipeline removal and some pipeline abandonment. You know, I'm for the pipeline abandonment in place. Once you go on somebody's property until it's happened to you, you know, you go on somebody's property and you lay a pipeline, and then, you know, it could be years later, whatever, you know, you go back and you try to remove that pipeline. And I heard somebody say earlier that, you know, you dig these holes and you try to pull the pipe out but you still are in the right of way. You're still doing the disturbance. You still have some of these pipelines too, you know, that we've laid and built are extremely deep. You know, we make a cut in the side of a mountain, and then we put the pipeline 5 more feet deep. And but anyway, I'm really good friends over here on the western slope with a lot of landowners, and they're not going to approve. You know, I'm one of them. So just so you know, I have land in Mesa County and Garfield County, and I'm not going to let somebody come back on my property to remove a pipeline. It can be done a lot safer, abandoning in place and capping it, than you can by trying to dig it up. And you know, there's a lot of variables digging. It's not just removing a pipeline. And you know, there's other pipelines, and there's roads and there's bridges we worked under, and just about every scenario that you could come up with, along with, you know, the traffic and I just heard somebody say about the air quality, the dust, the reclaim. You know, every time, I just heard Wasey say it, every time you dig your dirt, you can never topsoil and keep your soil. So every time you put it back, then you have more and more soil issues. And so anyway, that's pretty much what I have. But
thank you, Bob. And you'll be able to answer questions from the commissioners in a short while. We're going to move to Dr. Timothy Considine to my left and your right. Tim?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tim Considine. I'm a professor of energy economics at the School of Energy Resources and Department of Economics at the University of Wyoming. And I'd like to point out that the removal of abandoned flow lines will incur economic costs and unintended consequences. The costs include transactions costs of acquiring land and acquiring approvals, capital and labor costs for removal, land reclamation costs, and most importantly, there are opportunities foregone from incurring these costs. The funds used for removal of abandoned flow lines could have been used to drill oil and gas wells. The loss of these opportunities translates into lower severance tax income and other mineral property income. That's essential for Western and rural local governments and special districts providing library, fire protection, and other public services. If these services are cut back, local economies suffer lower employment, income, and sales tax revenues. Regarding unintended consequences, Western Colorado is home to thousands of dry gas wells that require large amounts of water to enter production. As a result, a large network of produced water flow lines has been constructed that supplies this water, which is often recycled from other wells. Requiring removal of these produced water lines would eliminate or discourage this option to use recycled water and could result in increased use of fresh water in a very arid region. Hence, an unintended consequence from removing produced water flow lines could be increased truck traffic and increased dust and air pollution. As my previous panelists have noted, there also would be very significant environmental damages from flow line removal. The Western local governments requested that I comment on the regulatory impact analysis, and though our group has some concerns with the RIA, we believe it has helped to bring about staff's latest revisions to Rule 1105E, which we strongly support. These concerns involve the definition of welfare and adverse outcome. In short, we believe public welfare in principle includes economic well-being, and an adverse outcome of flow line removal includes economic harm. The latest revisions to the Rule 1105 and the Statement of Basis and Purpose address these concerns. Thank you. I'll pass it to Kirby.
Thank you. Kirby Wynn with Garfield County in the Western and rural local governments. You got a map there you can see there. Our coalition represents 23 governments. We cover 31% of the land area. I'd like to note that we also host 45% of the active wells, over 20,000 wells across Colorado. By comparison, and we heard some interesting information and some last minute information from like the allied local governments. They have 421 active wells, according to your website, that they're navigating. So I'd hope you'd give some real consideration to the information we're bringing and the expert testimony that we are bringing and that we took the time and effort to produce for you, for your consideration, along with other parties that bring some expert opinions rather than just opinions. We do support the staff draft rules of the 1105 language. We were happy to see where it's currently landed, at least in the draft form. We think that makes a lot of sense with the exceptions and the several layers of exceptions in terms of the more automatic exceptions and those that require a little more scrutiny. We do see that as making a lot of sense. Our pre-hearing statements and pre-filed testimony provide sound justifications, we believe, for those exceptions that allow flow line abandonment in place instead of removal in many cases. We also saw that same sort of justifications with the staff presentation, as well as the industry presentations. As we've been hearing from our group here today, there's negative impacts when removal is required. I'll just summarize. There's economic impacts to our governments that are disproportionately very dependent on oil and gas revenue to provide the services for our citizens. That includes our special districts that are, some are 50 to 90% dependent on oil and gas revenues. And the damaged habitat and revegetation and reduced productivity of the surface potentially for many years. And again, the safety issues of trenches and pits, providing a safety issue for the workers out there. So slide there, you can see there's an abandoned pipe there. They've done everything but put the cap on there. They've cut it off the riser. That's the flow line right there. They're going to cap it next. So it's cut off. We think that the rules provide, they assure long-term public health and safety. Flow line risers are cut off below grade. They're separated from a pressurized gas source in every case. They're plugged with concrete and capped at both ends. And again, removal requires extensive surface damage to revegetation, habitat, and reduces productive land use for years to come. So we ask you to consider that as you deliberate.
We'd be happy to answer your questions, and we thank you for your attention to our summary of testimony.
Sure, I'll kick it off. Maybe any one of you, but Mr. Clark, you mentioned vegetation, revegetation earlier. Do you think there should be an objective standard that shows that revegetation is on track?
It's a very much easier said than done kind of concept. Out here in agriculture, it would be a much simpler thing to do. But back to the idea of the several stages of revegetation and how long it can take. Who's to say that you wouldn't go on to a brand newly seeded, reclaimed, and recontoured site that was done expertly and say that it was in poorer shape than a 5-year reclamation that might be in medium shape? So just because that's new doesn't mean that it's poor. It just needs time. To go in there and to blow it up simply because it's new and doesn't have any establishment on it still goes back to the idea that the sensitivity and the treasure is that topsoil, that small bit of fertility that we have to, according to current regulation, that we have to revegetate. We can reseed things 100 times. We can get grass to germinate 100 times in a row. But 2-3 years later, the strength of that reclaim and the diversity within those plant species is completely and utterly reset every time that happens. And weed control, ladies and gentlemen, in the West, we can do a perfect job. It doesn't rain, the wind blows, turkeys come in, we have deer and elk, we have whatever might have happened. We have to manage those weeds. We have to manage the invasive weeds. We have to know what weeds are okay, what aren't. To monitor that and to continually throw good money after bad when you have unnecessary disturbance. And I agree that, one of the best things that we've done, that you guys have done, ladies have done, has been to change the way that this industry views disturbance. When we started, huge sites were blown up and we fixed them and it was fancy. Now we tuck it tiny, tight, because we recognize how hard it is to truly revegetate the Wild West.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah. Commissioner Overturf.
Thank you. So first, I just wanted to say that I really appreciated the materials that you presented to us. I thought you had a really excellently laid out reply pre-hearing statement, and I also appreciate that you trusted us that we read your pre-filed written testimony. So thank you for that. So I have questions for a number of the witnesses on the panel. So first, Mr. Clark, I appreciate your obvious passion for topsoil. And I wonder if you think, or if you have any insights for us, if we should be considering topsoil impacts and erosion risks as part of our cumulative impacts rulemaking that is forthcoming.
Yes, I absolutely think that it is something that should be, just as we are desperately trying to do a better job with our emissions, we need to do just as good a job with sediment control, BMPs, and we do as an industry. We do. We really care about how that soil is going to move during reclamation. And I really am in support of the different priority levels as the group looks at these different things. I disagree that one person should have to make that final call, but I do agree that having priority levels changes things. Where we're out in the West and it's tough, it should deserve a different consideration. Out here, in certain places, when you have a really deep topsoil horizon, or at least a recoverable horizon, that's a different thing to think about. Development, all these things, I think that gives you a framework on how to think about these different levels of difficulty in reclamation and revegetation.
Okay, and then I also had a question for Mr. Anderson on the phone.
Are you ready for questions?
I'm here.
Thank you. So, Mr. Anderson, in your testimony, you voiced support for a third-party verification requirement for abandonment in place of flow lines under Rule 1105E. And I was wondering if I didn't see proposed red lines with your responsive pre-hearing statement or with your pre-filed written testimony. So I wondered if there was a specific industry proposal that you endorsed that you could point me to? And perhaps, and your attorney looks anxious to answer this question on your behalf, just so you know.
Bob, if you want to weigh in, feel free, but we did not have proposed red line on that. We were endorsing verification, and as you noted in our response to pre-hearing statements, we felt that verification, possibly third-party verification, would be acceptable, and is certainly not objectionable to local governments and the Western and rural local governments who have an interest in that verification.
So there's not a specific.
We don't have specific red line language.
But also you're not endorsing something from another party? Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you for that clarification. And then I also had a question for you, Mr. Considine. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Okay, thank you. So your testimony about produced water flow lines, I'm looking specifically at page 3 of your testimony. You talk about the risk of required removal of produced water flow lines. And I guess I'm trying to understand that risk, because it seems to me that if those lines are being used for the various helpful and positive uses that you describe in your testimony, that there would be no need to remove them. So they would not be required to be removed. So I guess I'm wondering, is there a part of staff's rules that you're taking issue with, or is this more of a cautionary flag?
The latter.
Okay.
I wrote that thinking that produced water flow lines would be required to be removed. And the point was, economic conditions change all the time. Price changes. So there may be different levels of drilling activity. So a company could establish a network of produced water lines thinking, oh, okay, down the road, we may want to drill 5 wells here, and we can utilize this line that's not being used right now. And if you force removal, you give up that option to use that line in the future should you decide to drill wells. So that was the point.
And if I may elicit some additional testimony or remind Dr. Considine of something he just said, there was the word discourage use of produced water flow lines. So new lines being built, if there's a risk of removal and the cost of removal, then that's going to affect the decision to construct those versus just using fresh water.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Other question, Commissioner Hahn.
This is a comment rather than a question. I did have some concerns with the previous group's comments on revegetation. So thank you very much. As a native of the shortgrass prairie, I very much appreciate your comments on reclamation.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you. And this is just for my education. Kirby, remind me on the western slope, Garfield County, Beyond Basin. My understanding is a lot of these produced water lines are on the surface. How many of them are on the surface versus actually underground?
Yeah. The lines that we were talking about in our testimony are all buried. And there are some temporary lines, and those are always removed. The surface lines, they pretty much always get removed. They have them there.
I guess I'm just wondering the percentage of surface lines versus underground lines for produced water in, well, your experience is Garfield County. So let's say Garfield County.
Let me just say, so what we have is a very extensive, very large, and I mean, we've got some produced water lines that go over 10 miles of here. And that's for recycling purposes. So you take the produced water from one side of the county and you move it over somewhere else where you're doing some drilling and completions and you reuse that water instead of using fresh water. So what we're talking about is these lines that are buried and they'll be used there for a long time. There are times I see where our operators, they'll run a line for a matter of months just for the drilling and completion process on the surface. And then shortly thereafter, they remove it. So that's not really central to what our discussions were. And really in our filed testimony too, again, we wrote what we did and we asked for potentially a carve out for produced water lines up until we saw the latest staff draft and had this tiered and what we thought more sensible, appropriate approach to determining exclusions for all lines, not just one, a gas line or a produced water line. So we've shifted our position.
Oh yeah.
So That's a big line right there going in.
No, and I get that.
And
You know,
they'll
again,
use
I'm
them for
just,
years.
I'm curious as to the, general percentages between surface, produced water lines versus underground. Because my understanding, and I may be wrong, is that a significant percentage of it is actually on the surface.
I don't have a specific breakdown for you. Might be able to by tomorrow, but you'll be done with us by then.
I was just generally speaking. You don't have any.
All I know is we've just got a ton of them that are buried, and we do a lot of surface ones. So the surface ones disappear so fast, I guess I don't really log how many there are because they're pretty short term.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hopkins.
Just a couple of questions, and I wanted to respond a bit to your objection about the affiliated governments. Take due note of that. But I also want to just observe that the staff draft made a number of changes, and I think in part response to that was appropriate to those types of changes. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to put down your position on a couple of items that they brought up, if you want to. If you don't want to, I can understand that.
Well, we'd heard, for
I can ask a
example,
question.
yeah, we'd heard, for example, at the end about certification. I think that was new.
Right.
Some of the positions on the exceptions and objecting. Obviously, we're all reacting to the last revision of staff's proposed rules from Monday. But they were going back and referring to a version from November 4th that they didn't really take a position on in their pre-hearing statement. Well, not the pre-hearing statement, but their response to pre-hearing statements on the 12th. And so that makes it difficult. But we've responded.
Really, my question isn't so much about, I appreciate that. I duly noted. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the things that you heard today, if that's appropriate. If not, there are two questions. One is the certification.
Yeah.
If you think that's a good idea or not from the local government's
I think if
perspective.
we have inspection and verification, that I don't think certification is necessary.
Okay, thank you. And the other one was the monitoring, a monitoring method for flow lines.
We didn't really take a position on monitoring. We'll defer to the industry on the technology. I think just as a general matter, we don't want regs that pick favorites among technologies, and we want to allow this industry and other stakeholders to innovate.
I appreciate that.
I want to add one thing. Our group very much supports the state doing its job to assure that the industry holds up the standards that they need to. And you listen to the industry folks about what's technically feasible, and monitoring will be one of those things where it's not a local government to dictate to an industry that's been doing it for 50 years how to do certain things. I think that's in that realm where you all have the expertise in your staff as well as the industry.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Eden.
One of the things I don't think I heard you talk about, but I think was in your testimony, was about that issue with respect to surface owners and surface owners determining whether or not a line should be abandoned in place or removed. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate on your position on that.
Certainly, we strongly support the lower notice threshold as proposed recently by staff for surface owner preference consent to abandon in place, that would simply be a form notice and more automatic and less scrutinized than other exceptions to the presumption for removal upon abandonment. And I do believe, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you spoke to that as an owner, Mr. Anderson on the phone.
Yeah. So if I may add just a little bit to that, that's all right. Kirby Wynn, Garfield County. Well, one of my jobs in preparing for this hearing and trying to understand where our position should be is to survey landowners on both sides of the state. You saw where we have counties, 8 counties in the far east, and then a bunch of counties in the west, and a bunch of municipalities in between. I heard the industry today talk about 80%, something like 80% of the landowners have a preference for abandonment in place. In my survey of many landowners, and just as a diverse group with a lot of interesting characters along the way, I found it to be higher than that. I couldn't find landowners that really wanted someone to come in there and do like what Wasey was talking about, tear up their land after they've already been through the disturbance the first time. They let industry in. It's all right. We understand it's going to be a short-term kind of thing, and you're going to be reclaiming this thing, and it's going to be better. My cattle will be on there. The deer will be on there. I can use my land. And they just, I couldn't find them to say that they would want those yanked out because they understood the safety of a properly capped and plugged and disconnected lines. And it doesn't create an issue for them more than the reclamation issues. So I just couldn't find landowners and they also were 100% on, they didn't really want the state to come in and tell them to damage the surface of their land again when they're good with it being left in place if that's their choice. If they want it removed, so be it. I think you should listen to that.
Commissioner Overturf.
So just because you said that, I have a question about, because I've been wrestling a lot with that. There were a number of people that filed pre-written testimony about deferring to surface owners about abandonment in place. And I guess I wonder about the inverse of that, where if you've met one of those exceptions, but the landowner feels strongly that they want them to be removed, which takes precedence? And so I wonder if you've, in your census, if you've come up with any insights or have anything to say about that particular situation.
That's a great question. That's one for y'all too. That's why you don't get paid the big bucks.
That's no good.
You don't even get paid to decide. No, that's a tough one, but good.
Well, and I think that you heard from industry witnesses earlier that they generally do follow landowners' wishes, whether it's removal or abandonment. Does that happen in all cases? I think there's historical data there, and then we'd have experience to gather data under a new set of rules, perhaps 1105D as most recently proposed by staff, which again, we strongly support. But we feel that the surface owners' wishes should be heavily weighted in those exceptions. And we like the low category for surface owner consent to abandonment in place, and we endorse that specifically.
Other questions? What about mapping and the ratios? I mean, looking at you, Kirby, I mean, you support folks being able to show up to your office in Garfield County and zoom in on the maps, or I know Rifle's not too far away from you, but.
So I was listening to that today and I heard some of the proposals. It's a scary thought to me that someone's going to come to a local government and count on me having the updated, correct, accurate information and walk away and go do something potentially harmful to themselves or others. It's not a local government's place to do what 811 does, what PHMSA does. There's other data repositories and places. It doesn't make sense to take a pile of data from somewhere who's really the ones who are responsible for caretaking it and keeping it up to date and hand it to someone else who is just going to go, well, maybe next year we'll update this again. And next thing you know, people getting bad information. I don't think the local government is the place to disseminate something like that. Like on our website, you're talking about like on our website, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Commissioner
That just doesn't make sense.
Commissioner Messer.
So let me push back on that a little bit, because certainly, as a local government representative, Kirby, you being, you have to understand that at different times, whether it's county or a municipality, there is land use decisions that need to be made, whether that's zoning, whether that is subdivisions, whether that's other land use pieces, and understanding clearly where different characteristics of industry is within these jurisdictions is certainly important information for a local government to know in determining what's appropriate and what's not appropriate on a particular parcel. Don't you believe that to be true?
I would. And on a regular basis, our planning staff go to your website and others, and I go personally. Like I do referrals for our planner. I'm not a planner. I'm an oil and gas liaison. Mm-hmm. And so they'll ask me, okay, we've got somebody who wants to build this house here as in the vicinity of some oil and gas. I'll go and look at the website and see. Mm-hmm. I'll talk to the operator and see. And I'll make sure that the operator is going to allow them to be that they're okay with it, and we check it. So there's ways to get that done as a planner, as the permitting local government. I think the information is there. I don't need to have the whole database sitting there all the time.
But it doesn't hurt you to have a little additional information or more specific information as far as what specifically is in the ground around these particular areas.
No,
as
it
you're
doesn't.
making those decisions.
I'm sorry. No, it doesn't. I guess what I thought the issue was, how would I feel about someone coming into my office to look at it? That's what I was mostly talking about. I don't want our
And
residents
I think
coming to me.
the question there, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but I think what some of the proposals are is that there may be an opportunity for folks to come into a local jurisdiction to get more specific information in lieu of being near a COGCC office in Rifle or Denver. Is that kind of the thought there?
Yeah, so what I would add is I have residents come to my office all the time, and I take them to someone else's websites for the information about oil and gas, especially including the Oil and Gas Commission, sometimes the Air Quality Control Commission or Division. And so I'm happy to do that as local government, to guide them to research and look at things. Absolutely. And I'm there to do exactly that, to help them understand what they need to about oil and gas. I don't think I need to be the repository for the database.
Commissioner Overture.
This isn't a question, but instead is sort of a little balloon that I want to float over this conversation. Just thinking about, just listening to you all discuss while looking at the Zoom screen, I just wonder if there isn't an opportunity, and I'm looking over at the people that are kind of driving the Zoom and have been working on the mapping about, rather than requiring local governments to have an up-to-date, because I think keeping it up-to-date would be difficult, database that you would then walk your residents through or would be able to provide to people within your jurisdictions. But if there isn't instead a way where we could, no, Julie's walking up, so I know I'm saying something bad.
Julie's
so
coming.
Where we could have the staff database or let me back up. There's a provision in the rules that allows somebody to come into the COGCC office and see more specific detailed data. And so if that will be held in an electronic format, which I assume it would, I wonder if there isn't an opportunity to use sort of screen sharing technology like this to have members of the public who aren't necessarily located in Rifle or Denver be able to call a COGCC person and say, I want to look at this parcel. And then we set it up so that we pull it up on our screen, share it with them, and they can see what they need to see. That would also allow us to know who's looking at what. And there's a lot of various faces being made at me. So I'm just going to leave that balloon in the middle of the room, and maybe we can talk about that tomorrow.
Comment? Julie Murphy? Okay. I like the idea. Any other comments? Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
Thank you all.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. That's all that we decided to do tonight. We will start back up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Do we need a motion to adjourn? Okay, we need a motion to adjourn till 9 a.m. tomorrow. So moved. The motion,
Second.
is there a second? Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we are adjourned till tomorrow at 9 a.m.